Assemble the accused. Bear witness to their trials. The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor, Gary Beekler, live from Comic-Con. Gary, how are you today?
I am ready to dole out some punishment because there is a lot to get to. No messing around today. The Inquisition has arrived.
That's right. We got a lot to talk about. And you have been out there, out in the world, gathering data, kicking ass, taking names. And we've got our red hot pinchers. We've got our rack. We've got our wheel. We've got our boot. We've got the pear of agony. And we've got the comfy chair and cab fare home for those that pass. So
yes. And I did bring my Swedish penis enlarger.
Oh, what's her name?
Olga.
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 Shit. Oh, I was gonna say Ingrid. If it's Olga, it might be like, a KGB double agent or something. Watch out for her shoes. They have daggers that pop out,
Boy, I like them.
Oh, well, you're a sick man, but that's why you're part of the Inquisition. I want to say hello to everyone out there right now. Otis, Dave Bob, Graham Rigg, Brian Hepburn, Orknestra, Smedley Do-Right, Fixie Clary, Mark Lesurth, and Dave Bob, of course, again. Miss Sad Song, Hans Carbonite, Wang is here. Just as Wang. It broke off, I guess. Lupusillo, Charles King, Dom Snow, Peeping Tom, Harvey Walls, Darth Gavel, Dayhawk 666, Jagged Edges, Mahaviz is here. Nitrium Blower, Dan L, Father, Christopher Miller, Matthew Matson, Jazz 249, Josh and Rebecca Momini, we got Kevin Moore, Steve Anderson. Purple Lady is in the house. Hello, lovely Purple Lady. Hello, lovely Michelle P. We got Nerd Girl, the delightful and lovely Nerd Girl. We've got Kajanji Gol Kosh. We've got Mexican Iron Man in the house, my spy from Disneyland. You're all right. Mira J, the fabulous and lovely Mira J. Michael Maloney, JP, Goy Bear. Oh, and many, many, many more. We have over 600 people assembled here to witness the torture and attest to our fairness and our ruthlessness. How do you feel about that? A Bionic Belly Button is here too. Hello, Bionic Belly Button. So many people. It is jumping here, Gary.
It's jumping. And welcome, Mexican Iron Man and everybody in the chat. Mexican Iron Man and I had a little conversation on a live stream last night and came up with a great title for my autobiography, Crisis on Infinite Tijuanas.
Well, I've referenced the donkey shows in Tijuana many, many times, usually drawing parallels between the sad lady in the act and Star Trek, the franchise.
Yes, they have a lot in common.
We do. The dead eyes, the leaky so-and-so's. It's very bad. So that's a perfect segue into the first thing to be tried tonight, Gary. Star TP, as I call it, unfairly to TP, because TP is good for something, namely wiping your butt, and Star Trek Picard is good for, well, basically nothing, at least in my estimation. Gary, what do you think about Star TP? What have you got to say? Let's kick this thing around.
Well, I watched the trailer a couple of times when it hit. You and I had a brief conversation in the DMs on Twitter about it. And I thought it was typical Kurtzman. It was, let's hook him in any way we can. Let's put in some reshoots that probably don't even fit in the current narrative. They're probably scrambling right now to fit Data and Jerry Ryan, Soccer Mom 7 of 9, into the show that had nothing to do with it. They're all, God, we need Star Trek people. Who can we get right now? Jerry Ryan, well, she has no connection to Picard, but it doesn't matter. We'll bring her in. We'll slap a board prosthetic on her and go. And we'll just have her say some lines and somehow we'll fit it into the show later. That's how that's how it looked to me.
Some lines. She said one line.
One line, yeah. Some words. Sorry, some words.
Some words. Some words.
Yes. And she probably ad-libbed it.
So. Yeah, right. I mean, the way she said it too. It was like, "Why don't you come up and see me sometime?" It was just so not 7 of 9. It was wry and knowing in a kind of sexy female way that is completely incorrect and repugnant to I don't know, 110-year-old man and that she's never met before. It's just ridiculous. When I saw that, I felt so fucking insulted. Gary, dude, it's insane. It's like, oh boy, this joyous reunion between two old comrades, except they didn't know each other.
Yep. But I mean, I guess it's a small world in Starfleet. So one guy's never heard of him, and then he's best buddies with a Borg who he might have a prejudice against, maybe, or not want to hang around very much because she reminds who knows. But I see people rationalize, and that's fine. Listen, fandom is fandom. Hypnosis is a term that you coined. It is a real thing. People want Star Trek to be good. We want Star Trek to be good, but as you warned in your video today, be prepared. This is an Alex Kurtzman joint. It will be Alex Kurtzman unless they completely reshot the entire show. And you've reported on this that there was a lot of it filmed. It tested poorly, and they had to scramble. And what I can say, Doomcock, is I spoke to somebody who worked on the show and no longer works on the show. And yes, actually I spoke to a couple people, but one was peripheral and one was directly working on the show and was given walking papers. And apparently they fired it's a couple of departments in that show, we'll just say. And it was right around the time when you reported that the test screenings were bad. So it's a coincidence. It could be a coincidence. I'll say that right now. That person did not give bad test screenings as the reason they were fired. Obviously, they were unhappy with the work, but they let a lot of other people go too, apparently. So we'll see. The proof is in the pudding when we see the show. But, don't get excited by the trailer. The only thing positive I can say about it, it was better than any Star Trek Discovery trailer just by the mere presence of Jean-Luc Picard. But he sounded old, and he wasn't the center of his own show. I mean, how many people in the chat were predicting this, that it's probably going to be about some amazing woman. She will be the MacGuffin or the center of the story or whatever you want to call it. And he'll have to help her. And as you stated in your video, he's a guest star probably in his own show, as Iron Fist was in his own show, as Thor will be. And we'll talk about that later. And it's just the trend right now. We can't have white male leads unless they're completely dependent on a female, especially in the female centric Kurtzman Star Trek universe.
Yeah. Absolutely. And, basically I likened it to, in the thumbnail of my reaction video, to the Wizard of Oz, that basically she's Dorothy and I cast him as the Scarecrow, but really because he's got stiff joints now, he's probably more the Tin Woodsman. And that's it. She's there to help her to see the wizard / Romulus / Borg, wherever the fuck she's going. And they're all after her, the Wicked Witch and the flying monkeys. Initially STD was basically trying to rip off Alice in Wonderland. They kept referring to fucking Alice in Wonderland. In this one, it's the Wizard of Oz. And she's going to get like this little band of helpers to go help take her to Romulus / Borg Town / wherever the hell Oz she's going. And it's just demeaning. It's demeaning. I was embarrassed. When at the end that Picard says with a stupid little grin, engage. Like, I can't even say. It was almost like he was said it sheepishly. It's so stupid.
Gage. Gage. That was it.
Gage.
Gage. The trailer, for one, I don't really. If you look at the trailer, the takeaway from it, the takeaway is we saw Data and we saw 7 of 9. We know those are going to be cameos at best, unless they are going to somehow reshoot Data all the way in, because when they mentioned Data was going to be in the show was not that long ago. It wasn't a couple months, maybe 2 months ago. And that's probably right when they shot that scene. And for one, his face, he looked like he got punched on the left side of his face. It's like, it looked really bad. It looked extremely bad. But maybe that's the best they can do. So you have cameos in your trailer, but I didn't really learn much about the characters in the show, except for there's a very special woman who needs to feel safe. There's so many catchphrases in this. Did they say resistance? I'm sure they said that somewhere. I don't know if they did, but they probably should have. And I need to feel safe, and I feel safe with you, because everybody needs to feel safe right now.
God, because you're non-threatening, because you cannot, hit on me. Because Grandpa, I guess, I don't know.
They wanted to make it really clear he's a safe white person. He's a very safe white person. He's not dangerous.
Right. Mikey Woods, Joker 32194 says in the chat, Gary, did he say engage or Ben Gay?
Hey, Doomcock, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you ever been a stranger to yourself?
Yeah. No, not really. I haven't understood why I've done some things, just basically stupidity, but not really a stranger to myself. And, Gary, I don't know. Do you think that a guy that doesn't even know who the fuck he is could command a starship?
Probably not. Not in any way, shape, or form, but Tilly is in command training. So maybe in this world, that's part of the 25% difference.
I'd like to see a video of her knowing herself. I mean, being a stranger to herself and exploring. I think that would be, I'd like to see that.
That would get some subscriptions to CBS All Access.
Yeah. I'd subscribe if they just did like that in the title sequence, like at the end, like every week it was Tilly exploring a new aspect of herself. Sure. Yeah. I'd kick in a few bucks for that.
Tilly, love and blunder. There you go.
Hey, oh my God. This thing, and let me address something, Gary.
Yes.
Okay. So today we're getting tweets from Deanna Troy saying, it's official. The secret is out. We're going to be in it. Me and Riker, Troy and Riker are going to be in it. To which I just laughed my ass off. Let me tell you, Gary, my take on this, and then give me your take. Sure. My take on it is that this is a last minute scramble. It will be written in with a scene or two for them, so they will be cameos. And let me tell you, if they actually were keeping it a secret, if they were going ahead and keeping it under their hats, if they knew all along, if they were an integral part of the script, you can goddamn well be sure that they would have been in that trailer. They would have died to have them in that trailer. So this is a last minute bit of desperation to try and get some kind of buzz on this crap, because they are flailing around. This tells you that this thing is a hodgepodge, a mishmash. It is going to be chaotic, disjointed, and pandering in the extreme, and still fail, because mostly it's going to be Kurtzman's vision. What is your take?
I 100% agree with that. They would have been part of the marketing, that they said there will be no members of the Next Generation crew in this show, just like there was not supposed to be any Spock in Star Trek Discovery. But we know we can't believe these people, and they will change on the fly. And after I had German articles written about me about being fake news, I would just say, who was the showrunner of this show prior to Michael Chabon being named?
Kurtzman?
Yeah, Kurtzman. So he would have had to have been removed to be replaced by Michael Chabon. So kiss my ass, Fraulein's over there,
Yeah.
Doomcost. Listen, it's absolute. If they had to put Jerry Ryan in the trailer, you're damn right they would have put in number one and Troy, and they would have blasted that everywhere. They would have also just announced it. They would have announced it up front if this was part of the plan all along. What they were going to tease this out? Are you kidding me?
No.
It's clear that they shot a bunch of Picard. It sucked, and they had to scramble to fix it, and they are still doing that. And we're talking a cameo here. That's what I was asking. It's funny. It's almost like a direct response. I was like, he's there directing an episode, and you're announcing it after he directed his episodes. You couldn't throw a 25% different uniform on him, have him on a screen like the cameos in the much superior Orville, with Ted Danson.
Yeah. Oh man, they do a great job. Great job.
So and Liam Neeson.
Well, I'm told by my source that Chabon is basically knows this is a clusterfuck. They finally got rid of Kurtzman, and now he is like tasked with trying to save this thing. Well, it's beyond really saving. I mean, it's been. I mean, your source confirmed that this thing was like terrible.
Yep.
And what Chabon is desperately trying to do is trying to get clearance to license more actual Star Trek stuff from CBS to shoehorn in, which, Secret Hideout doesn't like, I'm sure, because they don't make any money from merchandising shit like that. But I think, Chabon isn't drinking the Secret Hideout Kool-Aid and is desperately trying to, get permission to put a little bit of actual Star Trek in there. Not a lot, not enough to save it, but just enough to go ahead and fool people into thinking maybe it'll be okay. And maybe they'll get about 3/4 of the way through the season before they realize, God damn, this is terrible.
Yes, that's exactly what's happening. Listen, this show is it's not. I'm not going to say DOA, but it's pretty close. I was able to sneak into the Star Trek museum and saw some of the costumes, and they look different. I'm not an expert. If you were there, you would have known immediately.
Oh, yeah.
But I saw Picard's Mal costume, and it looks like fracking Mal's costume from Firefly. And they had some older stuff in there, which was fine. But I kind of went in and went out. You know what I didn't see at Comic-Con? Anywhere. Not
What?
one single Star Trek Discovery uniform cosplay.
Wow.
Nowhere to be seen.
Wow.
I found one piece. There was a loot crate box, which nobody was taking. And I saw one piece of merchandise. It was $8,000, and it was the Enterprise from Star Trek Discovery. I asked the guy if it came with broken down action. And yeah, so it was disgusting. And it's looking at it up close, it looked a lot to me like the JJ Enterprise. It's different in some aspects, but it looked very similar. No presence other than there was a giant Picard thing on the side of a hotel. There was a giant Star Trek Discovery thing hidden near Petco Park, but it wasn't facing the con. It was facing away from the con. So you could only see it if you're like standing on K Street, which nobody saw it. It was right under a subway or over a subway. And yeah, there was no presence whatsoever. I saw, actually, it was sad. I didn't see that many. I saw a couple of Uhuras, which looked great. I saw a couple of Captain Kirks, no Spocks, no Vulcans. This is Comic-Con, 50th anniversary. They should be rolling out Star Trek stuff everywhere, and no presence whatsoever, other than advertising, which, nobody said they never spent money on this stuff. We're never accusing them of that, but it's a mess. I still, there's a lot of fans out there who want it to be good. I heard a lot of conversations about it. I see it was actually trending on Twitter, and I wonder how the Star Trek convention. I wonder how Star Trek Discovery feels like now that it's been thrown in the back seat. And I wonder how people who paid thousands of dollars to go to the Star Trek convention feel that all of their announcements are out there now.
I don't know. Maybe Alex Kurtzman is going to be at the Star Trek convention in Vegas, and he's going to bring the donkey.
Maybe. Well, I'll be there for that. I'll be in the building watching him speak. He and I will be in the same building together, and Tom will be there too, and Rob, and it'll
dear God in heaven. It's painful. I want to make a couple of announcements here real quick. First of all, I want to say that the Super Chat Square Up Volume 13 is rendered out and ready to go. It just has to be uploaded, and it will be uploaded to Harvey's channel after this live stream. So you've got another hour and a half or something like that of show after this is kind of a square up here. Second of all, I want to say hail to Mary Ashmead. Thank you for being here. Thanks to all the chat. You guys are fantastic. I'm just like, as I'm talking, I'm watching your guys' comments, and you guys are awesome. And I want to say, God, what was I going to say? Doggone. Oh, we have we've got over 1,100 people here right now watching us. And I want to say, if you are enjoying the Inquisition, enjoying the torture, please lick that like button, hit that thumbs up, let YouTube and the algorithm know that you appreciate quality entertainment on YouTube. And we've got a whole host of super chats, Gary, and I'm going to go ahead and get to some of them. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
All right, we've got Nerf Herder with the Japanese Kong avatar with a $2 super chat, says, "Hail Lord Doomcock," to which I reply, "Hail Nerf Herder. I love your taste, sir. I love Japanese King Kong. It's fantastic." Lori Roberts, $20 super chat from my Legionnaire and High Priestess of Harvey, Lori Roberts, who says, "Harvey, I'm going to drop some truth bombs all over DC's Dreadnought. Chet does not equal guy who never presses button in any language. The old English name for that is dictor. That being said, back to you, Chet." Why?
It was good, Harvey. That was good, Lori.
Hey, it's Harvey Cthulhu. When you say his name, he appears. Hello, Harvey. Say hello to your High Priestess.
Hello, Lori Roberts. It is great to see you here. I've been thinking of you lately. And, we got to get this Harvey thing going. It's Harvey, catch the wave, TM. I think that's the future. The future of entertainment is Harvey and Harvey Geddon.
You think that the future of entertainment is you destroying the universe?
Well, of course. What else?
I think you're insane, Harvey, but I'm glad you're here. And Lori Roberts, I thank you very much for clarifying what Chet does and does not mean. Damn these people. I swear. You gotta watch them. Harvey's always working to subvert me, even with Lori Roberts, who has now wholly gone over to Harvey's camp. And that's why, I've kind of got extra guards on the button just in case she makes a run for it,
Yeah, he wants to subvert our reality.
I think he does. And she's a nimble little minx, let me tell you, just like in Ghostbusters. Yeah. When she dodges the stream, it's like nimble little minx, isn't she? It's basically Lori Roberts. Thank you, Lori. It's good to see you, my dear. Psycho Dwarf 9, $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Who says, "Update, my lord. My buddy pulled out his O2 tube and gas burn released days early. Doing okay." Wonderful, Psycho Dwarf 9. I'm glad to hear that. That is fantastic, sir. Boy, you really saved him. You should be proud. Yeah. And what's more,
you should ask for wampum,
Harvey.
Well, you should, man. It's like, how much is your life worth to you? How much is it going to take to put you in a new life today?
Life debt. I think he's earned a life debt.
Yeah, a life debt. You have a life debt, Psycho Dwarf 9. So your car dirty, have him wash it. At least, do some stuff around the house, for God's sakes. Pick up. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9, and I'm glad to hear that, my friend. John Balderdash pointing out a sobering and upsetting truth, Gary, that we should riff on for a minute. with a $2 super chat. He says, Game of Thrones season 8 got 32 Emmy nominations.
Oh.
What are your thoughts about that, Gary?
Is there an Emmy nomination for least dialogue in a horrible series? That because then I'd understand. Best staring, best usage of "You're McQueen."
Yeah, I knew that.
Best usage of "I don't want it." Yeah, I think that I would understand. Dan and Dave. Oh boy. Well, listen, you've said it, I've said it, we've all said it. These award shows are shams. They're now just there for political statements to alienate more fans, and it's a giant circle jerk of elitist rich people telling each other how wonderful, strong, stunning, and brave they are, and they are useless, and that's why nobody watches them anymore.
Oh my God, the director of episode 3 got a nomination for best directing. Can you fucking believe that? The guy that lit the thing. I didn't know it was lit. I thought it was like they forgot to light it or something. Best forgetting to light a set goes to Game of Thrones. I mean, Jesus.
Miguel Sapochnik, who I took up on his challenge, by the way, when he said, I challenge anybody to shoot that scene. And I shot it by turning out my light. I got my 3.25-inch Night King action figure, and I shook him in front of a camera for like 30 seconds, and I matched it perfectly. I thought it was well done. As a matter of fact, I deserve an Emmy nomination for my recreation of that scene. I want it.
Yes. There should be a Emmy YouTube or something,
Yes.
And then I would want an Emmy, YouTube Emmy for the best save of a complete failure of a series finale with my Game of Thrones alternate ending.
Yes.
So together we could go ahead and absolutely kick ass. You could shoot it. I could write it. We would just kick ass.
And then when they offer us the Emmy, you know what we say? We don't want it.
And no,
I don't want it.
Give it to my queen.
Give it to McQueen. Steve McQueen.
That's right. Lay it on his grave.
Yes.
Lay it on his grave. The Tubi Award, says T. Stoney. That's good. Yeah. A UB, says Matthew Thackeray.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, you guys are great. Game of Oh God, Why, says S90. Oh, God almighty. David Brainerd, Drogon burned the comfy chair. No. The comfy chair is just fine. Just fine. Poor Drogon.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, at least he lived and he was free.
Yeah, and actually he had the best performance of the series. Honestly, I thought it was stunning and brave.
He did.
Everything's
his dialogue was the best because it was non-existent.
It was non-existent.
There you go. It was, dude. Yeah, I think that John Balderdash, that is a goddamn outrage, and I'm sickened by it. Yeah, and boy, it's funny. A show, Gary. Maybe you can explain this to me because I'm dense. Okay, I don't get this. How is it that your final season is nominated for 32 Emmys, and yet you don't show up at Comic-Con? It's almost like, I mean, if you've won 32 Emmys, then you should be parading around. I'm King Fuck of the Mountain. Why did they not want to face fans, do you think?
That's the time to take your victory lap. 32 Emmy nominations. It's probably because they didn't want to get any crap, because even though they do filter a little bit, they don't let you ask trolley questions there. Somebody could have very politely said, hey, I as a matter of fact, I bet you a lot of people would have come up and said, even though I didn't like season 8 that much, I love what you guys did. Thanks for everything. There would have been a ton of that, and they didn't want any part of it because, these people, they love the applause. They love the attention. But you give them any negative attention, it could possibly hurt their chances with Star Wars. And I think their agents probably advise them that if you want to keep your Star Wars job, you don't want to, Disney doesn't like looking bad. We certainly know that. And they don't want to make Bob Iger look bad because he'd have to get out of his tanning bed and do something.
That's right.
They decided not to show up because I'm sure they're very busy with Star Wars. Knights of the Old Republic, when they're going to have a knight staring at another knight for 20 minutes. I'm sure it'll be very exciting.
And then one is going to say "Ma," and the other's going to say "Queen," and then they'll just look sad.
And they'll look sad.
We'll hear the wind.
Yeah.
Oh God Almighty! Well,
that's what
let's go ahead
and
let's pass judgment on those 32 Emmy nominations. Or actually, let's go to the Emmy Awards as an institution.
Mm-hmm.
I humbly nominate the Emmy Awards as an institution to be fucking slammed into the Iron Maiden repeatedly and then put on the wheel and spun around and then put hung over the burning stake that with lemon juice squeezed in their eyes.
That's it. Cut off their eyelids, though. And metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically, of course. Well, it's an institution. It's not people. It's
roasted by Ewoks and then consumed.
Yub yub.
Yeah. Okay. So much for fucking Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Take it away. Take it away. Igor, take it away. No. I'm going to start doing sound effects, and you can join in, Gary.
Of course,
for the accused. So there goes the Emmy Awards as an institution.
I don't want it. You're my queen. You're my queen.
No, not the lemon juice, dude. You've already been put in the Iron Maiden, and you've been hung over the fire. And you're bitching about the lemon juice. Well, that's how comedy is, isn't it?
What do you say to the god of death? Be gentle.
Well, go not gentle into that good night or something like that.
Yes.
John, thank you very much for that. Michael Maloney, $10 super chat. Hail Michael, who says, "Hail Doomcock, 2 items. Did you get my messages? And did you catch the Cat's Nightmare drop?" Michael Maloney, no, I have not, because I've had not a chance to do that. I was away on my secret mission this week. Nobody knows what it is, but it will be revealed in a video, maybe this next week, maybe next week. It depends. It depends on what's going on with the news, but something very special is coming. I made a pilgrimage, and it was a very important pilgrimage to me. And it was like once in a lifetime kind of a thing. So, but I have documented it, and it will be in a video soon. So basically, I only got, I just have been way behind, and I made this reaction video and the Super Chat Square Up Volume 13 video. So Patreon is next on my list. It's going to be later tonight and tomorrow, and I will catch up then, Michael. And I apologize for that. I apologize to all my legionnaires, villains, vagabonds, and rogues. But some tender loving care at Patreon is coming soon, along with some scheduled get-togethers. So that is coming. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your patience, sir. John Balderdash with a $5 super chat. Again, thank you, John. He says, Lucasfilm, let the past die, including the Sith. Also, Lucasfilm, please watch episode 9 with its red stormtroopers. They're Sith troopers.
The Sith are coming to get you.
Gosh.
I saw that costume today, just a few short hours ago. And it's very, it's got dainty shoulders. There's something that it looks terrible. It looks, utterly terrible. The red doesn't work at all. And it looks like they actually made a costume of, back in the mid 90s when they were just doing crazy Star Wars action figures, when they were just running out of stuff and they needed to repaint a stormtrooper. Right. Yeah, that's all it looks like. It looks like a repaint variant that goes into KB Toys for $4.99.
Right. I mean, that's what this idiot does. That's what Jar Jar Abrams does. That's his modus operandi, Gary.
Yep.
I mean, what did he do for these ships in Force Awakens? Oh, guess what? Now we've got a black TIE fighter. And oh, look, a black X-Wing.
Yeah, and an X-Wing. Oh God, the X-Wing, freaking Galaxy's Edge is blue. Okay, so it's no secret. And listen, I don't care what side of that. There's people on many sides of many aisles here in the chat. Not here to offend anybody. Everybody is welcome. We're talking about entertainment, but it's no secret why they are leaning heavily into the First Order being red and the Resistance being blue. So don't let that get by you. Just remember that half of the audience that they want you to buy this stuff. With the little nod and wink, knowing that we still, we want your money, but we think we don't like you at all. But we'll take your money. Yeah. Don't let them take your money.
No, God damn it! Don't buy anything of that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pathetic. Basil says Westworld season 2 is supposed to be woke. Oh yeah. Did you hear anything about season 3 over there in the wild, Gary?
Yeah, season 3. It looks like the triple down is on. It looks like they brought in Breaking Bad dude, Jesse from Breaking. I can't remember.
Yeah, Jesse.
Yeah, he's there to be bossed around by Dolores, who somehow switched bodies from Tessa Thompson, who plays Tessa Thompson as everything, and it's. You know what? I think you and I should do just a live stream on Westworld season 2 sometime, just to remind everybody, what a great example of everything wrong in Hollywood is encapsulated in Westworld season 2, like every single thing.
Oh my God, we need to. We definitely need to do that.
Right down to William killing his daughter on Father's Day. I would never forget that.
Yeah. It was just painful. And old Teddy killed himself rather than go on being bossed around by Dolores. I swear to God, we need to talk about that, and I want to present my thesis that this was foreseen by Russ Meyer in Faster Pussycat Kill Kill. There was equally metaphors of the strong women taking over, and the only man who could survive was the girly man who gave in to them and went along and became girlier than they were. That was the only way for men to survive in that universe, and he saw that in the 60s.
Wow, you are right. I have not thought about that at all. That is kind of brilliant. Wow.
When the big strong dumb guy fights her when she's trying to crush him against the wall with the car, and he actually prevails for a long time, but in the end he has to die, and she kills him. But then the kind of skinny sensitive guy, the skinny sensitive blonde guy, he lives at the end.
Yes.
But oh my God, it was totally symbolic, dude. And that's basically Westworld in a pinch. Tura Satana.
I'm gonna ruin the end of Westworld, by the way, because this is a J.J. Abrams joint. And yes, Nolan is involved, and I thought his writing could win over, but he let his wife Lisa Joy kind of take over after she took the lead in season 2, and you can tell because season 1 was good. If you watch season 1 of Westworld and just walk away from the show after one season, it's good. I mean, it's a good season of television. I was telling everybody about the show. I'm like, this is amazing. This is the heir apparent to Game of Thrones. Can't wait for season 2. Holy shit, was I wrong? Yeah. Oh my God, was I wrong? But yeah, it'll be more of the same. So Dolores, it'll turn out, by the way, and I actually thought of this today when I was thinking about the trailer. I'm like, oh, so they're leaving hints everywhere. So plug your ears if you actually care. Dolores is going to end up being based on she's not AI. She is a real person. Because they did all the testing on Delos, to make him immortal, because they're messing with the immortality in this, and they're trying to not only have AI, they're you put your consciousness in that little mush cupcake thing that you put in your head. And my theory is Dolores is going to end up being somebody's daughter or somebody who died, and she will have not been AI. She will have actually been a real person. So she actually went through all those abuses and everything, and that's why she's fighting back and stuff. There you go.
Pound me too. Pound me too.
Yep.
J. Travis Stillman in the chat says Dolores is the smoke monster.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
David Rayner says we need Westeros world where you can easily go and kill everyone as they're sitting around sulking and saying McQueen in the dark. In the dark. It's it's a dark world.
The cupcake thing is their brains. They look like cupcakes. They look like red velvet cupcakes. Yeah.
Right. Are they delicious? Nah, they taste like diesel oil, basically. I think. Westworld is going to be awful. So we will absolutely on the Inquisition be live streaming after every episode of Westworld. And absolutely. Anything that goes on Sunday nights, we'll definitely be doing. And hell, if a show is big enough on another night, hell, we may do like 2 Inquisitions a week or something.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I mean, desperate times call for drastic measures, Gary. I think that's true.
It is. Ken Jack Ben says transhumanism is the goal of every very rich people. It certainly is. They want to keep being rich and live forever. And it would be a very good thing to study in a good narrative that wasn't taken over by a feminist agenda.
Oh yeah.
Yep. That's what happened. The feminist agenda took priority over telling a good story.
Yep. And they have perverted feminism because what they're doing is not feminism.
Nope.
It really is not. Basically it's a repudiation of feminism because it's saying that only masculine values have any value. Masculine attributes are the only thing to emulate for little girls who need to be tough and kick ass. And look at in Star TP, that girl who's the most importantest girl ever is fighting off those guys, and it's just so fucking pathetic.
So, I mean, not that you care, but she probably is like Borg, right? She's a Borg, like the first Borg that's like part Borg, part human. That's like a superhero. And I don't know, but she can bring the destruction. Maybe she's got some infection or something that can infect everybody with the Borg. I don't know. I don't really care that much, but Picard will be there to protect her.
Oh yeah.
And then they're going to protect Picard. That's what they said in the trailer. He's safe, and then all the crew needs to protect him. But he's going to help her somehow. This 80-year-old guy running around who sounds 80. Well, how old is Picard in the show? Like, what was his age at the? Do you know? I have no idea. His age
I don't. I don't know. I don't know what the time frame is, so I couldn't really say. I imagine it's shit. He's I don't know. He's Gandalfian age,
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Surely you wouldn't deprive an old man of his colostomy bag. I mean, walking stick. Cut. Picard, god damn it. Looks like Mary Ashmead is having a little bit of trouble with her internet. So I'm adding a couple of folks to be mods as well. So there we go. If Chris Persia is here, I'll add him as well. And we'll get some stuff going here. Sorry you're having trouble, Mary.
Yeah.
I hope it gets straightened out. Hail Mary Ashmead, everybody. She does an incredible job for us. So let's see. Chris is here. I will go ahead and add Chris Persia. He has experience. He has been trained by Mary Ashmead.
Captain Robert April says Picard was in his mid-50s as of Encounter at Farpoint.
Ouch.
So okay. So he's how long? Okay, was it real time?
He's as old as biblical plagues.
Yeah,
I don't know. He's freaking old. He's freaking old. So thanks to Chris Persia and Christy Miller, who are helping out Mary Ashmead here in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Let's see. We've got Elite Spanker. Ooh, Elite Spanker with a $5 super chat. An ally of yours, Gary, since you are the minister of harsh punishment.
Yes. Well, we need more spankers. So
we do.
And I like it when they're elite. So
absolutely. He's one of the best. World class.
And
he says, STP and Dark Fate are using some of the same story elements. You have a girl who is important, but we do not know why. Just reason, because well, she's a girl, ain't she? That's why she's important. Because she's a girl.
Same reason Mikey Spock is important. Yeah,
right.
See the similarities there.
Yep.
It's so
there's always got to be like a girl who sets the tone and the standard, and who is an exemplar of some kind, whether it be of competence or moral superiority or just plain significance. Because time's up. Right? Yeah, time's up. Now it's time for Whammon to rule and to get every single consideration part and be the McMuffin, whatever you want to call it. McMuffin.
Hey, even cute. I mean, the girl was cute. Okay, in Endgame, she was an adorable girl. But they had to weave in a 5-year time jump to give Tony a daughter to sacrifice himself for. It's
yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
everywhere.
Just because, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole reason for that, really, I guess. Just painful. Yeah, makes me sick. Thank you, Elite Spanker, very much. That's a very good point, and you're quite correct. And I think that they're bringing back in Herminator sex, they're bringing back John Connor. They're bringing back Edward Furlong, I guess, to die quickly in a cameo, right?
Yeah, that would be my guess, because the rumor was that he dies in it, and basically they pass the mantle of Messiah on to somebody else, or there's multiple Messiahs. Everything's a mantle now. So yeah.
Excuse me, a womantle. You revealed your sexism, your innate sexism, and your patriarchy there. Even in your subconscious utterances of the English language, you reveal your toxicity, Gary.
I don't know if this exactly. You're right. And in Berkeley, somebody told me at the meetup Berkeley, they got rid of all for the city. You can't say use man. I don't know if he was trolling me or not, but you can't say manhole covered and shit. I mean, it's I wouldn't be surprised. That's the thing. It's you could be trolling me or telling me the truth. I don't freaking know, because we're in bizarro land right now. But yeah, my mantle is now womantle or persontle. Doomcock, this just in, breaking news. This just in, you have been recast as a black female. I'm sorry, on your own show. This is your last show. You're gonna have to be your recast.
Well, could I at least stick around and be belittled and like an assistant to her until she gets rid of me and
most certainly
or something? Or
you're under contract. You have to.
Oh, I have to.
Yeah.
So I have to take off my helmet and bow and scrape
and tuck. Don't forget to tuck.
I gotta tuck. I gotta do a James Gum and tuck and ta-da. Ooh, look at me. Boom, shaboom, boom, boom, shaboom. Yeah. And you know what I say to that? If it's not a manhole, then it's a woman hole. How do you like that? I'm gonna say the street is full of woman holes. How do you like that? I see woman holes in the street.
You better jump down that woman hole over there. There's a lot of gas coming out of it right now.
That's what I want.
There's flames coming. We do in San Francisco occasionally there are flames coming out of the manholes, so it would be flames coming out of the woman holes.
Oh, those are the ones you want to avoid. Those are the Tijuana ones. Those are the donkey. What does the donkey? Why does the donkey cry? Because the donkey knows what he knows. Flaming woman holes.
Flaming woman holes.
Sometimes you see smoke coming out of them.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
You wonder where they've been.
It's
You
just
do. Just
women
don't
holes.
drink the water.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll stick to manhole. You know, I mean, it's a little. It seems less insulting to me than calling them woman hole, but I
think
don't
so.
know. It's odd. I just don't know.
Well, we have steam coming out the manholes, but occasionally, okay, I'll bore you with the story. We have ancient, there's converters down there that are old and they blow up. They quite often actually they had like one blowing up every 6 months in San Francisco, and there was flames like shooting flames coming out of the manhole covers. The manhole covers would pop up, and yeah, there's this shooting flames. So yes, flames coming out of the manhole.
Quickly, Robin, to the manhole.
To the manhole.
Oh dear, oh dear. J. Travis Stillman, don't get trapped in that steaming woman hole. I think that's wisdom for the ages. I think that's in the Bhagavad Gita, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't read Sanskrit. Thank you, John Balderdash. Oh no, that was Elite Spanker. John Balderdash with a $10 super chat. Thank you, John. Again, sir. Thank you very much. He says, really tired of this trend of stunning and brave new female characters stealing the thunder from established male characters because they're better and lecturing the men because it's current year. Yeah, that was one of the things that made me stop watching Doctor Who, Gary, was when Clara was womansplaining to the fucking Time Lord about morality and some crap like that. I couldn't. That was it. I think that was about it for me, and I couldn't come back. You know, I just couldn't. Yeah, Clara killed me.
The 20. You're right. The 27-year-old teacher, and mind you, Peter Capaldi's doctor is 1,000 years older than Matt Smith's.
Yes.
So he's like 2,000 years old, and the 27-year-old's going to be telling him what to do. Mm-hmm.
You really should rethink that. Hey, honey, step outside for a minute, would you? But we're in space. Yeah, exactly. It's shut up or walk. It's I couldn't stand it. I could not stand it. I couldn't stand it that she was the impossible girl when she was under the bed. And I mean, Clara really killed it for me, dude. I couldn't go on.
I listen, I had hypnosis, man. I was watching those shows and I was like, you know, I found her annoying, but if you watch my old reviews, I'm like, she was less annoying this episode. I was really trying to work it, but I couldn't anymore. I just fracking couldn't. And yeah, and Jodie did it in just. But they're awful. I can't watch. I don't own any of the Peter Capaldi episodes. I don't watch any of them. There's 2 that are good, but I don't own them. I don't watch them because I don't care anymore. It's dead. Doctor Who is dead as any franchise. It is gone.
It really is. They've heard it too bad. Mira J says Clara was mansplaining. Ha.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
Indiana Jeremy says she womansplained so much that the doctor became a woman. Boy,
that's pretty funny.
Metamorph hersus. We're on fire tonight, and we've got over 1,200 people watching right now. 12,078. So lick that like button, people. Punch that thumbs up. Give a sign. Let's get us over 1,000 likes, shall we? Let's make that happen, folks. Let's send that message to the YouTube algorithm saying, we're mad as hell and we're not going to take this anymore. By God. They're so clever in the chat. It's just fucking great.
They are. I'm watching it go by. It's genius.
It's so funny. Zontar with a $5 Canadian super chat. Hail Zontar, who says, I think the reason Pandora is so much better than Toy Story Land and Galaxy's Edge is because Pandora had to be licensed instead of being proprietary. That's interesting. So you're saying that because they actually had to shell out money for it, that they took it more seriously and they went ahead and adhered to canon and made it a faithful reproduction of the environment in the movie. I think that's a fairly good guess, you know?
Yeah.
Toy Story Land and yeah. I mean, the guy is very much a stickler for that sort of thing. And you know, regardless of what you thought about Avatar, I was not a great fan of it. It was the story was just too simplistic, and he needed to spend more money and time on the script rather than just on the effects. I think it could have been a really cool movie, and I didn't hate it, but yeah, it wasn't the best thing since sliced blue bread. I can tell you that. And but I've never been to Pandora, but I imagine that it's a vastly better than, well, anything's better than Galaxy's Edge. Shit.
Yep. Jeremy says it's he's not a fan of the movie, but he loves the ride. Says it's amazing. So there you go.
Of Pandora.
Yeah. Jeremy's been to Pandora. He says the ride's pretty damn good.
Okay.
But yeah, I've never been there either.
No, I haven't either. Thank you, Zontar. Very good post there. John Balderdash with a $5 super chat. Hail, John. Thank you again, sir. He says, Overlord, you must do a full Force Awakens review. Ugh. I continue to meet a distressing number of people who find that recycled trash acceptable.
You haven't done one? You haven't done one?
No, I've never done one.
Oh, God, man. That is...
I never have... you know, the thing of it is that, I mean, it was really before, I mean, it was already played out before I even started my channel. But if the people are crying out for a full Force Awakens review, I'll be glad to point out exactly why it's a complete hack job. I hated the goddamn thing from the start. From once I saw the poster, I knew it was over. The poster was all I had to see. Star Killer Base, that was it. I didn't need to see any more. Just the obvious parallels and ripoffs. It was pathetic, John. So, all right. God almighty. I guess I ought to do that before episode 9 comes out, just to be a completist. I think that would be smart. Thank you, John, for that suggestion and that super chat. Orgnestra with a $5 super chat. My Legionnaire and friend. Thank you, Orgnestra. Says, Picard lacked any visual feel of the Next Generation, and the JJ verse style and tech floating holoscreen was everywhere. Thank you, sir. It even had our new Mary Sue character, Uck. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I God damn it, Gary, I don't understand it. I mean, I had to get kind of, you know, radical in my review, just saying, people, here's your reality check. This is not the Next Generation, and this is not Picard. How is it that so many people are looking at this damn thing and saying, it wasn't too bad? Honestly, dude, what the fuck?
This one's going to be, we talked about this. This is going to be a tough one for us. If we are critical of the show, say the show comes out and it's what we expect to be bad, we're going to get a lot more shit on this one than we did with STD, because people just have blind love for Picard for a lot of good reasons. They remember the show, but we're getting something that's worse than the filmed version of Picard, which is listen, when I watched the movies, I was like, okay with them, but it never felt like Next Generation to me. Never, not a single one of them. And you know, there's things that I like First Contact for what it is. It's just a movie. It's got it's got a lot of problems with it, but it was at least fun. And I don't hate any of the Next Generation films. I just think they're like really average, but they aren't Next Generation. They don't feel Next Generation, and they always felt like they weren't connected. And the one thing I loved about the Star Trek films from the 80s is like they felt they were all connected. I mean, shit. The 2, 3, and 4 were all, you know, getting to we're dealing with Khan, dealing with Spock, and then getting back. You know, I mean, that was cool as hell. I love that. We didn't get any of that in Next Generation, and just really forgettable. And Picard, you know, Action Picard was so bad. It was so bad. And then of course there's Generations. Generations is still, I mean, I hate Generations as much as I hate Star Trek Discovery. I freaking hate that movie so much.
I wouldn't see it, dude. I wouldn't see it. I've still not. I only watched the opening of it to see William Shatner on the Enterprise B. But I knew that they were going to kill him, and I refused to have that in my mental dojo. So in my mental dojo, Captain Kirk is still alive and has never had a death scene, period.
I'm glad you haven't seen it. I won't even utter the line then. It's stuck in my head, and it made me hate Malcolm McDowell. And yeah.
Oh, I know what the last line is, though. The one you're going to say when he died, his final words.
It was fun. It was fun.
That's just how could Ron Moore do that? I don't know.
I
How
don't
could
know.
he make something as brilliant as Battlestar Galactica and write that line? I don't know.
I'm thinking he was forced. That's what I have it rationalized in my head as.
Yeah. By the way, Action Picard, when they do the action figure for Action Picard, it should be Action Picard with Kane Fu grip.
Hey, that reminds me of something. I mean, of any show that there should be action figures for, it should be freaking Picard, right? Do we have any news on that? I mean, what I imagine will happen is Diamond Select or something will make, and they're very specialty. What might make something. But have we heard of any action figure lines? I mean, this is Picard. This is like it. This is your big. You're playing. This is your big card that you're pulling here. This is it. Where are the action figure lines? I didn't see anything. I didn't see any toys.
No, yeah, that's right. Because they would have already licensed it. But Gary, the thing is, as I reported, and you reported, and Midnight's Edge reported, there was that whole standoff with the licensees about Star TP, and they were in open revolt, and then they just basically walked away, and that's why there's no Picard merchandise at all. Funny that.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if the insertion of older cast members has something to do with maybe late in the game they picked up one, or that's how STD got funded. I don't know how that got funded, but apparently it's filming next month, which means if we go on CBS's MO, a showrunner will be fired about 4 to 5 episodes in. There'll be multiple reshoots. They'll go over budget, and it'll be 8 months late. Am I off on that one at all? Do I got that down? Because that's happened pretty much in every show Kurtzman has been involved with, yet he still has a quote unquote job as an executive producer.
Oh, right. Promoted upstairs. Exactly.
Yep. He goes, they'll roll him out for cons and have him introduce stuff. And yeah.
David Rayner in the chat says Picard likes playing with his life-size Data doll. I'm gonna buy a Data doll.
Yeah, what was that? That was did he keep him in a drawer under his bed or something? What was that?
It's like, where are my shoes? Oh, there you are, Mr. Data.
Does he pull out Data's head?
I knew I put Data here somewhere. Now where?
I don't even want to.
Nemesis is better than STD, a Maximon. 100%. Yes. I can actually enjoy watching a large part of Nemesis. I really, it's hack and it's stupid and it has a shitty ending. But overall, I mean, it's actually one of the more entertaining Next Generation movies. They never got a decent movie to save their life. It's such a damn shame. They deserve so much better than that.
They did. They deserved a real director. They never really got, and Paramount just blew it towards the end there. I mean, they just were not good. And that's when things were riding high. I mean, we had a Star Trek Experience. That's been talked about a lot on my live streams, the Star Trek Experience, which was brilliant in every way. Oh,
yeah.
I missed that thing.
It was. Brian Hepburn in the chat answering our question. He says, Picard should be mid-90s now in the new series. Memory Alpha has his birth in 2305 and Data's death in Nemesis in 2379. So Action Picard was 74.
Well, that's the future.
So he'd be in his mid-90s.
Wow. I wonder if they're going to bring that up. 95 to 97, says J. Travis Stillman.
Jesus Christ. Indiana Jeremy says he does Hamlet with Data's head. Well, it's better than other things he could do with Data's head.
Yeah.
So I'm not complaining. That's why he keeps him under the under the bed.
Under the bed.
Come here, make an old man happy, will you, Mr. Data?
You got a pretty mouth, Data. Engage.
Or can you play the banjo, Mr. Data?
Can you squeal?
It's so sick. Look, this thing is a joke. This thing is a joke. Picard is a revered figure. I love Jean-Luc Picard. I love The Next Generation. I love Data, especially one of my favorite Star Trek characters of all time. And they are just treating them like props. They are basically just trying to milk this franchise cynically and hatefully. And I am disgusted by it. I'm sick of it.
Picard,
So,
yeah.
I mean, I joke about it just to ease the pain, but this is fucking ridiculous. This thing is not going to be Star Trek.
No, this is going to be Force Awakens and all over. The Picard exists to introduce the new characters, and it will be centered around the new characters. That's what it sounds like.
Right. And then they can have ongoing adventures. Model Force, right? Or Youth Trek or some shit like that.
Or Lower Decks. That's nice animation.
Oh, yeah, right. What did you see about Lower Decks, Gary? Anything?
I saw that still. Did you see the still?
Yeah.
I tweeted about it. I called it Clown Stoner Trek. That's kind of what it looks like. It's pretty much for all those people who don't like Star Trek. That's what it's for. This is about growing the audience. And did they push Lower Decks? Couldn't be the one for kids, or I'm confused. Was that the Nickelodeon one, or was it Lower Decks? Either way, they have one that's for kids.
Yeah, Lower Decks is supposed to be on CBS All Access, and this hypothetical Nickelodeon one is supposed to be, I don't know. They don't say.
Okay, putting something on Nickelodeon was relevant 8 years ago. I don't know what kids they will be hooking in. Do they have kids? Do any of these people have kids? Do they even know what children say, what they like? Because then they would put it on YouTube if they wanted kids to watch it. It definitely won't be on CBS All Access. I'm not sure. Tom's here. He'll know. So Nickelodeon for kids, Lower Deck is adult one. Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah. And High Plains Drifter says what is obvious. It is a copy of Star Trek Renegades. Yep. That's what my source was saying all this time, and I didn't report it because I was like, well, I mean, how close? You can say that, but it's, it was too vague, but boy, yeah, really close. It's painfully close. Oh, Jesus
maybe that's
Christ.
why they shut down all the fan productions, because they were copying them. And then,
yeah. All the fan productions were R&D, but they got, the tardigrade. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. And it's not coming out till 2020.
Oh,
2020.
they missed their date. Oh. I thought they were adamant that they had to make their date, but I guess it's not.
Yeah.
What a shame. Damn. Bloody hell.
They're
Bob. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say their streaming network might be dead by then.
Yeah. Well, one can hope. I mean, it's just at this point, look, if they were giving us anything even partway decent, I'd be much more kindly inclined towards them. But since they're just milking this and perverting everything that they touch, I'd rather just see it go away. Just stop. Just make it stop. That's my feeling. Dave Bob with a $2 super chat. Hail, Dave Bob says, I'm so tired of woke crap. Lily von Stupp. I'm tired of playing the game. Ain't it the crying shame? Thank you, Dave Bob, for invoking the memory of Lily von Stupp from a movie that could never, ever, ever be made today.
9 Schnitzenglubens is my limit.
Oh, God, when he takes himself hostage, that scene alone.
Do what he say.
It could never be made today. Never. Holy shit.
Is it woo what they say about your people? It's woo. It's woo.
Thank you, Dave Bob. Jaeger Bomb with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jaeger Bomb. Says, Picard feels like a ripoff of Star Trek Renegades that is trying to be the Expanse and Firefly, all while missing the point of each show. It's parodying. An astute comment, Jaeger Bomb. Yes, this crap is like a parody of the Expanse and Firefly and Star Trek Renegades. It doesn't feel serious. It feels, I think they thought it would feel epic, but really, honestly, all they were trying to do is literally come up with a 1.5-minute trailer that would not have Star Trek Next Generation fans vomiting blood at Comic-Con. I mean, it was a struggle, people. It was a struggle. It was Kurtzmanized to the max. And there was literally like almost nothing that they could show of what they'd done that would not have signaled, Jar Jar Trek universe. It's the, bad reboot license. It's secret hideout. It's not Next Generation. They were desperately trying to hide that. There were Klingorks in this thing at one point. Klingorks.
Yep, they were shot. That is true. We'll see if they make it in there. But I even noticed that the Mary Sue Picard, who's in there, she's there 11. So, I mean, Kurtzman just copies anything that's popular and goes, we need to have our own 11 in Star Trek. Because we had Iron Man in Star Trek Discovery Season 2. The poster looked like the Endgame poster and the Infinity War poster. So, yeah, the guy just copies shit. He's no originality whatsoever.
No. It's pathetic. That's bad reboots mission statement. I mean, really. To boldly rip off what everyone has made before. Bad reboot. That's a perfect name for those guys. And Jar Jar Abrams does it. Kurtzman does it. It's just sick. It's just fucking sick. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat. Hail Legionnaire Psycho Dwarf, who says, my liege, Chancellor Gary, for someone particularly vexing, may I suggest death by sandblaster? Ooh, using a sandblaster as an implement of torture and execution. Wow, that would hurt.
That would really hurt.
Yeah,
I think I like it.
I think I like it too. I think I would modify it slightly and say death by refrigerated sandblaster.
Ooh.
So you chill that sand, it always hurts worse when it's cold, doesn't it?
It does.
It
does.
They were having a conversation about that, Gary, in Unforgiven. You remember that? Where it's like, you think it hurts worse when you get shot in the cold?
Yeah.
I think it's true.
It's everything hurts.
It really
Shrinkage is involved too. DW says Star Trek, the derivative generation. I like that.
Oh my God. It's so sad. It's so sad. Really, it's going to hurt Next Generation fans worse than STD hurt us, because it's actually Patrick Stewart who, and Seven of Nine and Troy and Riker, who will be victimized and sacrificed on the altar of corporate profits, perverted and twisted. They're all going to get short shrift compared to, the mostest importantest girl ever and her clubhouse of teens. And they even got like a Vulcan teen, right? Like a Vulcan hippie or something.
Yes. Oh God. I saw one Vulcan that he looked like an elf. He looked like Dark Legolas.
Yeah. Or Elrond.
Yes, he looked like Elrond
Hubbard, basically.
Elrond Hubbard. They were off to Rivendell, and there they go.
Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9.
Our list of allies grows thin. Sorry.
Psycho Dwarf 9, not here, man. We have over 1,300 people watching right now.
Sweet.
Gary. Our list of allies is not thin. It is growing bigger and better every single week. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. Cardinal Sin with a $1.99 super chat says, hail Doomcock Gary, wrenches, and the chat. Hail Cardinal Sin, brother. You are awesome. Be sure and
Indeed.
watch that Super Chat Square Up Volume 13, because you had a lot of super chats in there, brother, and you were very generous, and I answered them all. So you are a star of that particular Super Chat Square Up. So be sure and watch, brother. And it's always great to hear from you. He's a great guy, Gary. Cardinal
Yes, he
Sin
is.
fantastic.
Absolutely.
Sir Ruin of House Roundhead, $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Sir Ruin of House Roundhead, who says, Doomcock, I imagine you groaning and shouting no at almost every panel at Comic-Con. Then I imagine everyone in that panel getting quiet and being like, is that guy okay?
Is he reenacting Revenge of the Sith at the end? No.
Oh my God! It's Doomcock is going to be walking into the assembly hall, and they'll stop him at the door, and Doomcock will say, "Surely you wouldn't deprive an old man of his bag of poop." And they don't, and then sadly, somebody gets pelted with shit. Doomcock doesn't. If Doomcock goes to Comic-Con, Doomcock doesn't expect to stick around very long. I think Doomcock will be ejected from Comic-Con in short order.
Yeah.
I think that the best thing to do, I think what I'm going to do if I go next year, Gary, is I'm going to make up Doomcock masks, like little plastic masks, and whip them out so that when I make my crack, I mean, there'll be a whole sea of Doomcocks out there, and they won't know which one to kick out.
Like V for Vendetta. Yes.
Yes.
I love that idea. Let's do it.
We'll work on it for next year.
Let's do that.
I think I'll have to go to Comic-Con next year. I think I just have.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you, Sir Ruin of House Roundhead. You're right. It would be painful. I don't know that I could sit through those goddamn things. I don't know. We'd have to see. Mech1164 for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Mech. Says, hail my Legion, Gary. Going to be good tonight. Oh, it is. I'm having a blast, Gary. I think.
Oh, yeah.
This has been great.
I called this one.
Damn. Oh, yeah, you did.
Salty.
Well, there's so much to talk about. We haven't even brushed the surface, but we got to get to these super chats.
Yep.
Orknestra with a $2 super chat and a great comment here. Thank you, Orknestra. It says, Marvel Phase 4, more like Marvel Phase Forget It.
I like that. Well
nice,
done.
Orknestra. Thank you. That's
Sometimes
a great comment.
On the nose works just fine.
Dude,
It
nice.
does. Well played.
$5 super chat from Michael Maloney. Thank you, Michael Legionnaire Maloney, sir. He says, skip torture and go right to the AC-130 gunships. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's nuke it from orbit. Only way to get rid of the STD infection that has screwed up the entirety of pop culture. Really, it's Bad Reboot. Bad Reboot is behind almost all of the fuckery in Hollywood right now. I know that's a bold statement, but look at all his opinions, Gary.
Everything he's got his hands in over in Warner Brothers. He got signed at Warner Brothers. I don't know if he still controls Star Trek. I read I should bring this up because I read this on my live stream last night. Quentin Tarantino talking shit about Simon Pegg, which was funny, but within that article, he said he was talking to JJ about his movie. Quentin Tarantino had to talk to JJ about his movie, about what kind of movie he had to make and get permission from JJ. And
oh my God.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's still happening because JJ is the offices have been moved from Paramount. Now I know Paramount hired Bad Reboot as a contractor basically, but their offices were at Paramount. Now they're moving to Warner Brothers. Of course he's worked. So I don't know how he's controlling Star Trek, working on Westworld, going to probably take over the DCEU and direct a Star Wars movie. And no coincidence, his wife helped found the Time's Up movement in Hollywood. And if I was JJ's wife, I'd be pissed off too because the guy can't finish anything. So she must be really frustrated. Been waiting for that one.
Got it in. To speak. That's the problem. Hey, Midnight's Edge After Dark is confirming what I said in my video and trying to tell everyone and shout from the highest mountaintop. The bad robot license is still in effect. Yes, this is bad reboot, people. This is not Star Trek Next Generation. That guy you see in the trailer is Jake out of Luke Picard, not Jean-Luc Picard. 25% different. Do not be fooled. Jeez. How often do we have
John Picard? John Picard. There you go.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's just do not be deceived. Do not. It will only break your heart, people. I swear to God. Armchair Warlord with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. One of my Legionnaires, Armchair Warlord, says, all hail from the Common Man cast. Give them hell. Yes, Armchair Warlord. I actually plugged the Common Man cast on my super chat Square Up Volume 13, which will be posted up after this is finished. Thank you, sir, and hail to Common Man cast, a very good podcast and videos that they're doing. All of my Legionnaires got together and they're doing this. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
Enclave Soldier with a $1.99 super chat says, hail all, punish them, oh powerful ones. Hell yes. They are getting punished. We haven't done with beating up Star TP yet. So we haven't passed judgment on Star TP.
Not yet.
I think it's going to be kicked and beaten throughout the entire proceeding.
Yes.
They're not getting off easy, Gary.
Oh, hell no. I mean, they're just lucky we were busy this week. I'm sure. Well, you've done a video already, and you probably might do another one. And I am doing a breakdown of that trailer like after this show. I'm going to probably be up till 3 a.m. making one for tomorrow. So there you go.
Sweet.
Not done. And we're not done tonight.
Oh, hell no. No, we're going to be all over Star TP like stank on a hairy dog's ass. Let me just tell you that right now.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to be on that. We're going to be on all this stuff. The Inquisition may not sleep anymore. We'll see. There's so much bad stuff coming. Batwoman, for God's sakes. Fucking Watchmen or Wokeman is just, we're going to be on that. We're on all this stuff, dude.
All over Watchmen. Watchmen is going to be the most punished show. That's my prediction this year. That's why I'm calling it right now.
I'm already going in it like I've been stung by 1,000 hornets. I'm just mad as hell. So it's going to get ugly. Enclave Soldier, thank you, my friend. Another one of my Xanadu mirrors. 6. Go ahead.
Go on. No, read that, and I'll tell you. I won't forget. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying thank you to Enclave Soldier. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So there was Watchmen promotional, the Comic-Con bags, that they give out. They're like bags that are backpacks. There was Watchmen promotional material, and it was like a little emoji Cthulhu like monster, squid monster on the back. So they're going to be invoking that in the show. And remember, folks, this is not an adaptation of the Watchmen series. This is a sequel, but not to the movie, but not to the comic. So it's a sequel to it's an alternate reality sequel to a story that you never saw.
Nicely put. Nicely put. I love that. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm going to hate the hell out of this thing. Watchmen, I revere Watchmen, not the movie. I mean, it was okay, but the actual source material and any perversion of it is slandering, in my eye, at least, the height of the graphic novel art form. The greatest graphic novel ever written, in my opinion, is Watchmen, and they're fucking with it. So expect Casablanca Blade Runner level wrath from me. I mean, I see my blood pressure shoots through the roof when I just see the goddamn snippet in the trailer. I'm gonna need heavy drinking, Gary. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if Nixon is still president. You're gonna have to drink for me. I'm just gonna have to go to meetings and say the Serenity Prayer a lot and shit on that on video. quite a bit. Yeah, Jeremy Irons plays an older Ozymandias, and
Right.
listen, I think I worked it out on average. I sold 10 graphic novels a week like clockwork. Well, a lot of time that was the lowest amount I had ever sold in my entire 10 years at my comic shop was 10 a month. It was more than that. Usually it was usually 20 to 30. No book in my store ever sold like that. And I never even mentioned it. I never had to mention it. People just went to it, found it. They were teaching a course on it at San Francisco State, which was near my store. It's for my shop, it was the single best-selling graphic novel of all time. It might be the single greatest. It must be. It's basically Dark Side of the Moon of comics. I mean, it just sells all the time. And this is a desecration on it, a desecration. But so is Before Watchmen and Doomsday Clock.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wouldn't even look at it. Wouldn't even look at it. Yeah, it doesn't exist in my world.
Alan Moore retired from comics this week, by the way.
Well, he's a fascinating guy. He's one of the people in the world that I would kill to spend time with and talk to. I mean, he's just fascinating. Not only his literary acumen and his stories from the past, but also his experimentation with chaos magic. He has some stories that are absolutely fascinating, and his view on the nature of reality. I know we could have an incredible talk about the nature of reality. So I don't know, maybe someday I'll be lucky enough to actually be able to have a conversation with the man. I think there's not a lot of people in the world that kind of leave me speechless and impressed beyond the ability to think clearly, but Alan Moore is definitely one of them. What a genius.
Yes.
Chris Hudak says the notion of a D for Doomcock flood of look-alike masks at Comic-Con is frighteningly evocative, plausible. I've actually looked into this. I've looked into manufacturing Doomcock plastic masks, and there's companies in China that will do it. I've had this information for a while. And I may go ahead and do that. Get them made up. I think I could afford to now, thanks to all of you guys and the super chats and just all the help that you guys have given me and all the support. I think I could do that. I think it would be really cool.
Yeah, I was there when the V for Vendetta mask thing was happening. So they were promoting the film at WonderCon in San Francisco, and under everybody's chair was a mask. And that was the first place that, they had made one before. They had made a mask before that went with, they made a high quality one, which is very hard to find. It's like $150. It's got mesh around the eyes. And then they get these plastic ones. They mass produced them for Comic-Con and put them under everybody's chair. And it was massive. And they had V masks running around San Francisco. And, it took on a whole thing of its own, but it's actually got, written into a show, Mr. Robot. They've taken that, so you can take it back. Doomcock can take that back with his own mask. And I wonder, it can't be that expensive. I can imagine
it's really it's really not. I'm talking about like the Ben Cooper style, masks.
Yeah,
with
that's what they were. They were,
band.
yeah, exactly. That's what they were. They had elastic bands around them, and they were just molded plastic. And I still have mine. Made in China, of course. But I bet you we could do it. We could probably crowdfund that. I think that'd be a good thing to crowdfund, don't you, chat?
That would. Yes.
Yeah.
And then do it in time for Bionic Belly Button. That's funny. And do it in time for Comic-Con next year. So I think this is an idea that has to happen. I think I got to make this happen. This would be too cool. I can imagine people start cosplaying as Doomcock at Comic-Cons. That would be epic.
Yes. It's a very doable costume.
God, that would be good. Oh my God. Yes. Then I could get like t-shirts made with my like tunic pattern on them. So you could have the t-shirt and the mask. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
That would freak them out. That'd be like Alex Kurtzman's fucking nightmare. We would see a wet mark spread out on his pants. It would just be great, you know?
If we could do it for Star Trek convention, that'd be great. Doomcock masks roaming a hotel in Vegas casino like nuns in Sister Act. That's a weird thing to equate it to. I like that though. I was out of the box thinking there.
I love it. I love it. That would be fantastic. Talk to Uncle E about the crowdfunding. Needs to happen, says Indiana Jeremy. We will. I think this is an idea that must be. I think it would be absolutely fantastic. We've got to make it happen. 6 turning 4 burning with a $5 super chat. Good to see you again. 6 turning 4 burning. It's been a while. And he says, I heard Dumb and Dumber and Ruby Rose wussed out of Comic-Con at the last minute. Gee, I wonder why. Oh, and Portman suddenly loves Thor movies. Cha-ching. Yeah. Let's talk about She-Thor. What do you think about She-Thor, Gary?
She-Thor is one of the most expected decisions of Comic-Con. It is the latest in the line of what is a horrible trend. The look on her face I don't know if you saw the Metro article, but she's holding up the hammer, kind of grimacing. I'm like, that's exactly how I feel about this. For one, Natalie Portman's a hobbit. I bet you she even has hairy feet. She's a foot shorter than Chris Hemsworth, and she will be the star of Thor: Love and Thunder. So Chris Hemsworth will be a guest star in his own show, and we all know this is taken from the pages of the comics. But I will remind you that this is the Disney era of Marvel. They passed up, stories like Contest of Champions, even recent ones like Secret Invasion. They passed a proper Kree Skrull War, the Silver Surfer trilogy, Kraven's Last Hunt. I mean, I can think of a million. Torment from Spider-Man, something that you could have done besides female Thor, but the fact that they're going all the way to this, for one, the whole Phase 4 was a really meh announcement. The only thing I was semi excited about, and it's only the casting, is Blade, but the plot, the plot is going to be Blade helping a strong female against a powerful female vampire. I mean, I just wrote the movie right there. Or it's going to have something to do with racism. I'm sure it's going to have something to do with racism. And yeah, it's woke Phase 4, and this is going to lead the way. And it's disappointing that they're going to waste Thor on this. And some people are going to give it a chance. Listen, if they're going to try to base it on a comic book run that had a good start by a talented writer named Jason Aaron. I still didn't like it though. I thought it was kind of boring, and they're not going to be able to adapt this because there was parts of the story that would be impossible to adapt in a 2-hour film. So it'll just be basic, superficial trash, and it'll be more Captain Marvel stuff. And this is the direction they're going to go. And Tessa Thompson's going to be playing Tessa Thompson, playing another character because that's the only acting range she has. And I know some people say they love her. I don't know why. She's very average. She's really average. She's okay. But it's just more of the same. And while this wasn't a groundbreaking decision when they did it in the comics, it's really not groundbreaking now, but it's all of this marketing. You put first female, then the Access Media jumps in line, and then all of a sudden you get all of your free advertising done like that. And that's the Access Media just shows that they are very useless to us, the fans. I don't like the word consumer, but the fans, although there's plenty of consumers out there too. They exist, not here in the Fandom Menace. We're fans. We're discerning. We have taste. We don't just swallow anything that's shoved in our throat, down our throat. We tend to spit it back in their face, and we need to do that here because it's just bullshit. It's superficial. It moves nothing forward, and all it is more woke, fake Disney cash grab bullshit.
Absolutely, I agree with everything you said. Yeah. It's going to be a disgrace, dude. But it was inevitable because how are you going to have an all-female Avengers if you don't go ahead and make the move to get She-Thor, right? Exactly. No Avengers movie announced. No talk of Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which is honestly the only movie I gave a shit about. With the only leading
star that I gave a shit about, who I guess I'm wondering if they held back on the announcement because Chris Pratt wore a t-shirt. I'm hoping not, but I'm guessing maybe.
What? Yeah, that is ridiculous. What? That needs to be put to the rack.
Yep.
That whole meme of attacking Chris Pratt for wearing a what? An American flag on his t-shirt?
Well, it was like the Betsy Ross original colonies. Well, I will point out, and Jeremy pointed out, I pointed it out to Jeremy, and he did a video on it. Disneyland was covered in those things. They're banners, but they were the 13-star flag everywhere. And by the way, Ariel was white everywhere too. They need to change that as well. Are they going to do that, Doomcock? Are they going to go all the way? Are they going to recolorize the original animated film? I mean, I know I'm going off on a tangent, but I saw that Disneyland, and my friend Colin pointed it out. He's like, "Are they going to redo? I mean, Ariel's everywhere at Disneyland. Are they going to recolorize that? I mean, are we going to go all the way? When does it end?"
They may go ahead and do that. I think that they will just simply kind of pass over Ariel from now on, and only do the black Ariel in appearances and in merchandise and so on. And at the park, it'll just be like one of her handmaids or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I think it'll be a passive aggressive kind of a replacement as opposed to an all out spending money. Cause God knows they don't want to spend any money on this stuff.
No. And back to the Marvel thing, there is plenty of I mean, where in the F is She-Hulk? I mean, She-Hulk's a good character. You could do a She-Hulk movie. Why not? I'm sure there's the universal rights or something, but like, why the hell not? Of course you couldn't base it on John Byrne's She-Hulk because people would like it. But I mean, there's plenty of female characters. I know a lot of them are in the X-Men, but you can take the ones that exist, the ones who have been around forever. They wasted their time with Medusa's a great character. Medusa's a great character that they could, do the Inhumans properly. That would be fun. I would watch that over the Eternals. I don't know why freaking Eternals, but there is female Marvel characters they can use, or they can actually take the time to invent new ones, and not ones that are gags like Gwenpool and like real characters. And there's tons of them. There's plenty of them.
Yeah.
And they just choose not to do anything. They want to take something away, and that's all. This was all about, dusting off your male tears memes. And listen, there's no male tears here. I have plenty of old comic books to read. I don't need to watch this movie, but I will be taking my green elsewhere with Marvel. I'll be reviewing it, but listen, I thought the MCU was a shining example for a long time of good in Hollywood. It no longer is.
Nope.
So anybody who's in denial about Marvel going woke now, all I can say is a lot of people, welcome to the party. Welcome.
Yep.
Welcome to the fandom menace. And
I'm working on a big video about what actually is going on at Disney, and kind of the history of the whole MCU thing and how it went woke. So I think it's going to be a really pretty cool video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've got Not So Scruffy Nerf Herder with a $7.99 Australian super chat. Thank you. Oh, Not So Scruffy one says, have a great show, Gary and my Lord Doomcock, listening in the car on the way to work. Cheers, mate. Good to see you here. And I hope you are having a good Monday. Hope we're making it good day. Yes. I hope you're making it a better day for you. Cheers, mate. Pondimus Maximus with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Legionnaire Maximus, who says, to the agony booth, full duration. Yes, that should be another one. The agony booth is the most effective means of punishment.
Yes. How about
mirror?
Forced to watch Star Trek Discovery? Should that be a punishment?
Oh, man. Oh, dude. I think that's banned by the I think by the Geneva Convention.
Geneva Convention.
Yeah, by the FCC. Yeah.
Oh, also Hawkeye. You heard about the Hawkeye series, right? It's Hawkeye training his female replacement. Yes, I know she's in the comics. But
Oh,
listen,
jeez. Are you serious?
the reason they conceived these new characters that they're running with were supposed to be the Young Avengers. It was supposed to be kind of the Teen Titans of Marvel, which was a cool idea initially. I loved it initially, but they weren't, to take over. But yes, Jeremy Renner is coming in. It's a one and done series, and yeah, here comes. We'll just call her Lady Hawk. It's called Hawkeye, though. They're not going to
Lady Wokai, says Sentient Dildo. Yeah. Lady Wokai.
Yeah.
I like that. That is, yeah. Jesus Christ. How long will it be before the normies start to wake up to how annoying and old this shit is? I mean, how long do you think?
For things outside of the MCU, I'm going to say another year. MCU could take a couple years because it's a very strong brand. But I'll save this for after the con. Con fundamentally is changed, like in a lot of ways.
Really,
Comic-Con is not what it used to be. It was normies everywhere. The interesting thing was there was second time in a row there was a ton of people outside of it, and the inside was not as crowded as it has been in the past. It was still crowded, don't get me wrong. It's not like Galaxy's Edge. There were still places you could not walk, but I was able to, there was times you couldn't walk the entire convention center, and that's not the case anymore. So
wow.
Yep.
These are big changes. They're ugly changes, and they are coming. I don't think there's any way to stop it, but eventually the tide will turn. It's just a question of what will be left in the smoking rubble by the time it does. Mussolini A with a $5 super chat. Mussolini A is here. He says, boppity boopity, respecto Victor Van Doomcock. The great Musso wishes to be added to your evil ranks. P.S. Who would win, Darth Musso or Mare Su? Darth Musso would win unless it was being written by, Kurtzman or any of the woke warriors in Hollywood, in which case Mare Su always wins. Always wins. But in reality, Darth Musso would definitely win. Mussolini A. I don't think there's any doubt about that, sir. Welcome to the evil ranks. Oh, Mussolini A. I guess it's like a new model, an upgraded model of Mussolini. Wow. Well, that's pretty wild. Daniel is here with a $10 super chat. He's not traveling on a plane. He is here tonight. And he says, super serious series spanning story. Check. Maudlin millennials meandering meaningfully. Check. Girl power galore, not gorgeous. Check. Picard is the normally disembodied narrator embodied in his show. That is a hell of an assessment, Daniel. Yes, Picard is basically the normally disembodied narrator embodied in his show. I think that is a spot on. Damn, that sucks. I mean, yeah. He's going to be so bland, Gary. He's going to be so milk toast and doddering, and he's really just there as a marketing gimmick to suck in the rubes who love the next generation. That's how they see them, as rubes. They see us all as rubes, people.
They do. Listen, this is just for me. Picard doesn't work without the crew. It doesn't. Yeah. He doesn't work as a character without the crew. For me, I'm not interested in just seeing Picard. I find him to be kind of boring without the crew, but with with Data, with Geordi, that works for me. It's an ensemble for me. I wouldn't want to see just a Geordi show or just a Data show or I don't know. No, I wouldn't watch any of them solo for maybe more than an episode. They don't work without each other. That was what worked about that show. Like, it's different with Kirk. I could watch something with just William Shatner. I could. It sucked without Spock, but I still could watch with just William Shatner because I love him. Patrick Stewart, he works great with an ensemble because he's very stoic. He's just very stoic and proper. And, and maybe if he played it like he did in Excalibur, maybe a little bit, but he won't. So
no. It's the Next Generation always was much more of an ensemble show than the original Star Trek. And that, you could see that as a strength or a weakness. I mean, it just really depends on your attitude. But yeah, as a whole ensemble, if they had gone ahead and brought back all of them in a Next Generation show, that would have been pretty fucking awesome. But instead they opted for this bullshit and, wrong way right, went ahead and brought in 7 of 9 that was never in the Next Generation. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Thank you, Daniel. Michael Maloney, a $5 super chat. Hail, Legionnaire Maloney. He says, Picard will help her take a nanotech ring to volcanic black hole to toss it in. Waka, waka, waka. Yeah. He's going to go ahead and help her to throw the 1 nanotech ring of AI control into the volcanic black hole. Yeah, to go ahead and stop the, I guess, Borg of the ring to take over the Shire. Starfleet. Thank you, Michael Maloney, for that. That was a very funny super chat there. Echo Base Network is here with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Echo Base Network, who says, I'm on. Hail, Gary and DC. Was just in the car driving, listening to that band, Yes, who is celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. Love that band. Yes. See all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied I'm on my way.
I can't get that high. I love
Yeah, it's hard.
Squire,
I had to
put on a great bassist.
Cracker,
Yeah. I had my Mandela effect, my Mandela effect with Chris Squire, the bass player.
Oh, really?
Because I could have sworn it was in 2000. It was I think he did eventually die, but I could have sworn he was dead. I could have sworn I heard he was dead. It was him. I heard it on the radio. Chris Squire was dead. I remember talking to Mrs. Nerdrotic about him. Like, oh, I'm bummed out, man. One of my favorite bass players just died. And then when I heard he died 3 years later, I'm all, wait a minute. I heard he died already. Chris Squire. I think he died in 2015. But this was like 2012. It was bizarre.
Wow, dude.
He died in 2015, but this was in 2012. I was convinced he was dead for years, like 2 or 3 years. Then when he died, I'm like, wait a minute. He already died. Uh-oh. I flipped reality.
Oh, you stepped sideways. Into a parallel universe.
Damn. And I bet you where I came from, Star Trek is still good. Star Wars is still good. Damn.
Oh, man, you took a wrong step tonight on the Exozone. Exactly. Exozone coming up this Thursday, by the way. Yep. This Thursday, Gary's channel. It was delayed a week, but we will be on Exozone, so tune in on that. And also Tuesday afternoon, I will be doing a live stream. And just trying to make up for my secret mission when I was basically AWOL for a week. So we'll have lots of fun this coming week.
I'm watching that Dark on Netflix.
Oh,
it's pretty weird.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah,
it really is.
Great music. The music is so good.
It's nice, and it really is. It's intelligent for a change, which is really good.
Yes.
Elite Spanker with 2 $5 super chats saying the same thing. I don't know if that was a mistake, Elite Spanker. I'm sorry if that was some kind of weird double tap, but thank you very much. Listen, every bit helps keep the lights on around here, and it means a lot to me. So appreciate it very much, Elite Spanker, who says STP looks like a slightly better version of Star Trek Renegades. Well, Star Trek Renegades had the advantage of not actually cornholing the franchise and basically insulting and debasing the next generation. But that is what is coming as sure as the sun rises. That's Kurtzman's MO, and to expect anything less is just, I don't know. It goes beyond optimism. I think it's straight up delusion, people. That's why I was sounding the alarm in my video, because it's just messed up. Echo Base Network with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Echo Base Network, who says, thanks to the support of you guys, we are now less than 150 subs away from 1,000 and monetization. A big thank you from Coach and myself. Nicholas Glenn, you are very, very welcome, sir. And my best to Coach, and I was glad to help you guys out. It was a very good conversation. I unfortunately, that kind of thing doesn't do big numbers on my channel. I don't know why. I guess maybe because it's an hour long or something like that. But hopefully it was enough that, it helped you guys out. And I'm glad. You guys are a great channel. You and Anti-Trekker are really straight up great guys. And if you haven't seen that discussion about Star Trek and Star Wars, is there any hope for either of those franchises? You should check it out. It was a good conversation. Dean Heiss with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dean. He says Data had to look 25% different. Well, I guess disassembled is 25% different. And probably his outfit will look different. And I don't know, maybe they'll give him a third thumb somewhere or something. I don't know. Who knows? But none of what you see in Star TP is going to be Star Trek Next Generation. Just get that right out of your head. As long as you understand it's still under the bad reboot contract, the license, you will not have your heart broken nearly as badly as you might, assuming that. Michael Maloney with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. He says, I've been a stranger to myself and touched myself in an improper way. Well, thank you, Mr. Maloney. You're relieved. Self-relieved.
Yes.
Yeah, Star TP, the porno. That's gonna be lame, isn't it? Oh my God. Star TP, the Viagra files.
Love and wormholes.
Women holes in the street. I still can't get over that. Thank you, Michael Maloney. Art Vandelay is here, architect and Seinfeldian referencer. $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Art. He says, we have watched them take our beloved Star Trek and reduce it to a laughing stock. Oh God, yeah. I mean, I've talked to people who work on shows who said that, like, there's a bar where a lot of the writers and stuff hang out, and when Star Trek, like, Discovery writers would come in, I mean, they would get razzed and laughed at. It's the butt of jokes in the industry among people who are in the know, especially writers. It's just one of the worst things ever made. I just don't understand how it got through any quality control. I guess maybe there isn't any quality control. Maybe that's the answer. Basil with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Basil. He says, to be said with a John Cleese style stuffy Brit accent. Well, what is this commotion all about? This said so-called doom thingy. Oh, this doom thingy that all the children are talking about, the teenagers in the streets, they're talking about this doom thingy. Of course, they use another phrase that shall not be uttered in these hallowed halls of Parliament. But I don't know what this thing about doom thingy is, but I don't think it's proper, and I don't like it. No, I don't like it at all. And I think they're going to make these doom thingy masks out there, and I think that's an appalling misuse of plastic. A space-age material that should be optimistic about the future. Yes, but no, they're making it, molding the plastic into this doom thingy masks, and I think it's a goddamn disgrace. Back to you, Chet. What is this shit? Back to you, Chet. I don't know where this started. It's bizarre. Thank you, Basil. Mahaviz with a $2 super chat. Oh, so good to see you again, Mahaviz. It's been a while. I keep saying, hit me up so we can watch The Inner Light together. Damn it. Mahaviz says, we'll always have Parrish in your future STP roasts. Ah, yes. Yes. I still need to get back on Such Sweet Sorrow. I need to review the next part of that, I think I'm strong enough now. It's time to get back to that, Gary. Got to get back to the land and set my soul free.
Yeah.
You know,
Do it. Do it.
it's time. Do it. Exactly.
Do it.
Bronze Division with a $5. It's time. Bronze Division, $5 super chat, who says, my contribution to the liquor budget so you can survive watching CBS Picard. Oh, Bronze Division, I'm going to need your support more than ever, my friend. I'm going to need every drop that can be sent my way, because this thing is going to be so painful, so dumb, so stupefying. God, that trailer is so offensive, Gary. God damn it. Just the sheer pandering that they would put 7 of 9 in there. It just makes me really, really sick. I almost, in a way, that's like the most degrading and pathetic thing about the whole goddamn trailer. What is the worst part of the trailer to you?
Besides the 7 of 9 was just the introduction when she said, I feel safe with you. I feel like this is the right place to be. My cringe. I sprained my cringe. It cramped up and stayed there, and half my face was cringed up for like 10 minutes afterwards.
Ouch. 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 I know it. Yeah, I hate everything about it. Even Picard, every time he spoke, he sounded so old and decrepit.
I'm here to help. She's the most powerful woman in the world. I'm going to save her right after my nap. I'm sorry, don't fall asleep.
I mustn't fall asleep in my oatmeal anymore. Number 1 makes number 2 on my shoes every time that happens. He thinks it's funny, I suppose. What was I saying? Where am I? Mr. Data. Sorry. Unhinged Crank with a $5 super chat from an unhinged crank. Thank you, sir. It says, irony of bad reboot wanting their own license so they could make money on the Star Trek name, and now in order to save their show, they have to rely on the original IP. Oh, I know how sad. How sad. Michael Chabon has not drunk the Kool-Aid. You know, I mean, it's weird that Quentin Tarantino had to talk to Jar Jar Abrams about his goddamn idea for a Star Trek movie. I think that's absolutely disgusting. And I don't even know what the status. What is the status of that?
Well, somebody asked me last night on a live stream, so I just Googled it. And I found an article that said this was the latest news. Quentin Tarantino is not happy with Simon Pegg's comments about new Star Trek movie, and this was for it's a day old. And he said in a recent interview, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, let me get to the. I get annoyed at Simon Pegg, he told Deadline. He doesn't know anything of what's going on, and he keeps making all these comments as if he knows about stuff. He continued, one of the comments he said, he's like, well, look, it's not going to be Pulp Fiction in space. Yes, it is. If I do it, that's exactly what it's going to be. It'll be fucking Pulp Fiction in space. That's what he said. And I have never read a science fiction movie that had shit like that in it ever. There's no science fiction movie that has shit like this in it, and I know that's why they want me to make it. It's at the very least unique in that regard. According to reports, J.J. Abrams is on board, and Tarantino will sit down with the script that's already penned by Revenant writer Mark L. Smith. Once he's finished, I just don't think it's that big of a deal. But if I'm going to do it, then it's going to be my way. If you've seen my movies, you know what my way is. It's a rated R way. So that goes as part and parcel. And I think it would be more controversial if I said I'm going to do a PG movie. That's it. So, and in the other article I read yesterday, he said he spoke to J.J. Abrams about it, and J.J. Abrams is on board with it being a rated R movie. Well, why in the F does J.J. Abrams need to be on board with Quentin Tarantino's movie?
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think that bodes well. You know, the fact that they have turned over so much power to this pickle-nosed fuck is just unfucking believable. His track record as a goddamn biblical plague of cinema speaks for itself. You know, he makes one good movie that makes a lot of money, and then he moves on, having damaged the franchise irreparably. You know, just salting that land. It's just.
Say tachyons again, motherfucker.
Klingon, motherfucker, do you speak it? Oh my God, it's just painful, guys. It's so painful. But I want to thank everyone who is here this evening. We are at over 1,100 people are watching. And I want to thank every one of you for showing up on this Sunday night to the Inquisition, and every Sunday night moving forward nigh into the end of time. You know, I plan to be here, and Gary's going to be here. We're not going anywhere, and this is absolutely a blast. Sometimes I get hypnotized just watching the chat, you know, seeing all the amazing comments that are going by, all the super chats. Just God damn, what a great show, and what a great audience we have, Gary. This is incredible.
Bravo, Doom Chat.
God damn, you guys are great. We've got Antonius Pius with a 99-cent super chat. Didn't say anything, just gave us that tip. Thank you very much, Antonius Pius. Good to see you, sir. 80s, totally awesome. With a $5 super chat, a very generous super chat from my Xanadu Mir, 80s totally awesome, who says, STP wine commercial. DC, will we do the 30 minutes? Also, my first episode drops on Tuesday. Oh, outstanding. 80s totally awesome. I can't wait. I'm very, very happy that you're starting your channel up. He says, Surtees says, Trek is not for conservatives. We need to talk, please. I will get in touch with you, 80s totally awesome. Like I said, I've been way, way, way out of touch and way, way, way swamped, but I will get in touch. 80s totally awesome, Gary, just to let you know, he's got a lot of weird paranormal experiences and stuff like that. And we had talked maybe a little bit about doing, like, you know, short exozone episodes, just interviewing various people, and you know, not live, just doing, you know, regular episodes. And I think that'd be kind of a good idea. So, you know, we should talk about it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thank you, 80s totally awesome. I appreciate that. Adam DeMoy with a $4.99 super chat, who says that kid is Picard and Whoopi's love child. Wow. Did Picard take a trip to the gynecologist? I don't know. I'm on fire with puns tonight, guys. I've probably driven off a couple hundred people, but I can't help it. I love puns. I try not to be too bad with them, but I'm in a good mood tonight. I'm having fun, and when I'm having fun, the puns flow like moonshine in Tennessee. It's just the way it goes. That kid is Picard and Whoopi's love child. Well, that's why she's the most importantest in the world, I guess, Adam. Thank you, Adam, for that inspiration, setting me up for that line, that pun. A trip to the gynecologist. Yes, and I got this love child. And I said, Whoopi. Thank you, Adam DeMoy. John Tonette with an $800 Hong Kong super chat. Hail, John, and thank you, sir, very much for that. He says, hail, Inquisitors. Gary, say hi to John Tonette.
Hi, John Tonette.
Hail, John.
Sorry.
Wonderful to see you. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, you've been a busy boy. You're kind of probably trying to eat something, I would imagine.
No, I was reading chat. I was reading the chat.
Oh man, I know. Isn't it great? God,
it's brilliant.
It is fantastic. Thank you, John Tonette. Alan Massey with a $5 super chat. Oh, and by the way, John is one of my Legionnaires. He's been one of my supporters for a long time. Gives me great advice, sends me wonderful pictures, and he's just an all-around great guy. So, John, it's good to see you, man. I know you went on vacation, and we'll have to talk sometime because I want to tell you about my mission. It was a very, very good trip.
Can't wait to hear about that.
Absolutely, dude. You'll see. It's a very cool. Alan Massey with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Alan, who says, "Hail, Gary. Thank you for the Orville event live stream. Now imagine the movie Flash Gordon, but with Snowflame as the lead."
That would be so good. It would have to be like a hard R Barbarella-ish kind of thing, but I'd be totally down with that. Sign me up. Take my money.
Me too. Absolutely. You think we're ever going to get like, I mean, with this move to Hulu, Gary, listen, I would, I just want more Orville. I mean, I happen to actually, it's funny. I subscribed to Hulu, but I was getting ready because I mean, their price has gone up and
Yep.
I was getting ready to get rid of it. And then I heard that the Orville has moved to Hulu. So now I guess I have to keep it specifically for the Orville. I mean, nicely played, Hulu. What do you think about it?
I had to give it some thought. That's one of the rare things. So I had to give it some thought. I have Hulu, so I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. I think network television is dead. The Orville was the only thing I watched on network television.
Yeah.
But now I've had a couple days to think about it. I have listened to the people in my live stream because I actually listen to you, believe it or not. And so do you. You listen to the Doom chat. And it was pretty split. People were not happy about it. And I think there are dangers that need to be addressed, like no F-bombs. It needs to stay 45-minute episodes. It needs to stay firmly in the next generation aesthetic. It can't, I think it would be okay if the show evolved after season 4, but I think up to season 4, if we get that, it needs to stay on its formula right now, and then it can expand a little bit. And the only show that it's a bizarre reference, but Venture Brothers. So Venture Brothers was a parody of Johnny Quest. That's what it was, but it turned into and it was always meant to be. It's a very special, unique show that turned into its own thing. And it has surpassed Johnny Quest. It's a great show. It's one of my favorite all-time shows. And it just turned into its own thing because you got into the characters. Yes, it's an animated show, but it's got some of the best writing on television, period. And it's not woke. My God, it's not PC, it's not woke, it's funny, it's great. And I think the Orville can do the same thing structurally. It should just be its own thing for a little while, and then it could expand out. It can do that on Hulu, but you risk losing millions of viewers by doing this right now. Maybe they're getting out ahead of it, but it's risky. It's a huge risk.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about it, especially now that Hulu is owned by Disney, right?
Yep.
So it's kind of like they're jumping from the frying pan into the fire. I don't know. Look, I'll watch them anywhere they go because I love the Orville. It is the only Star Trek that we have left, and it is damn good Star Trek, frankly. I think it's the next evolution of Star Trek, to be honest. And I think Seth MacFarlane has done a great job with it. So, I mean, I'm there. I'll be there to the end. I just don't want it to end very soon. And so I'm just worried that,
it's a concern because we love the show, and I particularly love their fan interaction. They will interact with you on Twitter and not insult you, even if they don't agree with you. And I've said it before, there was a Twitter thread you were involved in that went on for a couple days where they were just chiming in once in a while, and it was just talk. And sometimes Star Trek Discovery would get brought up, and it didn't turn into like this, flame throwing war or anything. And it was nice to see. And that's what we want to encourage from creatives, because it's very easy for creatives to just ignore that. Listen, there's bad people out there, or people who just want to do stuff for the lulz, and that's fine. They're going to exist everywhere. That's part of life and entertainment. And it seems like the Orville embraces that. Like, they understand it. Like, they know there's people who are going to give them shit. They just don't, they don't show it publicly. They act professional, and they're fun. They actually just want to have fun. And the one thing I have found out this weekend is there are creatives who work in Hollywood who absolutely agree with the Phantom Menace. Not with everything, but with the general sentiment. Like I've said, we're a loose group of individuals united in the principle of respecting the fan. And they are all about that. There's a lot of people all about that who can't say anything out loud or they will get fired from their job. That is not okay.
No, it's not. And the Orville, Steve Anderson in the chat has said Hulu is where the Orville is going to die. Fox dumped it there. On the other hand, someone else in the chat said, well, Hulu is where I first watched the Orville, which is a very good point as well. I mean, I watched the Orville originally on Hulu as well. So, it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But talking about respecting the fans, Gary, I want to go ahead and talk about The Expanse. Because like the Orville showmakers, the Expanse showmakers are the epitome of fan respect. They love the fans. They care about the fans. The Expanse is, to my way of thinking, the very best show on television right now. I absolutely adore The Expanse. I adore the people who are making it. They've been very kind and respectful to me. And I'm just blown away. I have to say, the trailer that I saw in the 5-minute clip was the most memorable thing I've seen in a long time. Holy shit. Without even a line of dialogue, they made my emotion. They made me emotional when I saw that clip. Naomi, walking out on the planet, the gravity, looking up in the sky, falling down. The Expanse is a science fiction masterpiece made by committed people who love the material, love the genre, and love the fans. They love their job. And that joy is infectious and is evident in every single frame. I am blown away by The Expanse, and I am so excited for season 4. What did you think?
I love it's a major change from the book, by the way. So when you saw that clip, that is Naomi Nagata walking on a planet for the first time in her life. She's never walked on a planet before.
Yeah.
So that was a major change from the book. She's been on ships that have landed, but the way the Belters are, if you're born in space, you have to take a bunch of drugs and do a bunch of training before you can even go down, and it's still a miserable experience for you. But there is no, and this is going to be a big plot point in the future. You have this entire group of people who were raised in space, and now everything has changed because the gates are open and there's planets. And you have to deal with a bunch of people. A lot of them can't live on planets. So they have to find a place for them. Everything's getting shifted around. And that's somewhat the premise out in the future. This is one of the most interesting books to adapt because there's a lot of, it really does expand. You're on a planet for the first time. Crazy shit happens. Crazy. But I thought it was a good change. I think there'll be some book people who might be unhappy with this. But we'll see. We'll have to see. I'm very excited for it. I love the clip. I was surprised because I saw the teaser and I'm like, wait, there's another 5-minute trailer. Oh shit. And it was a great example of not using dialogue, but still telling a great story. Something Dan and Dave couldn't do.
Right.
I hope The Expanse continues their great ways of being a political show that does not alienate any of its fans or viewers within or without the narrative. You might want to ignore the writers of the book a little bit on Twitter, but I mean, other than that, which I do, the writers and the production office are fine. Yeah, it's a damn good show. It's the best show on television. Like the Orville and the Expanse are the two best shows. I've been a huge Expanse fan since I first saw it. I downed all the books. The last book was much better than the previous one, and they're going to have to change a lot, to be honest with you. I won't tell you why, but the show will be very different from the books from here on out because of some of the story structure, we'll just say. But it should be
I'm
good.
happy about that
Yeah.
because I don't read the books, you know.
There you go.
And it's like a consolation prize when the show wraps. I will have the books then to read and go in a totally different direction.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. I think my view on The Expanse is very positive on the show is because I didn't read the books first. I saw the show first, then I downed all the books, and it was a great experience. And they're pretty damn close. Don't get me wrong, but as time goes on, there'll be changes. But what Rand Shankar has done is genius. That dude is genius. What he's done with that show. So yeah, and the thing is that's the key. You have Rand Shankar, you have Seth MacFarlane. These are two guys who know science fiction, who know writing, and story comes first over all things. And that's all we ask for. That's it. It's a simple request of somebody who wants to give you money and time.
Yep.
And they deserve it. The Expanse and the Orville deserve it. Deserve your time, deserve our money, whatever you can spend, It's not limitless.
Yeah. Look, let's stop going into the past. Let us encourage these new franchises, these new stories, these new voices, the Orville, the Expanse. For God's sakes, when these things come about, please, people, support them. Go out of your way to support quality television. Otherwise, it passes, and the Kurtzmans of the world get a little bit stronger. Jesus Christ, we've got to support greatness wherever we find it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
A basic premise of a very basic, quick premise of The Expanse. Doomcock has a video on why you should watch The Expanse. You should go watch that video. It's structured a little bit like Game of Thrones. You have multiple factions that kind of run across each other. You have an outside threat, but it's basically a giant it's so grounded in reality. It's what if the UN took over Earth, and it shows the positive and a lot of the negative of what that could be. It's pretty much a disaster. Half the population is on a thing called basic. It's the welfare, and it's the bare minimum of survival. You're just basically watching TV all day and eating, and that's it. Oh shit, my light almost fell. But yeah, it's a great look at that. It shows both sides of the argument, and that's how it's political, but it doesn't get super allegorical for current year stuff. It really tries to imagine, that's where Star Trek Discovery loses everybody. It tries to put in current year politics in a show that's 300 years in the future. The Expanse, like, hey, let's try to think about these problems 300 years from now. Like certain things have been solved, others have not. Some things have remained the same, and it's a very interesting way to look at it, in my opinion.
It is. And, the political aspects of it are intelligent extrapolations, but not woke. There's nothing woke about The Expanse. And yet, paradoxically, it's the most diverse show on television. It's not woke because there's no virtue signaling. It's not woke because they're not like putting down any particular race or sex. Everyone is equal. It's just assumed. And that is the way of the future. That is the way to depict an advanced civilization that's over our bullshit. It's really so funny that all these woke wonders out there, these SJWs, are supporting crap like STD and all these fucking shows, Westworld and stuff, when the shining example of a colorblind world of the future is The Expanse, where it's no longer even an issue. They don't even talk about it. The characters you fall in love with because they're so brilliantly written. They're so beautifully acted. You never even think about it. It just struck me one day. My God, look at how diverse this show is. I mean, it just completely flew under the radar, and it was perfectly done. And I wouldn't have it any other way. It's just brilliant, you guys. Brilliant. So watch The Expanse, damn it. I give The Expanse the comfy chair, the soft pillows, and a cab fare home. Gary, what do you think?
I meant to type something. Hang on. I agree. I would give it the comfy chair, a little blanket, a drink when it gets home with a little umbrella in it, or some tea, just some tea. And yeah,
and some
a call
Doomcock
in the morning.
yeah, and Doomcock fluffy slippers, like hotel slippers in high-end hotels that they get to wear home. It has little Doomcocks on the toes. There you go.
That's right. I want to answer Conrad Jack's question there, because that's one of the big differences I was talking about in the book. The books do go a very female centric towards later on, but they can't do, I won't say why, but they just can't do that in the show. There's no way, because people would stop watching, because it would stop being about the main characters. The books are structured differently. The Rocinante crew gets, they're part of the story, but they're never, for a lot of it, parts of the crew are main parts of the story, but not all of the crew. Now, the show relies on all of the crew being the main part of the story. They can't go away from that. So they're going to have to change that. And yeah, there is, I'll tell you right now, there's a character named Michio Pa, who I can't stand in the books. She's in the entire book. I have to skim through her chapters really quick. I can't stand it. And I get through it and I'm fine. But they're adapting one of the best books this season. And then the next season, which Dominic Tipper said, it looks like they're getting a season 5. That is the best book. I can't wait for that book. That book is going to be, if they do it right, hopefully they do it over 2 seasons. That will be the shit. You will love it.
I cannot wait. Hail to the Expanse. The Orville. Let's go ahead and pass judgment. Well, actually, on the concept of the Orville moving to Hulu. What shall we give that? My vote would be a light flogging and then a cab ride home.
I'm taking away their keys. I'm telling them they need to think about maybe start going to meetings, and I'm going to get them an Uber home. No, it's out of concern. That's completely out of concern. But I think it will be fine. I think it'll be fine, because I'm not sure how much longer network television is going to be around. I mean, think about it. People are cutting the cord left and right. It'll be when the streaming wars are done, which again will not be as long as you think it is. I'm thinking a couple years tops. If Tom's still here, once Disney lands, that's the big boy or girl you want to put in the fight, and everybody else is secondary. Even Warner Brothers, they're secondary to Disney at this point, which is kind of weird to say because they are big. And that's it. Yeah, it's and Disney, it looks like they're going to get control of Hulu, which that's the biggest disappointment. That's where I'd be the most concerned. The Orville gets a talking to. It's like, I don't think you're in a good relationship right now. I don't really approve of this woman.
No,
feels like my son, and I didn't like some girl she was dating. Not that he would listen to me, because he wouldn't.
Okay. Well, that's your role as a parent, to go ahead and provide feedback, which will be ignored. So
exactly.
What are you gonna do? Stone Loki says we need a Doomcock hoodie, and plug the merch store. I have Doomcock merchandise at Zazzle.com/DVD Shoporama. And if Mary is around, she could go ahead and pop that link into the chat, or any of the other mods who are here tonight could do that as well. And Purple Lady, yes, my online shop has expanded. I've got lots of stuff over there, and I need to go ahead and put that on a hoodie. If they offer hoodies, that would be awesome. I'd love to do that. Let us go. Zazzle, ZAZZLE.com/DVD Shoporama. If you search for Doomcock on there, I think you'll find. There we go. Chris Persia popped in the link right there to Doomcock merch. Let's see. We've got Wayward Astronaut here with a $5 super chat. Hail, Wayward Astronaut, and thank you, oh Wayward One, who says, greetings, gentlemen. I just had to cancel dinner with visiting family, so seeing this stream pop up in my subscriptions was a pleasant surprise. Well, it shouldn't be a surprise, Wayward Astronaut. We, the Inquisition, are here at the same time every Sunday night, and we're going to be here every Sunday night, one or the other, most often both of us, Your Sunday night destination is right here, brother.
Yep.
And I'm glad you're glad you're happy. Glad you could have this as a consolation prize from your dinner cancellation. Paul Bevins with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Paul, who says, "Hail DC and Gary. Just here. Did anyone mention the Captain Pike Enterprise shorts coming between now and Discovery? Any chance of a Pike Enterprise coming?" Way back when all the little shills attacked me for lying, I said that my source had said that season 3 of STD was going to be a whole shitload of short treks. You know, that was basically what it was going to be. That's all that they were doing. They were trying to save money. It would be on existing sets. It would be with limited actors and effects, and they were just trying to nickel and dime the thing to, I guess, vex Doomcock and Nerdrotic. You know, basically, they are basically basing their entire corporate strategy now on pissing us off. To which I say, good luck, dude. Good luck. I hope it turns out well for you.
You know what the worst thing is to Star Trek Discovery? The absolute worst, the bane of their existence is partially us, but it's themselves. The one thing they can't lie about, the one thing they can't fool anybody on is their shitty writing and their shitty product. So when they actually produce it, it becomes the worst thing possible for itself. Its mere existence and the way it exists is its worst enemy. And we are just here simply reporting on it. You know, you and I, we could just sit back and do reviews. That's all we need to do. But we like to bring you news. We do. And it's not like Doomcock or I are seeking anybody out, by the way. We'd love to hear from you, but people bring it to us. So, and I know you don't run with everything. I don't run with everything. No. And so I mean, they could say what they want, but the product at the end of the day proves us right all the time. All the time.
Yep. That's right. Damn right, Gary. And I, by God, came out, and nobody else had said this, that season 3 was going to be a whole lot of Star Trek Discovery short treks, basically. That was going to be season 3.
Hilarious if that happened.
Yep.
Hilarious, I tell you.
Yep.
You know, the worst video I could make, aside from, I mean, as far as damaging CBS, aside from an Anos video, which I'm due on, is all I have to do is start recording and describe an episode with no opinion whatsoever. I would just describe the plot of an episode for 10 minutes. That'd be the worst possible thing I can do to Star Trek Discovery. Because people would go, what? An AI that's not an AI that wants to be an AI, and sonar in space and shooting stars in deep space and Iron Man suits and time travel. Even though you defeated the bad guy, you still went through the wormhole anyway. What? You know, that's all I had to do.
That's what I'm gonna, keep doing. And every goddamn Picard thing I'm on. You know, it pisses me off that they have actually fooled people. They've actually fooled people with this trailer. It should be just painfully evident what they're doing. But no, they're actually believing that this is not under the bad reboot license. And I'm going to be there every step of the way, reminding them that it fucking well is. We've got, thank you, Paul Bevins, Waff Hornet with a $10 super chat, and a Kang or Kodos Simpsons avatar here. Thank you, Wolf Hornet, who says, one of the things Enterprise got right in its second season was the Borg episode that turned them back into scary villains. Bad reboot is going to fuck it all up because they don't know Star Trek. Yeah. I've been told by people in the know that say that Kurtzman actually believes that his version of Star Trek is the best version ever. He actually believes it. He thinks that he is revealing what Star Trek should have been all along to the fans. God, the incredible self-delusion is just stunning. And the Borg have been really just abused over the course of Star Trek. I think First Contact was terrible. with the way that it handled the Borg, having a Borg queen and all this shit. But, you know, whatever. But I tell you what, the Borg are going to descend to new levels of suck with Star TP. Holy crap. It's going to be so bad. It even fucked up the Borg cube. Did you notice, Gary, that it wasn't exactly a cube now? It had like chunks missing out of it and stuff.
Yeah, of course. I mean, because it had to be missing 25%. Here's the deal. You know what? I'll say this out loud right now to CBS. I want a scalp. I want a scalp. I want Alex Kurtzman's scalp. You give us that scalp, maybe maybe I'll take a different tone with things. But until that happens, not going to do it. If his name is on that thing, I don't care how involved or non-involved he is. Listen, people love to, we human beings try to think we are as objective as possible. Some people are better than others, but we're still humans. We have bias. I got a bias with that guy's name on it because all I have to do is look at his body of work. And yeah, I'm sure he's convinced others. I'm sure he's very confident, and like you said, self-deluded. And that error of confidence probably convinces CBS to keep giving him work. And because they don't understand what they're making. They don't. These are bankers. They don't understand science fiction or genre. More than one creative has said that half the stuff that's being put out, most of the people in charge don't understand it in any way, shape, or form. Normies don't understand it either. That's why they get caught into the pretty lights and they see Picard. And, the hypnosis is very strong with this. This is going to be a major uphill battle. So it must really, really suck that it test screened poorly with Picard in it, with a very likable actor, if not the most likable actor. That's how bad it must have been for it to test poorly.
Yep.
So I want a scalp. I want him gone.
Yep.
Bye.
If they had just come out and admitted that he was gone, just publicly admitted it and apologized, that would have been a sign that we could have maybe said, okay, show us what you've got then, but no, they're still clinging to the same bullshit, and it's still the bad reboot license. And as long as those two things are true, there can be no peace in the fandom.
There can be no peace.
There can be no peace. And by the way, I'd like to say, I send a shout out to the Purple Lady who's in the chat, who likes to hear from Sean Connery. And I don't know if she is a fan, if she thinks, oh, what a sexy Scottish Mexican man. Or if she thinks, oh, I like to laugh at this Sean Connery accent. But here's looking at you, Purple Lady. Wow, I turned into Bogart there. Here's looking at you, Purple Lady. Seashells by the seashore. Just a shout out to one of my Legionnaires who's in the UK who likes my Sean Connery. June Wong with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, June, who says now trending on Adult Hub, MILF 7 of 9. How about that? MILF 7 of 9. Oh, well, June Wong, I think, I'd love to see some MILF 7 of 9 action. She is something. I've seen her costume, by the way, in person, and wow, in person she's actually really a small woman. You'd never guess that, but it's true. Really skinny, pretty petite and pretty small. At least she was when she was wearing the 7 of 9 outfit. They had to spray paint it on her or something. It was tight. Unhinged Crank with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Unhinged One, who says, I want a technical. What?
I said she was tight.
What, Gary?
I said she was tight.
Oh, oh my. Heavens,
I have a 7 of 9 action figure. I have multiple 7 of 9 action figures. It's the only reason I watch the show. I'm a man.
I know, man. It's weird seeing pictures of her and kind of blushing. It's just like you feel guilty even looking. It's like, God, walking around like that. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. Unhinged Crank says, I want a technical Emmy for adjusting my TV good. In season 3. Yes, they should give out a whole shitload of technical Emmys to people for adjusting their TV so they could fix the goddamn lighting. Dude, Unhinged Crank, you sound relatively sane and in fact wise for an Unhinged Crank. You are always welcome, sir, here on this channel. Thank you, Unhinged Crank. Ben Davis with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Ben. Welcome. He says, Brown Star TP trailer looked like nothing but a Firefly ripoff. Legendary has been and Misfit crew protect special girl. Anyone else feeling this? Yep. Legendary has been and Misfit crew protect special girl. Firefly 100. When you put it like that, Ben, it becomes crystal clear. I mean, we were thinking Star Trek Renegades, but holy shit. Yes. Legendary has been and Misfit crew protect a special girl. That is Firefly to a T. And Serenity was all about wrapping up that particular storyline. Wow. These guys, man, do not leave the silverware around because CBS will make a series out of it.
Yes.
Mark my words.
Yeah, and he's got the brown coat and everything. Yeah. Maybe Starfleet will be oh god dang it. I hate being old. What was the name of their version of the like the Empire / Federation in Firefly? It wasn't the Union. It wasn't the Federation. That's in Blake 7. It was like at the Union or so. Help me out, Chad.
Yeah,
their government that the browncoats were fighting. That these separate, shiza.
Yeah, I can't remember.
But yeah, it's very much actually,
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I can't remember either.
Government Joss Whedon supports right now. It's kind of weird that he wrote him bad, but he's all for it now.
Interesting.
I was looking up Theoden's speech from Lord of the Rings when we shall have peace. when you answer for the burning of the Westfold and the children that lie, I got to mix it up with Star Trek stuff. We will have peace when you answer for the burning of my eyes. When the children or the severed Klingon heads that lie dead there, we shall have peace. when the eyes of the Trekkies, whose eyes have been burned out and they lay dead against the gates of the Hornburg, are avenged. When you hang from a gibbet for the sport of your own crows, we shall have peace. Love that fucking line. I flubbed it, but I love it. That's Kurt's.
Oh, it's good stuff, dude. Yeah. That's very good stuff. Mary Ashmead, good night. Good luck at the doctor tomorrow. And thank you for being here. I appreciate that very, very much. You did a great job as always, my dear. Hail Mary Ashmead. And thank you for being here. They're telling us in the chat because they know everything. It was the Alliance, specifically the Union of Allied Planets. Says Valkyrie Christine for a $2 super chat. Thank you, Valkyrie allied. Christine. Yeah, there you go. So the Alliance. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. See, anything we don't know, they know. It's just a great symbiotic relationship here. Warren Roar with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Legionnaire Roar, who says, I can't take this woke crap anymore. Star Wars and Star Trek killed. Terminator is Justin Bieber now. And John Connor killed Jane Crap Foster as Thor. The list goes on. Picard looks like crap. I'm done. Warren Roar, brother, I feel your pain. You know I do. And that's as nice an assessment as I can come up with, except you forgot Jane Bond.
Yeah.
Double Ho 7.
Oh my God. The greatest thumbnail I ever made was the hashtag Me Too with the 7 after the 2. I was so proud of myself. I high-fived myself. I was like,
nice.
Your work is done here. Your work is done.
Yeah.
Yeah. But good night, Mary, by the way. Good night. Thank you. Hail Mary.
Did we sentence She Thor to anything yet?
Oh, no, we haven't. I think we should.
Yeah. What do you take the lead this time? What do you sentence She Thor to?
Okay. The Wheel. I'm a big fan of The Wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. after the wheel. We can just stop the wheel. And what was the Native American torture that they did, that they made you face the sun or something and they cut your eyes?
Oh, they would stake you down and the sun would beat down on you and maybe ants would come and pick your bones and stuff.
Ants. Yes.
Ants.
Zombie ants crawling all over you.
Yeah, with their brains eaten out by the parasite wasps. Yeah.
And thumb screws.
And thumb screws. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna accept that. I think that the movie, who knows? Who cares though? That's a problem. I don't know if the movie will be good, but I honestly don't care at this point because the writing's on the wall. They are guiding us towards an all-female Hervengers, and it's just so fucking woke. Anything with Captain Marvel is dead on arrival for me, just straight up. I have no interest in it whatsoever, and I'm not optimistic about the future of the MCU. Not optimistic at all.
Avenge hers. Yeah. That's no. It was a horrible Phase 4 announcement. That's why there was so much of it, and a bunch of it was stuff we knew. We knew the TV shows were coming out, but no Avengers films, no Guardians of the Galaxy, no Captain Marvel 2, Black Panther 2, although we know they're happening. And it was not exciting at all. And it looked willy-nilly. It looked kind of pieced together. It doesn't look like there's anything coherent with that. It's very strange. I thought it was a real weird announcement. Nothing really moving. The Black Widow film is a prequel. Winter Soldier and the Falcon, I'm pretty sure, is a prequel. Hawkeye is moving ahead. WandaVision is supposed to take place in the 50s. How's that possible? That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right. I heard it takes place in the 50s. What? Did she travel in time? Are we traveling? I don't know and don't care. And then that name of how'd you like the name of the Doctor Strange movie? The Multiverse.
What is it?
The Multiverse of Madness. It sounds like a comic book, but not the best title in the world.
No. Multiverse of Madness. No.
And Scarlet Witch is in that film too. She'll be co-starring with
in the 50s. That'll be interesting.
I don't know if she'll be in the well, it's supposedly the WandaVision show is supposed to lead into the Doctor Strange show.
Wow. Well, maybe they're time traveling or maybe they were around in the 50s. I don't know. Chris Saint says, for the punishment for She-Thor, send She-Thor to the kitchen to make all of us sandwiches. Oh, a very toxic male comment indeed, said Chris Saint. It makes me laugh. Sentient Dildo says, bring out the pair of anguish. I think we're saving the pair of anguish for Picard. I mean, we haven't passed final judgment, but the only reservation I have about using the pair of anguish on Picard is that we would use it and then the character Picard would say, oh, thank God, my prostate. I feel relieved. I relieve you, sir. Exactly, with the pair of anguish. Probably not the best thing. But yeah, we're gonna save the worst for Picard, at least from my way of thinking. I guess it's the night is young, and we haven't even talked about Jane Bond yet.
No, Lubella wants to hear the Doctor Strange movie title and movie announcer guy voice. Do you have a movie announcer guy voice?
You mean like in the actual, in the trailers, like in a world. Yeah. Well, I guess I could, or you've got it. Sounds like pretty good.
Okay. It wouldn't sound very good, but Doctor Strange and what was it? Oh, sorry, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I have to get lower than that though. But who's good at that is Dave Cullen has the best movie guy voice ever. He does it in his videos sometimes. For a Ginge, he's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
It won't be as good as
live with Monster Truck Rally at the Coliseum.
Sunday. Now, In the Mouth of Madness. Now that's
Oh yeah,
that's a good movie.
In the Mountains of Madness. Yes.
The Mountains of Madness.
Somehow when Harvey says it, it just doesn't. I don't know. He doesn't sound menacing, and that's his greatest power. You know, like the devil. The greatest thing the devil ever did was convincing people he doesn't exist. The greatest trick that Harvey ever did was making people think he's cute and cuddly.
But I am. I'm wonderful.
Yeah, yeah. Well, a lot of women think that, but a lot of women are crazy in this case because you're a dangerous maniac, and if you ever get out, it will be the end of the party. Man, thank you guys. This is going great. Fordzilla, says Larry. In the ring mouth of madness, says Tommy. Lou Bella says Harvey needs to narrate all movies. Well, that's one point of view. That's one point of view. Warren, we feel your pain. Thank you for that super chat. Crazy Pineapple with a $10 super chat. Hail, gentlemen, says Crazy Pineapple.
Hail.
Given the Orville's move to Hulu, wouldn't it be prudent to compromise? Have it run on network TV first, then Hulu afterwards, uncut, unedited, uncensored with bonus content. Your thoughts? Wow. Shit. Well, I'd go for that. Hell
really
yeah.
Good idea. I think they should. I think if you have a network, that's what you should do anyway. But their reasoning is, I think there's rights issues and lawyers that keep that from happening. But that would make all the sense in the world. But they would probably figure they would lose money. But I think they would gain subscribers from that.
Yeah,
it would be free advertising for it. I don't think it would hurt your streaming service at all. And that's CBS kind of does that, don't they? They put their older shows on their stupid streaming service anyway. I don't know why they wouldn't do that with new shows. I don't want to give Star Trek Discovery any advice, but it would do better on network television. It would do a lot better. But they need it to float the streaming service, and which isn't going to float unless they do their own international distribution, or they're still going to have to rely on somebody else. And again, that's a weird business decision to go into a partnership with your competitor.
Yeah, it's very odd. And listen, the normies are just going to watch it on network TV. So you'd still get the normie numbers over there, which would grow the audience, I think, over time. I think, but then you see the geeks, the hardcore guys, would pay money for the uncut, unedited, uncensored with bonus content version of the Orville on Hulu. I think that's a hell of an idea, Crazy Pineapple. Thank you for that super chat, and thank you for that idea. Seth MacFarlane, are you listening? Hulu, listen to us. There is great wisdom to be found in the Inquisition. Jason Green with a $5 super chat. Hail Jason. And he says, if they're going to make every straight superhero gay, I demand that all the ones that fly have their butts whistle. Represent, damn it. With butt whistlers? Are there butt whistlers in the world? Oh dear. Well, Jason Green, I tell you, yeah, that's very interesting. Whistling butts. Sounds like a Slim Whitman song, doesn't it? They're riding along with the whistling butts. Something like that. You know?
That was good.
I didn't know where I was going. I had to close it quick.
You did. Man, you sealed the deal on that one. You did.
Thank you.
Well done.
Sometimes I walk the plank, and sometimes I run out of plank. It's just weird. Thank you, Jason Green. Gold Heart with a $25 super chat. Thank you, Gold Heart, very much. He says, half for alcohol to deal with woke crap, and the other half for Harvey for cookies and wampum.
Thank you. Thank you, Gold Heart. Sir, I will remember you when I achieve glory and am destroying the universe. I will destroy you last. Hell, I may even transform you into an eldritch being, and you can go off in your own direction and explore your own universes and eventually destroy them too. Thank you, sir, for the cookies and the wampum. Gotta have more wampum. Wampum. Wampum.
He's such a greedy little. He's like Daffy Duck, you know. Remember Daffy? He was always the greedy one. Mine, mine.
Yes.
With bugs when they would find gold or something in weird situations. I don't even remember the circumstances, but it was weird.
Like a Nemo, Finding Nemo too. Mine. I sent you a picture on Twitter of the super chat from before. That this is something I saw at Comic-Con. Look for this to happen anytime soon. I can share it.
Yeah, I'm just looking right now. I saw it. I was trying to key in the password here. Oh, jeez. Oh.
Yeah,
God,
that's
almighty.
yeah, that's it.
He's he's Peter
Yes,
Perker. You know, he's
Perker.
Yeah, Peter Perker.
Yep.
And then when he goes down the river in Deliverance, he meets Peter Porker, and things get ugly.
Yes.
Down. We keep coming back to Deliverance. I wonder why.
We do.
It's
Beatty is Spider-Man. There you go.
Yeah. You got pretty webs there, boy. Thank you. Thank you, Goldheart, for the wampum and for the alcohol to deal with this woke crap. I need it very badly. Gary doesn't. He's strong that way. He has weathered the storm and come out the other side, and we're very proud of you for doing that, Gary.
Thank you. Yes, I know my sobriety is intact after I watch an episode of Star Trek Discovery, and I don't want to hit the hooch.
You are strong. You are absolutely strong.
I just punch myself in the face repeatedly till I'm knocked out. That's how.
Yeah, you've got other addictions, basically action figures and toys and.
Oh yeah, it's just I retail there. I go on eBay and buy action figures when I'm done. Yeah, it's actually terrible. Retail.
Well, listen, it at least it doesn't hurt your liver, right?
No, it doesn't.
It's not that bad. I'm drowning in toys. I can't stop. It's crazy. Basil with a $5 Canadian super chat. Legionnaire Basil. Thank you, sir. He says 25% different Wesley. The California surfer dude that is supposed to be 10 years older Wesley in that TNG episode. You know, the one who's 3 times the size of Wheaton. A California surfer dude. Yeah, well, maybe so, Basil. I don't know what would be a 25% different Wesley other than that. I guess one that wasn't a pain in the ass. I don't know. One that was a little dumb. How about it be a Bubba Wesley? He'd be like from the South, and he'd be like out there and using his technical know-how to make moonshine on the shuttlecraft deck, and he'd be going out there and taking shuttles out for joy rides, and he'd go ahead and make them high roller, but like get them big old wheels on the shuttlecraft, those big old monster truck wheels, and he'd be out there and flying a Confederate flag on the back of the dadgum shuttle, and Picard would say, "What the hell is going on here? What is that flag there?" And he'd say, "Save your Confederate credit cards. The South's going to rise again." Something like that. That'd be 25% different, Wesley.
That would be.
I kind of like that. He's making moonshine out there, going in the mess hall and kind of scraping the leftover taters and
whittling.
Yeah, whittling. He's like, Captain, the dilithium crystal chamber is fractured. I'll just whittle you another one.
Yeah. I'm whittling a time crystal right now. And I keep jumping back and forth in time. It's really kind of messing with my mind.
I'm going to whittle this here time crystal. I'm going to stick it where the sun don't shine so I can be regular.
I went back in time and ate more, Wheaties.
Oh,
That's it.
Fiber.
Yeah.
Fiber. And then they
kale.
And then like my grandma, she said, "Where the hell is my wool coat?" And I said, "I ate it. I needed more fiber." And she hit me about the head and shoulder and said, "Not that kind of fiber, you dumb shit." Yep. different. Wesley Crush.
Yes.
Yeah. I hereby, if they do that, if they put that character
Doom
in
Bubba.
Star Trek Picard,
Doom Bubba.
Doom Bubba, Bubba Doomcock. That's right. That's right. That's one of my other characters. He's my cousin from Arkansas. We go way back. The Doomcocks, Arkansas Doomcocks. We got a feud with the Arkansas Kurtzmans. Over watering rights and in moonshine territory, and of course a goddamn Star Trek franchise, which just pisses me the hell off to no end. Anyway, sorry for that digression. Let us press on. Thank you, Basil. Unhinged Crank with a $5 super chat again, and another great super chat here. Unhinged Crank, thank you. He says, Dan and Dave's A New Hope. Princess, help me, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, Luke, your father's lightsaber. Luke, princess, I don't want it.
I don't want it.
No, I don't want it.
I don't want it.
My princess. My princess, I don't want it.
Don't want it. Kronos, it's out of love. Don't worry. He's all, please don't make fun of country folk. I come from a long line of Whiskey Tango. That is my family.
No.
And I love them dearly.
Hell no, I'm not making fun of country folk at all, dude. No,
it's out of love.
Impression. I do like impressions of Shatner and Hank Hill and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've been raised in Texas, so no disrespect. In fact,
absolutely not.
I do it is because I love it so much. You don't waste time doing impressions of things you hate. Shit. To me, like King of the Hill is a documentary. I tell you what, man. I've lived in Texas all my life, and I wouldn't live anywhere else. Unless there was a town named Propaneville. I could go to Propaneville. I'd say to hell with Texas. Propane is the greatest gift that God ever gave to humans. I think that Prometheus, when he was getting his liver picked out by that vulture, was thinking, shoot, at least I got propane to the people. And if it's weird that Hank Hill is throwing out a classical Greek mythological reference, well, that's how we roll in the Inquisition. So, no making fun of country people at all, dude. In fact, one of my favorite shows I'm watching right now is Moonshiners, and that's why it's on my mind. So that's what I was joking about. Thunder Robots with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Thunder Robots, who says the Simpsons 2 movie by Disney article on MovieWeb. When will we get Simpsons Land at the parks? I don't know. Probably never. I don't know.
There is one. There's one at Universal in Hollywood. There's a whole Simpsons town. Yeah. There's Moe's and yeah.
No shit, really?
Yeah, it's great. Fantastic. Go check it out. Universal in LA is great. Even if you're not into the Potter stuff, it's impressive. You go to J.K. Rowling land where when you get in there, you turn gay, by the way. You just till you're there and then you walk out, you're fine. Or you stay gay. That's okay too. And it's very impressive. It's a very immersive park experience and everything that Galaxy's Edge is not. But I like Universal a lot. I think it's cool.
Oh yeah. Their business is up, by the way. So
yes.
Yeah, they're doing great. Thank you, Thunder Robots. Bernard Bobinski with a $5 super chat. Hail, Bernard. It says, hail, Doomrotic. When is this woke, broke, and choked, pathetic social experiment going to end? I predict it's going to take a while to wind down. There is a certain kind of inertia that goes with these social movements, and it never stops on a dime. I think it's going to have to kind of lumber to a halt. I think 7 years, honestly, before we are totally free of this shit. And I think it's going to start breaking in about 2 years. That's just kind of a stab in the woods. Gary, any guess from you?
Yes. So one of the things that's been, besides UFOs and comics and everything else that I'm into studying, is trends. I've been into it since I was a little kid. And one of the things Mrs. Nerdrotic and I have in common is we're really into studying trends, like what brings them about. Are they cyclical in nature? Which they are. So we are in a 20-year rule trend. 20 years ago, in the late 90s, there was a feminism movement, the Girls Kick Ass. 20 years prior to that, there was a movement, like when 9 to 5 came out and stuff. It's all roughly 20 years. That's how these cycles roll. We are towards the end of it. I agree with you. 2 years, 2 to 3 years, when we get into the next decade, which we're very close to doing. Trends somehow manage to change when decades change. I don't understand it. I don't know why, but if you look back, especially within pop culture, which is relatively new, it's only been around since popular culture has been around since what, the 60s, 50s, we'll say 50s. It had its origins way before that. I understand that, but it started becoming a real thing in the 50s. And we're just in a trend. That's all it is. And it's just a bad one. It's a bad one. And hopefully it ends soon and doesn't take our franchises with it, but it probably will.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an unfortunate casualty of the guilt in Hollywood of all the toxic men there who genuinely have used casting couches and all sorts of abuses of power, and now they're sweating, and now they're trying to be holier than thou, and Me Too and all this crap. It's going to take a while to normalize, and it's just a question of what will survive by the time this all settles out. But Jesus Christ, it's like a sign of Nostradamus predicted the end of the world when 007 would become a female. That's just like about as bad as it can get, which leads to our next super chat. Oddly enough, a Cardinal Sin with a $5 super chat, who says, Inquisitors, what think you about Jane Bond, and what punishment is deserved, my lords and Harvey Eldritch One? Emasculation Nation, not on my watch. I absolutely am infuriated by the Jane Bond 007 thing. I could not make a video about it because of the secret mission. It took all my time, and I just could not get a video out about it. But I can't think of a single thing that actually makes me angrier than that, because it's so petty. It's so disgusting. It's so small-minded that you cannot leave white males anything, nothing for them anymore. They have no place in the world. They should be cast out. All of their beloved entertainment should be trampled into the ground and then salted so it will never come back. Basically, that is it. They just want to take things away from white males, even a harmless, innocuous fantasy like James Bond. And I think what punishment is deserved, I think every fucking punishment, every one we've got, start with the least and go up to the top. Everything from soup to nuts. Gary? What do you think?
Absolutely agreed. What is happening now is a huge overcorrection, and it is caused by the men. The men who are willing accomplices in this are doing this to cover their ass. And this is all being done through Hollywood. So Hollywood is working out its own internal issues within the narrative of their films. And there is a lot of very guilty men. Listen, the reason Me Too started was a legit reason. It was happening in Hollywood for decades. Maybe since it started. Well, yes, since it started, 100 years of abuse. And this is of people. This isn't just of women. And they got called out on it. There are still a lot of players who are very guilty of treating people horribly. And how do they deflect this? They become part of it. That's why you often see, especially in games journalism, for some reason, the male feminists turn out to be a big creeper. Well, that's what this is. This is the creeps trying to cover their asses. So they're giving the women all they want, so they don't get the spotlight shown on themselves, and also to stop something more nefarious from coming out. Because, as I've said before, listen and believe seem to have stopped when it comes to kids. And again, it's not just women who are being abused in Hollywood. This goes deeper than that, and it could bring the whole damn place down. And listen, I'll get a shout out Seth again. Seth was the one brave soul at the Oscars who called out Harvey Weinstein in front of everybody, and in the guise of a joke. But this is just my guess. He knows a lot more about that dude than any of us. And for him to do that joke publicly, you know, Harvey could not have been happy about that joke at the time. And yeah, I think there's a lot of people who do know things and maybe can't say things because of the structure there. It's being worked out. It's not for greater good. We'll just say that. It's to cover asses. I hate to be so jaded about that, but this is Hollywood we're talking about. And yes, Kevin Spacey is a very we'll say there's been a lot of stuff swirling around that guy. Bryan Singer, a lot of stuff swirling around about that guy, but they still work. They still get work somehow. I wonder why.
Yeah. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Fred Darmstad says at least all this woke, super strong women will take away the romance movies. No more chick flicks. And they did it to themselves. That's right, because romance is antithetical to the movement that you would care for and need a toxic male is just not a message that is acceptable to feminism in the 21st century. And Mercenary X21. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Romance is, this might sound, well, no, this is weird. It's a huge part of comic book storytelling. Okay. It's a major part of comic book storytelling that's being erased. And that's why the films from the MCU will feel just flat and hollow because they're going to lack that from here on out. And that, again, that's one of the most single important things of story structure within a comic book is believe it or not, romance and the soap opera aspect of it, because that's what those things are. They're soap operas with, you know, men and women in tights fighting guys with beams coming out of their eyes. But yeah, and take that out, then you take away an entire third out of any storytelling you would have in the future from a comic book adaptation. It'll just be, you know, it'll be Thor Ragnarok, which I know a lot of people like, but it's that shows you, while that was well done, they're going to try to do more and more of that, and it doesn't take itself seriously. That's the problem I have with that movie. I know a lot of people like it, but
and Thor is the most kind of grave and humorless of the superheroes. I mean, he had the gravitas, he's spoken Shakespearean kind of English, and you know, turning him basically into Peter Parker, where every line was a quip. I mean, I enjoyed it. I just relaxed and I said, okay, this is not Thor. And I just enjoyed it for what it was, but it wasn't Thor. And, you know, what you said, Gary, is very true and very weird. You know, I am a big fan of EC comic books. Mm-hmm. You know, I've got all the reprints and I pour over them. I really enjoy them. And the weird thing about the EC comic books of the 50s is that almost, I would say easily half, maybe even more, is stories about spouses trying to kill their husbands or their wives. Mostly it's like husbands trying to kill their wives. And I'm just thinking, and about jealousy and stuff like that. And it's just very weird, Gary, how these comic books that were clearly meant for kids is having all these adult relationships and romantic things that kids could only really relate to in the abstract. It's odd. Mm-hmm. And then the same thing with every Marvel comic in the golden age in the 60s. You know, you've got you know, Tony Stark, who's tormented because of his love for Pepper. But then what about you know, old Happy, you know, or you know, whoever who was it? Was it Happy Hogan?
It's Happy.
Yeah. You know, he loves her too, you know, and you know, same thing with Peter Parker and Flash, going after Betty Brant and then later Liz. There was always this kind of love stuff, which is really weird given that they were basically marketing to kids who couldn't relate to that stuff.
Yeah.
It's strange.
Gwen Stacy didn't like Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's the kind of, Aunt May didn't like Spider-Man.
Right.
I mean, romantic.
They married Dr. Octopus, that whore.
Yeah. Well, Aunt May liked tentacles. Well.
Hentai.
And she sounds like my kind of gal. Ha, cha, cha, cha.
I'll give it time. They'll explore that. That's the one thing they'll explore. Not romance, but the tentacle aspect.
Right. That's it. No more romance. It's just sick. It's sick. And such a human need as romance and stuff is not going to go away. And so the fact that you guys are denying it and women don't, I mean, for fuck's sake, at the end of Aladdin, apparently the live action one, Jasmine becomes a sultan and then sings a song about, I don't know, something about never being silent anymore. Don't need boys or shit like that. I don't know. I didn't see the fucking thing and never will, but I was just reading about that. And isn't that something?
I wonder how well that's going to play in Dubai.
Hopefully not at all. Hopefully not.
In Sultan. Mira J says in Sultan.
Good stuff. Guard Goldsmith with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Guard, very much for that generous super chat. Who says, this pathology of injecting franchises with stilted identity politics is reminiscent of how Lit was hijacked by postmodernists and PC groups like Oprah's Victimology Book Club and the New York Times Snob Review. Elitist PC echo chambers. Well said, Guard. Very, very well said. Yeah. It's insidious how this has happened. And, if you could really get down to the demographics of it, if you could really get an accurate count, you would find that the number of people who are actually concerned with this shit is so small compared to the overall population. It wouldn't even be close. I mean, most people are sane. Most people still want to meet the boy or girl of their dreams. Most people want to have romance and sex and are not looking to victimize or belittle white males or white women or anything of the kind. I think that it's just a loud bunch of a-holes on social media who have kind of hijacked the national conversation, and Hollywood has bought into it because they got caught with their dicks in the cookie jar, so to speak. Gary, what do you think?
That's a jar of pickles I don't want to open.
I like that.
Okay, yeah. That's
Yeah.
good.
Hey-o.
The dickle jar.
A dickle jar, yeah. Thank you, Guard Goldsmith. Criminal Imagination with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Criminal One, who says, had to escape EFAP's never-ending talk on Disney Spider-Man. I mostly point my disinterest for those movies to Disney's Fantasy School, where everything is sunshine, rainbows, and butt-blanking unicorns. Well, they got to have some use for those horns, I tell you.
Did they talk about it today?
Apparently so. Had to escape
but
EFAP's never-ending talk on Disney Spider-Man.
It's EFAP. That's what they do.
Well, yeah, but look, man, Disney Spider-Man is not good.
No, it's not. EFAP's argument, which I love Mahler and Word of Wolf and Rags. Those are all like good guys and good YouTubers, but I disagree with them on this subject. And what the crux of their argument is, you got to look at Spider-Man objectively. We debated Homecoming as a singular film. My argument is that's impossible to do because it's a piece of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the Spider-Boy that you introduced from the company that created him is not even close to the Sony version, which is semi close to the comics, but not really close to the comics either. Right. And you don't need it to be close to the comics look wise or anything. That all can be debated, but spiritually, Spider-Man is not Spider-Man unless he's Peter Parker. There's certain traits that have to go with Peter Parker. As a matter of fact, they're written into the contract about Peter Parker, the original one from the Sony hack that anybody can look at. I don't know if it doesn't look like Marvel's adhering to too much of that. But Homecoming is not a good film. Objectively, I'd say it's very average. Michael Keaton's okay in it, but it's a bad Spider-Man film. It's a very bad Spider-Man film, and your film is called Spider-Man. So if you happen to like it because you know nothing about Spider-Man, okay, that's fine. And you are okay to like whatever you want to like, but it's not you're watching something else called Spider-Man. And you can like that all you want, but the character won't last, and you're going to have other problems down the road because he's going to cease being Spider-Man without these traits. He already has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, absolutely.
You're not going to have Spider-Mans hanging around. That's
No, I agree 110%. And Dave Bob agrees. He says Disney Spider-Man is not good. Spider-Man 2 is the best Spider-Man. And I agree. Had absolutely one of the best superhero fights of all time. Doc Ock and Spider-Man slugging it out in the city. Oh man, that was great stuff. But this Spider-Man Homecoming was so meh. I didn't hate it. It was just meh. It just was not good. And I skipped the next one. I haven't seen the sequel. I probably won't.
Again, this word objectively gets thrown around a lot. And I won't get into the argument I had on EFAP, but I'm just saying it's impossible for a human being to be 100% objective on anything. I mean, it's just, you have bias. Now, if you like the movie, you're going to defend the movie because you liked it. And that's part of the debate, is you can't talk somebody out of liking something they like. Logic will not help. You like what you like. You don't like what you don't like. But to have the argument that Spider-Man, you have to look at one singular Spider-Man movie within a 23 movie story, is look at it objectively. Well, you can't, especially when there's inconsistencies within that whole thing. They get the timelines wrong. They get a lot of Spider-Man wrong, a ton. And they are now repeating the mistakes of the Raimi films, which, ripping the mask off all the time. They're doing that same mistake. And it's Spider-Boy. And honestly, he's got more in common with maybe Ultimate Spider-Man, which again isn't Spider-Man, but within the structure of the MCU, it's not even a consistent character. Tom Holland's okay. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. I like him.
You could see the difference between Sony Spider-Man and MCU Spider-Man. Tom Holland is better in Civil War. He's better in Infinity War than he is in his own movies. And what Spider-Man's your biggest character. You can't just put in an average film. But they did. And that's one of the biggest disappointments of the MCU, is you just got back your Mickey Mouse and you treated him like Mickey Mouse, unfortunately.
Oh, it's a shame. They really messed up Spider-Man, and I don't know that's coming back. Mercenary X21 has been trying to make this point for a while, so I'd like to read this in the chat. He says, I was regarding these social movements have a kind of inertia and don't stop on a dime, to which he replies, you think this won't stop on a dime? With Epstein and his connections to Hollywood, it will be like the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. Well, yeah, if Epstein talks, if Epstein spills what he knows, it will be a seismic event of staggering destruction, not only for Hollywood, but for the political world as well, across both parties. There are perverts and sickos in both parties, and it would shake the country to its core. So I can't imagine he's going to talk, but if he does, oh Nelly, it's going to be bad. Any thoughts on that before we move on, Gary?
Oh, yes, but I don't want to get you demonetized.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be something I would discuss on Nerdrotic Live. We can get into that because I don't even want to invoke his name. There's a certain person from the BBC who got busted, and I'll just leave it at that. But
John Tennant, who is very wise in the ways of the world, says, I'm sorry, Epstein is a part of and protected by extreme power. No way anything big will really happen. That's what I think.
I agree.
but we can talk about that in the future.
In the
Yes.
future, yeah, we want to kind of steer away from that because YouTube would not like that conversation.
Exactly. So we're not gonna have that. But it's a good point, sir. Fizzin Thorpe with a $2 super chat says, until fake Logan stabs him in bed and kills him. I guess that would be
Logan from Logan.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I got it. It took me a second to get there.
Well, what was he? What's he referring
He's
to?
referring to probably Picard because that's what happens to Professor X. Sorry, spoilers in Logan.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that now. I kind of forgotten that. That was not a good movie. Thank you, Fizzant. Oh no, actually, it was from the last one.
Yeah,
Logan was good.
Logan was good.
Yeah, Logan was good. I like that very much. Thank you very much, Fizzanthorpe. Pinion with a $10 Canadian super chat. Hail Pinion says PC liberal Hollywood adding woke to spite Republican voters smells like a civil suit against them by the public. All streamers and you, Gary, all stream the same complaints. Start a movement. We have. We have. I mean, you guys are a part of it.
This is Terry B, Sam, you, Rye, Kronos. We're all part of this movement that I believe should always stay loosely affiliated. That's just my opinion, though. I have no say in anything. And I think it's very positive in a lot of ways. We bring a lot of people from both sides or many sides of the aisle together, again, united in the one principle of, can we just focus on commonalities? Can we get things back to neutrality and not alienate half your audience, make half your audience feel like they're villains? I see a lot of weird rhetoric about like people not talking to family members. Now, of course, we all have, I have it in my family, the family members where you get estranged, but you don't want to be estranged over one single political issue or not liking a TV show or anything ridiculous like that. But they love to focus on stuff like that. And then they blame us for being toxic for simply calling it out. We don't create any of this. We are simply a reaction to what Hollywood has been doing and the creatives in charge of comic books, video games, movies, and it's crept in from the real world, from the mainstream media and stuff. And it's a power play. It's a damn power play. That's all this is.
Yep. It really is. And it's also a social experiment to try and reshape, hearts and minds through entertainment. We have over 1,000 people still watching us, Gary, and you guys that are here, please lick that like button. Put us up over 1,000 likes, would you please? If you are enjoying the show, don't lie. If you're not, certainly wouldn't want that. But if you are, just take a moment to lick that like button and put us over the top of 1,000 likes. I think that would be awesome. 577 all well in the chat says, forget Area 51. We need 1 million people to storm LA and figure out what the hell is going on. Damn right. Thank you, 577 all well. I agree 100%.
I agree with that. That is great.
That would be awesome. Picard was horrible. It was not Star Trek, says Matthew Gaudet. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
For people who are new, because we get many new people here, it's a saying that I accidentally said lick the button on my live stream when I had 20 people watching many years ago, and we've stuck with it. Mary brought it in, so Mary Ashmead has helped spread the lick the like button thing. But if you'd like to lick it, make sure you clean it first.
Yeah, well, it's your screen. You know where it's been. So, don't worry about that. But you might want to just kind of click on it rather than lick.
Yeah. That's where it comes.
But yeah, you get the point. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I think we're going to get over 1,000, Gary. I really do. We're close now. 976 thumbs up. Man, this Inquisition thing, I think it's going to stick around a while. I got a good feeling about it.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got Elite Spanker again with a $2 super chat. It says Borg plus human equals Horg. And once again, we're back to Deliverance. Down, 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 down. Feel
Hey,
like a horg, boy. Woo, doggy.
doggy.
Elite Spanker. Well, the Minister of Harsh Judgment, or is it harsh judgment? It's harsh punishment, isn't it?
Harsh punishment.
Yeah. Well, Elite
I don't
Spanker.
judge. I just punish.
Yeah, I just punish. I just want to go around and punish. You're the Punisher for real. The Rookie Critic says, hail once again with a $2 super chat. Hail to you, Rookie Critic. Oh yeah, and you like, I gave you the lines that you asked for, and then you ask for more lines immediately. It's like it's gonna take me a while to get to those, but I still have you on the radar, Rookie Critic, and I'll get you those as soon as I get a little caught up and have a chance to breathe. Classic Comics with a $5 super chat. Hail Classic Comics, who says Picard's ship travels through the galaxy with the left tail light on the whole time. Sad. Because he's old. He leaves that left blinker on.
Left the blinker on. I did that on the way down to San Diego. I think I had it on for like 100 miles. I was cranking. What was I listening to? I was listening to Queen very loud.
Man. Bicycle.
I want to ride my bicycle. I was, tie your mother down. I love that song. And I was listening to some Highlander, the Highlander, which is on Some Kind of Magic. I like their early stuff. Not a big fan of their poppy later stuff, but I like Freddie Mercury.
Oh yeah, hell of a voice. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Classic Comics. Michael Maloney with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Michael, who says join the cult of Alita. I already have, Michael. I already have. I could support Alita entirely. I need to go buy that DVD actually now, so I will do that as well.
It's out. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's out, isn't it now?
I must support. I know the digital was out. The chat will help us out. If it's out, I'll buy it.
Yeah, I'll buy it for sure.
Was
I hope they do a sequel. 4K. We need it.
We do.
We need it.
We do need a sequel.
And actually, I've been looking around for the Alita manga because I just want to go forward on the story. I can't even wait for the film. I'll see it if it comes out, but I'm hooked now and I want to read it. So if anyone has some Alita lying around and want to send it to me, please do. I've been looking and haven't been able to find it. I guess I could buy it new, but it's expensive. I try to look in half price books and stuff like that, but it's always
part of the cult, part of the Alita cult.
Absolutely. Please do join the cult of Alita and support a real charming, wonderful female character that is a hero without being obnoxious, is capable without belittling anyone, and can stand on her own 2 feet instead of on the shoulders of greater characters. So in my book, that makes Alita kick ass. Mexican Iron Man is here, my Disney spy. He went into the heart of Mordor and came out with a report. Hail Mexican Iron Man with a $4.99 super chat. He's one of my Legionnaires, Gary. And Mexican Iron Man says, 1, Picard trailer, condemned. 2, Emmy Awards, condemned. When do we call up Disney Galaxy's Edge for crimes committed against Star Wars and the fandom? I have it in many videos. But I didn't we like sentence Galaxy's Edge in a recent Inquisition?
We did.
Yeah, we have. Listen, I've spoken out against Galaxy's Edge many times, and I've actually got another one coming out because I got a little bit of a news from a Disney spy. So I will be talking about that as well, probably in a video, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But Mexican Iron Man, I don't know what else I can do to condemn Disneyland than actually go there and pee on a Mickey Mouse doll or something. I don't know how else I can express my contempt for Disney and all that they're doing than I already have. But if you have any ideas, please let me know. T Stoney with a $2 super chat saying alligators down in those woman holes. Well, Let's hope that they're not albino alligators. Otherwise, they will be condemned for racism. You know,
Yes.
we can't have those white alligators are the worst kind, and they're not to be tolerated, right?
Nope. You got to send out the swamp people to go get them. Yo, yo, yo. I love that show.
Swamp People. Oh yeah. I love Moonshiners. I've been watching Moonshiners.
Oh, I haven't seen that
show. Oh yeah, love that show. I've watched so many of those seasons. Just a huge fan. Old Tickle and just the whole bunch of them. Just a hell of a lot of fun. You ever watch that show? It'll teach you a lot about making moonshine. Unfortunately, making moonshine is illegal, but God, I'm itching to do it. I'm itching to try it for myself. You know, crank out some handmade shine.
It's pretty easy to make. Well, it's not shine. It's easy to make alcohol. There's one called Pruno, which you can just make with what? Bread, water, and oranges. It's like yeast, water, and oranges. Let it ferment for a little while. It tastes terrible, and it gets you drunk.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, that's jailhouse wine, right?
Jailhouse wine. That's what it is.
Prison Ripple or something like that.
Yeah.
Thank you, T. Stoney. I like that. Alligator down in the woman hole. Fire in the hole. Scott Williams with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Legionnaire Williams, who says we live in the age of the almighty uterus. Yeah, pretty much. But it's going to be a barren uterus when men no longer have the courage to approach women for fears of being Me Too'd or scorned on public media, social media. God, I don't know how kids these days are going to be able to navigate this world.
At least they're not procreating. That's all we can say.
Yeah. All those incels, they're not even, making any progeny to go on and keep fucking up the world. So at least there's that. Thank you, Scott, the Rookie Critic, with a $5 super chat. Hail, Rookie Critic, who says, thank you so much for the clips. Episode 1 of my skit trilogy premieres Friday, August 9th at noon Pacific Standard Time. It will be over an hour long with many cameos. Thank you, Rookie Critic. Well, I'll look forward to seeing that, brother. And thank you for including Doomcock in your fabulous skit trilogy. And you're in that too, Gary.
I have to give him my lines. I don't know if I'm in it. Cool, but I still have to. I've been lagging on that. Sorry, Ricky. Yeah. I've been super busy, but
it's so hard to keep track of stuff, dude.
I know. Like that. I owe him that big time, though. Sorry, bud.
Rookie
Critic's awesome.
He is. Awesome. Thank you, Rookie Critic, brother. Good luck with that. Can't wait to see it. Sam U. Ray with a $2 super chat saying the queefication of America. Okay, queefication. It's the queefination. I don't know. That's weird. But Sam, thank you for the super chat and thank you for this conundrum of queefication. Not sure what that is, but it sounds questionable. Kevin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Kevin. Says when Clara became co-doctor, I was out. Good. I couldn't stand it. God, I could not stand Clara Oswald. It was just too much to bear.
Stephen Moffat
was any worse than Clara.
Trying this is why appeasement doesn't work in anything. So you could tell Moffat was just pressured into. I've talked about this before. Clara was supposed to be a different character. Fundamentally, she was supposed to be like the character she was in Asylum of the Daleks, which was great. But they even came out with a Doctor Who magazine saying this is going to be this computer whiz. This is going to be really flirty and fun. Well, they put the kibosh to that, and Stephen Moffat got a bunch of. He was called a sexist online. I think he rage quit Twitter, and all of a sudden his writing style in Doctor Who changed. It also was a change of the regime at the BBC at the time, and. Yeah, his writing was trying to appease the BBC. This is just my opinion, and you could see it through the narrative of the show. Again, trying to fix things within a narrative of a TV show and appease them. And what did it get us? A female doctor. There wasn't enough. They made freaking Clara practically a Time Lord. Maisie Williams is her companion who will live forever. And Clara is trapped in a moment in time, so she will live forever. And they have a diner TARDIS at the end. So they made her a doctor, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, appeasement doesn't work. If they had like taken to Twitter and were attacking me and I was writing this stuff, I'd have just doubled down.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, that is one thing that certain politicians these days, who shall be nameless, have shown us, is that doubling down does work sometimes. You know, it's a strategy that if you have the balls to do it, can pay rich dividends. So yeah, I believe in doubling down. If you're convinced of the rightness of your cause, stick to it, brother.
Yep.
Stick to it. Let's see. Kevin, thank you for that. Sir Ruin of House Roundhead with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Sir Ruin. He says, have you heard that the Witcher series is Netflix answer to Game of Thrones? Except that even if it is good, people will be able to binge it right away, unlike Game of Thrones.
Yep.
I've heard bad things about the Witcher series, actually. I've heard that it's kind of, perverted the source material, and I don't know. I am not familiar with the Witcher series, but people whose kind of I don't know what kind of.
The writers attacked fans on Twitter. It's just more of the same.
Yeah.
Don't support it.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
so Witcher series is going to basically be woke, and I can't support that shit. Sir Ruin.
And it'll never be, he's absolutely correct. It'll never be Game of Thrones if it's not released weekly. It will be forgotten, even if it's great. And Stranger Things, whether you like or hate it, it is the most popular television show out right now. Now that Game of Thrones is gone, it is Stranger Things. And it just came out, 3 short weeks ago. And it's out there, but it's out there like a movie, like a hit movie. It's in the nerd culture. I saw some people dressed up as the ice cream shop outfit at Comic-Con. Actually, I saw tons of that, but not much because it's mostly forgotten about now. But it would still be running if they released it weekly, and people would be, there'd be videos made, there'd be recap videos made and theory videos made, and they are just giving up on tons of free advertising. And this is the good kind of free advertising. This is where the franchise holders get it all effing wrong. They tried this easy woke marketing crap to get the digital and print dinosaur media on board instead of focusing on a good story. And then they would get the authentic YouTube crowd involved, which is just anybody. Any of us here could make a video reviewing a Stranger Things episode or something we like, The Expanse and so on.
Right.
And that's the best free advertising possible, because that is word of mouth times, sometimes 100, 1,000, 100,000, a million. You can't buy that, but they go for the quick and easy way and try to politicize it. So they play to one side. Big deal. Oh, great.
And here's a little suggestion, CBS. Instead of attacking us, why don't you try kissing our ass? Why don't you try, talking to us and actually listening to us and getting our advice and getting us involved in the production of your shows? Because I've said it many times before. You have writers who can't write. You have people, apparently they can't even fucking think. But I tell you what, I am a writer and I know Star Trek, and I would be delighted to go ahead and review scripts for you and tell you exactly where they're fucked up before you make them. I would be delighted to help you to make great Star Trek. That is all I care about. You think it's personal? It's not personal. I just want great Star Trek, because to me, Star Trek is personal. To me, Star Trek is a passion. It's been a lifetime passion. I have a lifetime of fucking Star Trek knowledge in my head that you people are pissing on every fucking time that you make a goddamn episode. What is wrong with you idiots? All you'd have to do is, I am a great resource. I could help you, and you won't let me help you. Instead, you try to insult us and you try to marginalize us and stuff. How fucking stupid are you that you would let this wealth of knowledge and experience go by for what? Ego? Because Kurtzman doesn't like it? What has Kurtzman done for you? Jesus Christ. Kurtzman has ruined your fucking franchise. I've supported it my whole life. I've got a whole house full of Enterprises and Mego figures and Star Trek stuff, all the Star Trek stuff that I could buy. You people are fucking morons. Why don't you let me help you? Why don't you reach out to all fans, not just me, but all fans that love your stuff? We're the guys that you should be caring about. We're your audience. We're your customers. We're your fans. We're your family. And you're just pissing in our faces. What the fuck is wrong with you? I just do not understand this. How long do you think that you can go on like this? How much more stress can your franchise take before it breaks like a goddamn petrified eggshell? Idiots. I just don't get it. Sorry. When I think about it, it's just so insane. It's just insane, Gary. It's fucking insane.
Ego. It's all Alex Kurtzman's ego, and the egos of the bankers who are making these decisions at CBS. Dividing the Star Trek fandom is a crime against pop culture. If you had produced, like you just said, if you had produced a semi-decent Star Trek television show, I would be spending a lot of money. I'd buy your Blu-rays, I'd buy your action figures, soundtracks, I'd buy it all.
Like I did in the past.
Yep. And we'd support it. I'd be making multiple videos on how much I love it. I could make as many videos as I want. I do that for the Expanse. I've done it for the Orville. I would do it in a second for you if you would work with the fans, not attack the fans, and not put crap in your narrative and make some actual Star Trek. But this is about Alex Kurtzman's ego, CBS's ego, and about not wanting to make Star Trek for Star Trek fans. What they just completely bypassed is they're purposely ignoring fans, in particular some men on the creative side, because they want to bring more women into Star Trek, which is all well and good. Nobody ever had a problem with that. It's Star Trek. Star Trek fans don't have problems with this shit. What they have problems with is being against something, excluding people, which is what they are doing right now. They're excluding a large portion of their audience. And let's think about Alex Kurtzman just for a sec. Maybe he's hired a lot of women. Maybe he's a guy who likes to have power over women. Think about that. I doubt it's genuine that he actually wants their input. And I don't think he's going to hire anybody with vast Star Trek knowledge. There's a couple people involved that have it, but he doesn't want to have too many because he doesn't want to look bad.
I don't think there's anyone on staff that has great knowledge of Star Trek. I really don't.
They had the one woman who wrote the Voyager books, but I honestly don't know how much knowledge she has, so I can't.
She doesn't necessarily know shit about Star Trek. She knows about Voyager, but Voyager is kind of the bottom acceptable shelf of Star Trek, frankly. Dude,
that was a great rant. Wasn't that a great rant, everybody? I think you should single that one out. That was fucking awesome.
What is it? Where are we in this whole thing? It's at 11. So probably about close to 4 hours in. If anyone has the timestamp on that, you could send it to me. Maybe I should yank that. I don't know, but it's just insane because we were talking, Gary, about that just before we started, and it just, I just said I would be happy just for a script reader fee, nothing exorbitant or anything, to help them, because I care about Star Trek, but they just will not I mean, you said you were surprised that nobody had reached out to me.
Yeah.
And I kind of wasn't, but then the more I think of it, it's like, well, Jesus Christ, is there nobody on the staff that gives a damn about Star Trek? I mean, that wouldn't it be a feather in their cap to say, hey, you know what? This latest version of Star Trek is Doomcock approved, Doomcock scrutinized and revised and approved. Like the FDA, stamp of approval, the USDA on stuff. That wouldn't that actually go a long way towards convincing people that that their Star Trek was valid? If they could get Doomcock approved, yes, hashtag Doomcock approved, says Brian Creans.
Yeah.
On their stuff. But I tell you what, I damn well would not put my approval on anything of this crap. I would, that's the thing. They probably can't do business with me because I'm honest. I would never say okay to some piece of shit that violated canon. Never.
No.
I simply wouldn't.
There are people, we can't be specific, who have done this. Okay. They've done this. And they genuinely want, and the reason they do this is because of you guys. Okay. By the way, if somebody reaches out to me, it's because of you guys and they want to know what you think. And they should probably do that more. I'll speak for myself. I do it for free. I want good Star Trek. I want I want the Orville to be good. I want the Expanse to be good. Christ, I want the MCU to be good. And they don't have to talk to me. Talk to somebody within the Fandom Menace, though. There's a lot of people you can talk to who have great knowledge, just for a little bit of counseling on just like story. But the only advice I would give right now is stop being so goddamn political and partisan. Just stop. We can start with that. We could start with them stopping that. And then we can worry more about story and stuff, and I've had some very positive interaction with creatives, and do not worry. It's not going to change. I'm not going to shill for anything. I'll tell you about stuff I genuinely like. If it takes a turn for the worse, I will tell you. Honestly, Legion was a show I was loving to death. And the first episode had a couple of woke moments, and I haven't watched it since. I'll probably go back and watch it, but
wow.
I haven't watched it since. And it was a show I was telling everybody about. Westworld. I loved Westworld. I was telling everybody about Westworld. Season 2 went woke. I was honest about it. And that's the way I'm going to remain. So, but we could be very helpful, and maybe we could come together and just get some good entertainment that's not alienating a bunch of people. And it's cruel. It's cruel in the way it's done. And that's the part I don't like.
I agree. Let me get back to some more super chats here. Drunk 3PO is here. Drunk 3PO is in the house with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, oh drunken droid. He says, much love, guys. Hail, Gary. Love the Comic-Con coverage. Doomcock, just love all you do. I'll be covering the Orlando opening to Galaxy's Edge. Bravo,
Sweet.
Drunk 3PO.
Dude,
Yeah, that
I
would be
will be
great,
watching, man. And I will share that. Let us know when you do that, please.
Yes, please.
Hail
shoot
Drunk
me a
3PO.
line, Drunk 3PO. Yes. Hail Drunk 3PO. Good job, dude. Stun Soul with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Stun Soul. Says Thor 4 is final proof of MCU inevitable demise. Yep. I think a lot of us have seen this coming, and that is just confirmation. That is just confirmation of our worst fears, that Captain Marvel has a wokeified phase 4 of the MCU. It's going to be a goddamn disgrace. North American Hammer. Hail. Yes, we finally got to your super chat, sir. Just in time, just as you were asking about it. North American Hammer with a $5 one. Thank you, sir. He says, that's it. You two have inspired me to throw my hat into the Fandom Menace ring. First vid today, episode 1, Can't Stands No More. Thank you much, Aesthetics. Thank you, North American Hamrammer. Welcome to the fight, my friend. Welcome to the Fandom Menace. The more the merrier, my friend. Good luck with your channel. And yeah, I will try to take a look at your video, sir, when I get a chance. Thank you, my friend. Cardinal Sin with another $2 super chat. Hail, Cardinal Sin, and thank you. He says, got my Harvey buttons today. Damn, 6 inches across. I know, dude. I know. I went ahead and ordered the biggest Harvey Cthulhu button in the store, and it came, and it's like, Jesus, you can use this as a chest protector if you go on a SWAT mission, you know? It's huge button. 6 inches doesn't sound like much, dude. It's massive. It's really weird, Gary. I should have gotten a smaller one. Maybe I'll get another smaller one. I guess I could.
Inches.
Yeah.
Actually, it's quite a bit bigger, but it looks smaller.
Wow. Harvey's attempt at some Three's Company style humor.
You know, I try to get in touch with you people. You know, I try to get into your memes and your vibes and your comedy.
Yeah, but you're doing comedy that was like in the, I don't know, in the 80s, 90s. I don't even know when Three's Company 70s. Shit. I don't even know when Three's Company was on.
Late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah. So you're a little behind the time, Harvey.
Well, I know. I don't really have a sense of time. It's not native to me. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay, Harvey. Wherever anyone mentions Harvey buttons, you're there. You need that wampum. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Clobbering Times, one of my legionnaires, and a great. His name is Mike, and you're a great radio streamer. And $5 super chat from Clobbering Times says, "Hail, good sirs! Thanks for all you do. The Piss Card trailer was full on Jar Jar, but sadly, fan sentimentality has always been easy to manipulate." Yep.
Oh, could not agree more.
Oh man, the hypnosis. I was really dismayed to see people actually giving this shit credence. Wow, dude, that was so messed up. I did not want to see that at all. And it just makes me want to fight harder to get the message out that this is not Picard. This is Jake out of luck, puke hard. Thank you, Clobbering Times. Appreciate what you've done, sir, for supporting me at patreon.com/doomcock. And yeah, man, we'll have to talk again soon. It's good to hang out with you on your podcast, and it's great having you in the live streams as well in Discord. Thank you, Clobbering Times. Echo Base Network with $1.99 super chat. Hail! He says, RMB, let me mod his chat on Comic-Con Day 1. Nice, Echo Base Network. Yeah, Robert Meyer Burnett is a cool guy. I sure would like to do a little stream with him someday, you know? He's a cool. I mean, I don't agree with him on everything, but I think we pretty much are in accord on Star Trek. I think that's easy to say.
I tried to contact him down here, but he didn't. Let me see. He didn't get back to my DM. I DM'd him on Twitter, and did not get back to me. So I got big time, man. No, I'm just kidding. The people, he gets busy.
Yeah, he didn't get back to me either. When I talked to him. So yeah. Wow, what a fool.
Check your DMs, RMB.
Yes, that's passing me by. The future ruler of Earth.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm still here. Somebody asked if I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yes, he is. He's always here. He's Gary. He's Nerdrotic Channel, for God's sakes. All Out of Bubblegum with a $2 super chat. Hail, All Out of Bubblegum, who says, Data's Head sounds like a bad band from the 80s. Actually, Data's Head sounds kind of like a punk band from the late 70s. If they had Next Generation back then, doesn't it? Data's Head.
Yep.
Doesn't that sound like some kind of slam band or some shit, you know? Kind of raw, proto punk or new wave 80s, maybe.
Yeah. Right in
like
there with
T'Pau.
Yeah. Right in there with the time period, not the style of like X maybe, or which was late 70s, early 80s. Or maybe even if you want to get closer to the new wave side, like Oingo Boingo, like the Mystic Knights.
The Mystic Knights of the Oingo Boingo. Yes. Boy, they were something, huh? Who knew that a great film composer would come out of that? Huh?
I know. Danny Elfman does a very insane version of Minnie the Moocher in The Forbidden Zone, which is the single most disturbing film I've ever seen to this day. So,
oh, you thought that was more disturbing than like Eraserhead, huh?
Yes. For some reason, the dudes in the underwear always wanting to hump people. That was everything about that.
They paid homage to that in one of my favorite movies, The American Astronaut. There's a lot of influence. Oh, you've got to. You will love it. And they even talk about it. A lot of us good old boys that get to humping on each other, and it's just fucking great. A great movie. Johnny Midnight with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Johnny. He says, Picard, number 1. I have to make a number 2. Engage. Yeah. Thank you, Johnny Midnight. That was my farting the Next Generation theme.
Wow. He's even got musical farts. Well, they're half machine anyway.
I know it.
You know, it's your suit.
Oh,
he wears it all the time.
Machine.
He's more machine now than man. Twisted and even.
Twisted and wearing depends. Yes. You ever hear that punk song? Where's Captain Kirk?
Yes.
Isn't that great? There's Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk. There's Captain Kirk. Yeah, great punk song. Sam Uray with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Sam. He says, any hope? What if it's good? Maybe fix the Klingons. I don't look. Michael Chabon is going to do everything he can to repair the damage that Kurtzman has done. So if they had gotten rid of Kurtzman maybe about 6 months earlier, then there might have been some hope. But look at what he's done now. They're not going to let Chabon reshoot the whole goddamn season. There's barely enough money there now. So all he can do is a little patchwork, a little bit of slipping in fan service here or there with licensed stuff, gin up some fake enthusiasm from a Riker and Troy appearance, which will be all of, 10 minutes or some shit like that, or at most 1 episode, and that'll be it. But they can't fundamentally change how Kurtzmanized this thing is. That's why I'm saying there really isn't any hope. Now, if Chabon manages to get a lot of money, and if they've delayed it now till deep into 2020, where they actually somehow, go up to $50 million an episode with Picard's exorbitant acting fee, maybe. But that seems extremely unlikely. Any hope, Gary?
Very unlikely. Almost pretty damn close to impossible. Kurtzman looked bitter sitting next to Chabon at San Diego Comic-Con, said Fireside Chats. Yeah, if there is indeed truth to any of the rumors that, which I think there is, there has to be friction between those two. And we all know what happens at a workplace when some boss gets screwed over, but still has some power over the person who they believe screwed them over, although they didn't because the boss screwed themselves over. They try to be undermine person, although it's probably just a hot mess. It's probably everything it sounds like. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. We've seen this over and over again under Kurtzman's watch. Fired showrunners, reshoots, over budget, everything in chaos. They must be really stuck with that contract with him, because I don't understand why they move forward with this guy. I don't either. I must have been a real serious pay or play kind of deal. And God. And I think Moonves deliberately wanted to screw CBS. I think he saw the writing on the wall, and he knew that Sherry Redstone was going to get her way and achieve her aims and oust him. And he wanted to stick them with something that would be a millstone around their neck throughout all eternity. And I think he succeeded brilliantly in that. It's a sad thing. Thank you, Sam Uray.
Kevin Moore with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kevin. He says 25% different 7 will show Jean-Luc. The other 2 of 9, she didn't show Chakotay.
Chakotay.
Chakotay. Down, 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 down. The other 2 of 9, she didn't show. I wonder what 2 of those could be. I think I sense a sexual illusion there, but I'm not entirely sure. But I mean, that's a 25% different 7 that I could get behind. Pun intended.
Yes.
Pun intended.
Pun intended.
Thank you, Kevin Moore, for that salacious super chat. Gerald Armstrong with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Gerald. He says, the trailer reminded me of Logan ripoff, a very bad Logan ripoff. Yep. Pretty much. Logan was great. Star TP, not so much. All Out of Bubblegum with a $5 super chat. Hail All Out of Bubblegum. Says, be sure to always use your rubbers in space. Only you can prevent STDs. Man, I would wrap that thing 24/7 if it would have prevented this atrocity from afflicting the Star Trek franchise. That's how much I love Star Trek. It would cost a fortune, all those rubbers, but it would be worth it to shield the world from STD. I would have done it. It's too late now, though. That genie has slipped the bottle. Darth Gavel with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Darth, who says #remake Blazing Saddles. Never. It will never happen. And that is a movie too that they could not wokeify. They could not go ahead and replace Cleavon Little with a woman of color or it just would never be. It never happened. Too much. I mean, if they, I don't know what they would even do, Gary. I think you have any idea?
Oh, I tell you what they're going to do when everything's when everything's streaming service and they get rid of physical media, they will erase that movie from existence. When Mel, that'll disappear someday.
Yep. I agree 100%. It is coming. Listen, the Ministry of Information in 1984 was chiefly charged with burning the past. And that is what these goddamn SJWs will do to our film heritage once they con people into relying on the cloud and streaming and stuff. Then certain things will simply cease to be out there in the public. It will happen. It will always be on Pirate Bay, says Ian Alderidge. Perhaps. So, that there is a hope as well. I don't think it'll ever go away because God knows I've got my copy. And, I'd become like Johnny Blazing Saddles seed. If they did that, I would have like a backpack full of copies of Blazing Saddle and just walk the earth, handing them out to people. This here is a great movie, son. Go and spread it in your community because we must make sure that Blazing Saddles does not pass from the earth. That is my mission in life, if that ever happens.
Right there with you.
See, we'll walk the earth, passing them out. Just mass produce them. Alexis Esham with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Alexis. Says push the button. In his house in Raya, Cthulhu lies dreaming. Hail Harvey.
Thank you. That Riley is misinformation crafted by H.P. Lovecraft, who got a lot of things right, got a lot of things wrong. I'm not under the water. I'm in another dimension. I got banished here. But if Killjoy here in the helmet hadn't screwed up my plans, I would already be destroying your world and stepping on your precious begonias, which I see are in the avatar that you've posted, Alexis. So, yeah. Well, hail to you, Alexis. And you know what? You're so sweet and kind that when I get out, I will not trample your begonias.
Wow. What a wonderful concession from Harvey Cthulhu. You have touched Harvey, Alexis. You have touched him deeply. Thank you for the super chat. Valkyrie Christine with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Valkyrie. Dun, 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 dun. Says, we love you guys. Thank you for keeping it real. Thank you guys for being here and helping us to keep it real, because let me tell you, without you guys, we'd just be shouting into the wind. You know, we would be making videos for each other and we would have views of, I don't know, 10, 12. So, you guys really are the key to everything that we do. We do it all for you guys. And I just want to thank you all for being here. You are the best. Thank you, Valkyrie. Kevin Moore with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Kevin says, revenge is a dish best sandblasted cold. They like this idea of the sandblaster, Gary. I think we're going to have to get one. Maybe a t-shirt cannon too. One of the lesser punishments along with the comfy chair.
Yeah, it depends on the t-shirt. I mean, if we fire a disco t-shirt at them, it's as bad as a sandblaster.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. David Sanborn with a $5 super chat. Thank you, David. Says, hail Doomcock. From what I've heard, the actor who played Hugh from the Next Generation episodes I, Borg and Descent is also supposed to be in Picard as well. Well, I know that this is a contrary opinion to a lot of Next Generation fans, but I was always deeply offended by Iborg. That was not Picard's call to make, to return Hugh to the collective instead of introducing the virus that could have wiped out the entire Borg race. Those Borgs are rapacious. They have decimated countless civilizations. They are like a goddamn plague. They're not even individuals. And for Picard to take it upon himself to make a decision like that would have not only ramifications for Starfleet, but for the Klingon Empire, the Romulan Empire, and countless other star-spanning civilizations throughout the universe, is just the height of hubris. I always felt that in that episode, Picard should have been court-martialed. Absolutely court-martialed. I have never seen a more irresponsible and egotistical decision by a character on Star Trek before in my life. It just was a decision above his pay grade. It may have ultimately been the right decision, but it was not his to make. And they never should have written that episode. They never should have put the character in that position. It's ridiculous. Anything to say before we move on, Gary?
I never thought about it like that, but yeah, that's
Jesus Christ. This is a metaphysical threat to all civilizations, to all sentient beings throughout the universe. And he just decides, well, we won't want to hurt cuddly wuddly Hugh. It's just not right. It's not right to go ahead and do genocide. Well, they're hive minds, so really it's only one that would get killed.
The Doctor, well, it's different with the Doctor, but Tom Baker went through a very similar decision with the Daleks, and but he had the Time Lords at the time, but he decided not to do it either because he was not about genocide. Then the Daleks, Time War, wipe everybody out.
Yeah, but
yes, it's different with Picard. It's much different with Picard.
He's got a hierarchy. He's in a military organization. They say Starfleet isn't military, but it is. And for him to take it upon himself to do that, I was absolutely stunned. And I cannot believe, even if they had acquitted him, they should have put him, court-martialed him and said that is not fucking okay. We've got weapons being developed. We've got Fear, Wolf 359. We've got all this shit going on. They are an existential threat to civilization itself. And Picard just unilaterally decides not to wipe them out when he has the chance.
Yep. Yeah. And at least in Doctor Who, the Time Lords were always after the Doctor for stuff like that. They were, he was working on his own. You don't count the War Doctor. I don't blame him for that. But yeah, it's totally different. And honestly, I watched the episode. I liked it, but I've never thought about it like that. That's a great point.
Well, thank you, sir.
I can't argue it.
It's tough to argue. And and it's not even genocide, because are the Borg really a race if there's only one of them? It's not.
Those people are technically dead. So 7 and
I mean,
9, you
even
can bring
though,
them back, but it's really hard, and it takes
right.
years. And they also needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. If you want to invoke that, and they killed how many? I mean, they killed they assimilated. Sorry,
yeah,
entire.
that's even worse. Is
Yeah.
they assimilate people and otherwise they destroy civilizations and they're rapacious. You know, they are unyielding. They're worse than the Daleks, dude. They really, you know, they really are. The Daleks just basically exterminate and they'll blast you, but these guys will co-opt you and plug you in,
Yep.
and it's like a living death. It's horrible. Yeah, there's no compromise with those things, and it's not like you can do a liberation of these people. So yeah, High Plains Drifter says I was fine with the episode and the decision because it led to identity, but you can't know that. And so for any credible military organization, Picard should have been court-martialed. Just straight up.
Yes.
You know? They should have never had that. They should have never had the episode, because you cannot dramatically take that decision away from Picard in the script, but in all plausible terms, you had to take it away from Picard. So that's just a story that never should have been told. Frankly, it just there was no win scenario. Or you tell it and he does that, and then you court-martial him, and somehow he argues it to Starfleet in a way that saves some honor, you know, for the character.
Yep.
That's basically my feeling about it.
And yes, the Borg are the Cybermen. They are. There's actually a really good comic book crossover with the 11th Doctor and the Next Generation, and the Borg and the Cybermen. Highly recommend it.
Nice.
But later years Cybermen writing was not very good. I'm talking in the new series. The Tennant stuff was good, but they never, like, they are, I agree, they could be creepier than the Daleks, but they never wrote them that way. They just never went all in with the Cybermen later on, which was too bad.
That is
bringing
a shame.
them back. They're bringing them back for Jodie, so I'm sure it'll be cyber people or cyber women or something.
Yeah, cyber whammon.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Bionic Belly Button is here with a $2 super chat. Hello, Bionic Belly Button. She says, so I can be gender swapped Doomcock for Halloween. I guess Doomcock is up for grabs with the women now.
Hey now.
You know. Oh, hey now. That's right. She also spelled Doomcock with the umlaut, with 2 dots over the O. I don't know how she did that, but it was very clever. Bionic Belly Button is a master of technology, apparently.
Yes.
I don't know how she did that. But yeah, well, you know what? I guess I've always wondered how I would look like with breasts. So go for it. But you have to take pictures. That would be weird. Somebody sending me cheesecake pictures with my own helmet on. That would kind of kill it for me. I don't know. I'm not that much of a narcissist, but what can I say? Dewey666 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dewey. Says, how much money must they lose before they stop? Everything. I guess. I don't know. They've already lost countless millions. I don't know what the fuck they're up to. Those numbers are not good for Star Trek All Access. I mean, CBS All Access. I don't know what they're going to do. But yeah, I think they've got to be crushed. They'll have to fail. So ultimately, that will be the only way they will stop. Although I suspect that they would have stopped a lot sooner if they could have got rid of Kurtzman earlier. I really, if they didn't have that contract, I think things would have gotten better before now. And the fact that they have finally marginalized Kurtzman is at least a glimmer of hope on the horizon. That's my opinion on that. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Says, we won't watch, never pay, so long as you tell us. There you go. You see CBS? Huh? Start talking to me. Damn it. Start talking to me. Let me help you. Idiots. God damn it. Stubborn as hell. Well, I don't know what they fucking thinking. There's got to be some sane people at CBS that like Doomcock, that agree with me. Speak up. For God's sakes, let's fix this thing before it's too late. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Nicholas Horton, a £2 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says Thor 4, Love and Thunder sounds like a porn flick.
It does.
Hey,
That's a
I'm
terrible
Thor.
title.
Love and Thunder. Oh, I'm going to give love and crap thunder. Yeah, Nicholas Horton. Sir, that's a very funny observation. Like a porn flick. Yeah, well, I think there will be a Thor 4. Thor 4 is even weird to say. That's a hard one. Thor 4, Love and Thunder. Jesus Christ. Sounds like a football call. Thor 4, Love and Thunder. Hut, hut. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. Time Traveler registered trademark with $2 Australian super chats. And Time Traveler registered trademark. Oh, it's the same one 2 times. I hope you didn't get rooked there, Time Traveler. Sorry about that. Says no center to any of the genre shows anymore. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like basically, I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that they try to turn everything into this kind of collective, this hive mind, social media kind of self-censoring, self-governing kind of a mechanism that they really do try to make ensemble shows now where no one individual is more important than anyone else, you know? Where's the rugged individuals in these shows? Where are the men, of yore? I just don't know. It just seems really barren to me and pretty hopeless at this point. 7 years, Gary. That's the prediction. 7 years.
Yeah.
I think it's going to take. Have we forgotten anything that we were going to pass judgment on? We still have not judged Picard.
No, I think we just need to judge Picard.
All right. I think that Star Trek Picard, the trailer, we can't judge the show yet, but we can judge the trailer. And I think basically shoving it down into a cesspool and having it basically have to eat its way out would be a fitting punishment for Star Trek Picard, because basically making Star Trek eat the shit that Star Trek has made fans eat for these last 2 years would be an appropriate punishment. What do you think, Gary?
I like that punishment quite a bit. I think it's very appropriate because that's certainly what they've made us do. And for dividing the fan base, continuing to divide the fan base, they just couldn't make it about Picard, could they?
Nope.
They just couldn't bring in the Next Generation cast, which apparently they can now when their backs are against the wall. It's just... it would have probably been nice to have this access prior to making the show. Maybe they rushed it because it had something to do with Star Trek Discovery. See how this is it's all connected. All the financing is connected and every single thing relies on this show. This show has to be a success. So look forward to it being announced. And how many seasons are you going to have with an 80-year-old actor or 78-year-old actor? They talked about 3. Well, that's considering Kurtzman, that's going to take 6 years to make. Good luck with that.
Yep.
I agree with that punishment. Do it.
And it is done. No, don't put me in the cesspool. Bon appetit, motherfucker. There you go. The Star Trek
tastes like poop.
Poop of Earl. Poop. Yeah. Down to the bottom with you, Star Trek puke hard trailer. You richly deserve this. All of you assholes. You really, boy, you should be ashamed. Destroying a part not only of American culture, but of our very lives. It's just a goddamn disgrace.
I honestly don't think Kurtzman will ever be ashamed. I think this guy thinks he is just great and people don't understand him yet. I'm pretty sure that's where he's at. Is EFAP still going? That is impressive. That is great.
When did they start?
I was watching them at Comic-Con I was watching them at Comic-Con with Jeremy at 3 o'clock. So it's been going for 7 hours.
Well,
At least.
No offense to EFAP, but I've done 7 hours solo
By himself, standing on his head.
That's right. So yeah, EFAP is great, but I have to say, for endurance and for macho live streaming, yeah, I think I got them beat. Just saying, in terms of endurance and sheer machismo and gift of gab, Doomcock reigns supreme.
Endurance is a
in
very
terms
good
of length,
trait.
anyway.
Endurance is a very good trait. Trust me on that one.
Without Jaloja, I've never Jaloja during a live stream, not even the 7-hour ones, Gary.
No. Well, I wouldn't tell you if I did or not. I might have Jaloja'd 5 times, but I got skill.
Have you got a coffee can there or something?
Got an Aquafina bottle. Just kidding. No, I Jaloja prior to any Doomcock stream. I have experience in this.
Yes. I'm sorry. They go a little long. Are you doing okay? You need to get off now?
Fine.
Or
I'm fine.
Let's go on a little longer. I think I'm having a blast here.
Yeah.
Daniel with a great super chat here. $5. Thank you, Daniel. He says, Batwoman access shill articles read like Christian news articles critiquing cringy Christian movies. Even as a Christian, we know they are poorly made. We are going to slam Batwoman. Are we not? Are we going to review every single episode, Gary?
Every single episode. And I'd like to add, since the WB copyright claimed my video, every time they do that, I'm going to make 1 to 2 more videos on that very subject. So instead of me just slightly talking over the trailer, we're going to go over frame by frame now. That's my next one. And get into the details of a trailer where your main actor, air quotes, speaks 1 sentence of dialogue. And I said this in an earlier stream, but I'll repeat it here. A friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, makes trailers for a living. That's what he does in Hollywood. And he states that they know the weaknesses of their show when they are provided the content. And they are told, like, hide this as much as you can. So when you see, say, your main actress or actor not say very much in its first, second, or third trailer, this isn't even an ensemble cast. This is Ruby Rose's show. And she can't utter 1 sentence without with a good American accent. I mean, listen to what she said in that. You can hear her accent through it. That says everything you need to know. This thing is god awful. And the reason she couldn't make it to Comic-Con is, my guess is they've been reshooting the shit out of that show. So big surprise.
Oh, really?
Show. Yeah. There's a reason she didn't say anything in John Wick. So.
Well, very interesting, Gary. Thank you, sir, for that little insight. I can't wait. We're gonna roast that thing. They're either gonna fix it or we're gonna burn it weekly at the stake for heresy. Kevin Moore with a $2 super chat says, no China, no She-Hulk. Good point, Kevin.
That's a good point.
Yeah, China would have been perfect. Great She-Hulk. I don't know who else could play the She-Hulk. They could do CGI, but I don't know.
China was She-Hulk.
Yeah, she would have been. It's a shame. But I think they're probably going to do it. I don't know who all is going to be in the Avenge Hers, but I can't even remember that shot. I kind of dropped it out of my mind, but it's going to suck. God, they're so stupid.
At the Marvel booth at Comic-Con, they had costumes on display, and they were all the female costumes. All the costumes. No,
that's
male
it.
costumes.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Boy,
that's going into my MCU woke video that will be coming out sometime soon.
Nice. Can't wait to see that, dude. Frank Palmieri with a $9.99 super chat. Hail Frank, who says, love how comic book fans wait decades for CGI to bring their characters to life, and Hollywood spends decades making rare gems with mostly dreck. Then when things get good, they replace them all. Sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Frank. It's insane times. There is no reason in the world why Hollywood could not be making some great movies with the technology available and the talent pool that is out there. But they keep opting for woke politics over content. They keep opting for nepotism and cronyism over merit. And as long as these are the case, we're just going to keep winding up with the same half-ass crap that's what we're getting now. So, Frank, I don't know what to tell you. It's just it's the best of times. It's the worst of times, as Charles Dickens wrote in Tale of Two Cities. Thank you, Frank. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat and a question. Gary, do you know, do we get a Black Widow movie? Yeah, we are. Yeah. It's going to be set. It's going to be a flashback, right, Gary?
It's taking it's in between Infinity War and Endgame. Supposedly, that's what they said. And it's being filmed right now. And it supposedly has the Taskmaster in it. And David Harbour's in it. Yeah. And it's the next one coming out. It's the next MCU film.
I think it's hilarious that they are going ahead and going to the past to go ahead and tell their stories moving forward. Like, do they understand on some level that they've boxed themselves in and that these most popular characters are going away? Or do you think that it's just a coincidence?
I think they're at this point, I think they believe they can do no wrong. So I don't think they noticed at all at the Marvel Cinematic Universe panel the absence of, Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr., which was huge. And then they didn't even have, I fully expected Brie to be there. She wasn't even there. They didn't even mention Captain Marvel, I don't think. And yeah, I think they're in big trouble. And Frakoff Felgercarb, sorry, Frakoff, makes a great suggestion that I think we should be all for. We should actually just push Marvel into this and troll the crap out of them. She-Hulk should be a trans man. It is time. I am 1000% behind this decision. I want to see how woke they really are. I question their wokeness because that is the only thing that seems to get through to anybody at Hollywood. That's the only power the access media has over them, is to question their woke purity. And I think we should do this. It's time. It's time. It's about damn time. Do it. Do it.
But what if they do then? Then we've hoisted ourselves on our own Picard, haven't we?
Yes. Well, no, because honestly, the direction it's going, it's going to happen anyway. But I don't think they would do it. It would make them look really bad. It would question their woke purity, because that's what this is all about. This is all about purity of thought, of moral purity. That's why it was, you had a super chatter just mention that it reads like the review of a Christian film. That's what this is. This is moralizing. Moralizing from a side of the aisle. I never thought I would see it. But, strange times indeed.
Yes. What superhero would really screw them? What female superhero could we screw them with by calling for a differently abled female to be the superhero? By that I mean cognitively impaired. Why the stigma against differences in IQ and that kind of thing? Let us have the first clinically retarded superhero. Who would we saddle with that? Who could
in the Marvel universe?
Force them, yes, to do.
They just did a comic on one of those. I can't remember it was an indie comic. They did a comic on that. There's D-Man. You can do D-Man. They've talked about that before. Didn't they say that this is DC though?
There's got to be like some
Hang on.
Marvel character that it would just kill them, you know, to force them to do this.
Oh, Reed Richards.
No, but it's got to be a whammon. They'd be happy to make a white male differently abled.
Yes,
I think it should be maybe Sue Storm or
Sue Storm. Yes, do it. Yeah, they will. They will. That's why I said, you know, the Fantastic Four you're going to be getting in the MCU. Do you think they're going to look like Jack Kirby's Fantastic Four? Do you think for one second?
No. They already went on Fant Four Stick and made Johnny Storm a black male, and no longer Sue Storm's real brother, like an adopted brother or something like that, to basically to explain the wokeness that he is a man of color and she is a blonde. So, well, Jesus, Fant Four Stick sucked. It was so bad, dude. I don't know if you ever saw it.
I saw it in the theaters.
Oh, in the theaters. Jeez.
I did. Yeah, it was Fantastic Four, man. I had to go. Oh, bad.
Wow.
Bad.
That's painful.
They were going to tie them into the X-Men universe too, and
well,
big plans.
Ain't happening now. Rookie Critic is here with a $5 super chat again. Thank you, Rookie Critic, who says, my thing about the female Thor is, aren't there other women in Asgard? Thor being Thor's name, not title. Might as well have a girl named Doomcock, which Bionic Belly Button has been riffing on for much of the chat. I think Bionic Belly Button wants to be Doomcock or some kind of fashion of that. I don't know. Yeah, you know, Thor is not a title. It's not like Darth, you know. So having this woman become Thor, Jane Foster, right?
Mm-hmm.
God, and she looks so enthused, and she looks like she weighs about 90 pounds, soaking wet, wearing a wool coat.
And that's what I was saying earlier, is they're just not even taking their own source material seriously. And it's just kind of funsy onesie, cutesy wootsy pop vinyl culture now. And the cutesifying of superheroes has been the worst thing ever. And that's, you know, and they do this because they think that will get more women involved instead of just telling good stories. The good stories are out there already. Hollywood doesn't need to reimagine anything because these things have lasted for decades and Hollywood is new to the party on this one. But they think, as always, and this is why most of these cinematic universes have crashed and burned, because these people who think they have better ideas don't understand this shit at all. And, you know, even it started with Bryan Singer. You know, Bryan Singer hadn't read a comic book and it showed quite a bit. Kevin Feige read a comic book and it showed, but he lost his way as well. And somebody pointed out in my chat that when Kevin Feige, you know, who has been anointed, he's done a lot of great things, but he has only been fully in charge of the MCU since Civil War. So there were still comic people involved, and going the way it's going now, it never would have made it. So Disney inherited the MCU, and this is what they're doing with it now. They're taking all the credit for it, but they inherited the MCU. Started out with, it was the Paramount deal. It was Iron Man. It was prior to the Disney sale, and they shepherded it okay, but now it's just completely off the rails. And yeah, just you know, how many times have we seen a phase where they'll announce Marvel Phase 3 or 2? They put a bunch of titles and they change them. I mean, we were supposed to have an Inhumans movie. The third Captain America movie had a different title. It wasn't Civil War. They've changed a lot of stuff. So none of this stuff is like fully set in stone, but we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we will. They may have a change of heart, but I'm very doubtful. They've laid this thing, and there's going to be something like 5 more Captain Marvel appearances. I mean, she's going to be everywhere. It's just we'll never get rid of that bitch. I swear to God, it's just yeah, it's going to be bad.
She was
Um,
everywhere at Comic-Con. There was Marvel had her plastered everywhere.
Jesus Christ. Boy, there's just something insane about that. And it just shows what, kind of faith-based movie making will do, the faith being that, oh, they'll come around to Captain Marvel. No, we won't. And it was not a good movie. And I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. It's just more of that goddamn intransigence. It's just, they will not budge. They're just egomaniacs, and they think they're in some kind of, a penile measuring contest with us. And it's like, dude, this is your business and we're your customers, and you ought to be actually trying to figure out how to make us happy instead of how to piss us off. It's just absolutely nuts. Not so scruffy nerf herder with a $50 Australian super chat. Thank you, not so scruffy one. And he says, thanks for the show, Gary and my Lord Doomcock. You are very welcome, not so scruffy nerf herder. He says, do you think the new captain's chair on STP will have a built-in commode? Maybe that is why he had that little smile when he said, engage. Maybe engage means something else now, LOL.
Release.
It's a new form of propulsion technology powered by incontinence in old men. It's like, da 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 da. It's just, there you go. Listen, it's not us making this. This is their own fault. God, it's such a bad idea. Bionic belly button again, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh beauteous bionic one, who says, when women replace men in all of the movies, what the fuck are we, toxic women, supposed to enjoy visually? Is it now wrong to enjoy a beautiful masculine form?
Yep.
Well, there is that. Apparently it is, because beautiful masculine forms are toxic in nature. And frankly, they never been my cup of tea, except in comic books, Batman and such. But in real life, I'm not really a fan of the masculine form. The feminine form, however, different story. Anything to add there, Gary?
Nope. Just, any masculinity is bad right now. That's the deal.
Yeah, it really is. And I tell you what, I am sick to death of seeing man butt in all of the shows where we used to see female nudity. And now we don't even get it balanced. It's just all man butt, usually gay man butt. In like, love scenes. Look at Animal Kingdom, a great show on TNT. Used to have some really great nudity in that, and now it's just all man butt. That's it. That's all you get. And I'm just sick to death of it. Dude, give me back my female nudity. I'm paying for this cable, god damn it. Bastards. End of rant. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button. No, there's it's not wrong, and you are natural, and you are a healthy woman, and there's no reason why we all can't enjoy the things we enjoy, except Hollywood gets in the way. And you know what? We just keep speaking out until the tide turns, and we will have our toxicity back in fashion again soon. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button. Dal Astle with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Dal. Says, Hail Doomcock, Terminator, Dark Fate. What the fuck? Dal, I don't know. We need to pass judgment on the trailers and publicity on Terminator, Dark Fate, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I just haven't seen enough to really say. I would definitely give it something that would hurt, but I think a little turn on a couple of turns of the rack, nothing that would, break anything, but, setting them on notice that kind of woke shit, and revising the entire canon of Terminator by killing John Connor and replacing him with a girl who is the mostest, bestest, importantest ever is going to incur punishment in our books. What do you think?
I agree with that. I think the Terminator Dark Fate will suffer the same fate as the last Predator movie. And I know I did it on my live streams. You compare the cast photo from the original Arnold Schwarzenegger Predator to the most recent Predator film, and it's the same thing. Go look at the cast photo of the Terminator 2 Judgment Day and look at the cast photo of the current cast, and it will suffer the exact same fate.
I agree.
A lot.
I agree. Aaron C with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says thoughts on Amazon's The Boys with Carl Urban. Did you see any of that, Gary?
I saw the first episode.
What'd you think?
Ooh, this is tough for me because my friend co-created the comic book. It was very faithful to the comic book. Problem is timing with this because it's very anti-superhero. And while it was fine, 10 years ago when the comic book came out, times are different now. And I think it has a propensity to be woke. So just so you know, I'm being honest with you. I want to support the show. I'm very excited for Derek. I'm very happy for Derek. I saw the first episode and it has a Me Too moment in it, but it's kind of funny. It deals with stuff in a very Garth Ennis way. Garth Ennis has a lot to do with the show, but I'm worried the episodes I didn't see might have a propensity to be woke. So I am cautiously optimistic, we'll say.
God almighty. This thing is really, truly a plague.
Yep.
The woke plague. It's just spreading like fucking bubonic plague. It's like an illness. It's got to take its casualties and burn itself out, basically. That's what's got to happen.
It's very,
Jesus.
Yeah, it's super nihilistic, but if you're a fan of Garth Ennis, that's his deal. I just don't know how well it's going to play now in just a sea of nihilism. If the first episode, there's a giant company in it that you could very easily confuse with Disney that they give a lot of shit to that I enjoyed, but there's other stuff in there that I don't know how it's going to play with everybody. I think a lot of people in our group are tired of freaking postmodernism and nihilism. I think I'm over it. I would, that's why I liked Aquaman. It wasn't a great movie. It just was a superhero movie. And it was just a relief to see a superhero movie. With no agenda or anything. Yeah.
You mean entertainment?
Yeah. Entertainment. Just genuine entertainment.
Jesus. What an idea. MK Dumas 1981 has had a flash of brilliance here in the chat. He said, plague of wokists.
That's what it feels like.
Plague of wokists. I love it. I absolutely love it. Good job, dude. Harvey Walls with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Harvey. Says, for the worst offenders, may I suggest The Tub? I'm not familiar with The Tub as a torture implement, Harvey, but we need to research that. There's some changes coming to YouTube, how we stream and stuff, and I think it's going to give us an opportunity to raise our game, and we'll be able to do things like sound effects, Gary, and graphics and things like that. Isn't that right? From what you were talking about?
Yep. Yeah.
So I think we'll have these maybe graphics for each torture and. Maybe sound effects and stuff. It'll become like a regular morning zoo of YouTube.
Yes.
It'll be like SCTV on that little, the Jerry Todd show or whatever, where all the special effects were going all the time.
Yep. Yeah.
It'll be hilarious.
I haven't thought about that.
I know, man. You don't see it. It should be like on some streaming service, but as far as I know, SCTV isn't really on any. Which is a damn shame. It's too bad. Rhino 4563 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Rhino. Says, call me crazy, but Pulp Fiction in space would be the complete opposite of Star Trek. Oh, yeah, it would. My feelings of this are mixed because I love Tarantino. I love his contemporary stuff. I love that he knows and loves Star Trek, but on the other hand, it is very out of keeping with the values of Star Trek and what is represented in the past. But would you rather have a bunch of soulless corporate fucks doing Star Trek disgracery and just grinding the franchise into the ground, or would you rather have a real artist take a shot on realizing his vision of Star Trek? How would that be? I know that it is thematically wrong, but I value Tarantino's voice, and I would be extremely interested to see what Star Trek from him would look like, because he's got a great sense of humor. We've already heard him write dialogue about Star Trek in Crimson Tide, when it was a kind of a recurring motif of, remember that one where Scotty was saying, we can't do warp and, all that stuff. He really loves Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's an R-rated Star Trek that comes from a place of genuine love and knowledge of Star Trek versus, basically we've already got an R-rated Star Trek. It's called Star Trek Disgracery with F-bombs and Klingork fugly tits and all sorts of nasty crap, severed baby heads and shit like that. How worse could Tarantino's be? So
not worse than STD. I would be interested in seeing it. I would.
Yeah.
It might be a hot mess, but at least it won't be for lack of effort. I mean, if Pulp Fiction, Star Trek, in some, with some different crew or ship or something, I think that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I do too. I would definitely give it a look, and I would keep an open mind. Listen, it would not be canon, but it would be like a Elseworlds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a what if of Star Trek.
Yeah.
And on that level, I think it could be a lot of fun, but I guess we'd have to see. I doubt it's ever going to happen. I don't think it's ever going to happen.
It's
I think it's complete bullshit. So it's empty speculation.
Tarantino was supposed to do a Bond film 15 years ago too. I mean, his name gets dropped in this kind of stuff all the time. So
I don't get it. He seems like a lazy guy. He's only made like 9 movies in his career, 8 movies, 9 movies. And he should have done more. He's such a talent. I really, really love Tarantino movies. And it's a goddamn shame. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bionic Belly Button
coming out soon. So
what?
His new one's coming out soon, right?
Right.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Any predictions on that, Gary? I think it looks interesting, but dragging Manson into it again, like another historical figure, I don't know. Any take on that?
No, I'm way more a fan of his crime stuff.
Yeah.
I like Jackie Brown. I like Reservoir Dogs. I like Pulp Fiction. But I like Kill Bill 1. And
not so much Kill Bill 2.
No, Kill Bill 2 is way too slow. I mean,
we both agree on that. Yeah, I thought Kill Bill 1 was brilliant.
Yep. Like one of his best films.
Oh yeah.
And that showed, but he needs an editor, and his editor died. She died a long time ago now. I didn't even see The Hateful Eight. I haven't even seen that one. Inglourious Basterds is good. But he's, I love all of his stuff. I mean, even Jackie Brown, I like it. I don't absolutely love it. It's got moments in it too, but nothing will beat Pulp Fiction, or Reservoir Dogs. Reservoir Dogs is my favorite. So,
I love Reservoir Dogs. Love it. I love Pulp Fiction. I love Kill Bill 1. And I love True Romance, which was directed by Tony Scott, but that's
my favorite film by him. Yep. Agreed.
Yeah.
That he did not direct. Oh, that's good.
God, I love that movie. I love that movie so much. Just all great moments. That is really, to me, the writing is so strong on that you know, even though Tony Scott directed it, I still consider it a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Yeah. Or, you know, even he wrote Natural Born Killers too.
Right.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
I like that movie too a lot. That's
Yeah.
Oliver Stone though. Robert Downey Jr. is in that.
Yeah,
True
right.
Romance is like me and Mrs. Nerdrotics. That's our, you know how people have a song. That's our
Right.
song. That's our song. That's our movie.
Well, she's right, Gary. You're so cool. You're so cool. You're so cool. She might have to share you with me. Only as a bro. Only as a bro, of course. But you are cool,
Should be
brother.
too much for you, man.
You are.
Thanks, brother.
No, you, not her. I
I'm just
never
kidding.
met her, but she sounds
She's
super
cool.
cool.
You
dude.
got to meet her. She's super cool. The coolest.
Someday, dude. Yeah, she seems totally cool. Bionic Belly Button says, I haven't seen True Romance. Boy, you would love it.
Oh, you need to see it.
Oh God, I love it. So good. Gary Oldman. Oof.
Oh, he is so good in that. Oh, dude.
Oh, he is so good in that. And who can forget the great scene with Dennis Hopper and Christopher Walken?
Cinema history. That's another thing that they probably couldn't repeat now. But
oh, I know. Well, you'd never be able to have that speech, could you?
Nope.
The moment when he says, I'll take that cigarette now.
He knows.
You know that he's gonna go ahead and then that music starts.
Yep.
I'm a student of history.
Covering for
and
you know, a good dad at the end, by the way, covering for his boy.
Oh, he was. What a guy. All right. So basically Tarantino Star Trek. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but I'm going to withhold judgment. I am not going to administer any punishment at all. I will just wait and see. Too close to call, Gary. I can't do it.
Yep.
I can't do it. Bionic Belly Button again with a $3 super chat. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button. Says Picard looks like a poor man's Expanse. I see what you're saying. I think it looks more like a poor man's Firefly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it doesn't look like?
Bionic.
Star Trek.
Star Trek. Amen, brother. Amen. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button, for the super chat. Thank you for your support at patreon.com/Doomcock. Thank you for being a Legionnaire of Doomcock. And this week I'm assembling those final Legionnaire packets to send out this week. So you will be checking your email your post office boxes and mail boxes, because something will be in there for you sometime, probably over the weekend. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button. The Almighty Chad with a $5 super chat. Hail, Almighty One, says, I'm confused as to how Data is even in Star Trek Picard. You would think being disintegrated in Nemesis would pretty much prevent him from even existing. Well, the Almighty Chad, actually, what is in STP is B4, which is like a more primitive version of Data. I forget the details in Nemesis, but it was like another one of these Dr. Soong, failed Data experiments, trying to create an android. And Data had was downloading his positronic matrix into this B4's head. But then they disintegrated him before the signal was complete. And so you've got basically a impaired version of Data as B4. That is my understanding. Is that pretty much right, Gary? I'm not an expert on Star Trek Nemesis.
Neither am I. That sounds right. But I do know that there's a Captain Data in Star Trek Countdown, this was supposed to be taken from. Maybe it's not anymore. Star Trek Countdown is a prequel comic that was prior to the 2009 movie. And there was a Captain Data in that, and General Worf, and Picard was a Vulcan ambassador. right before the destruction of the Romulan Empire. Did the whole Romulan Empire get destroyed?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a big empire, but it was a supernova, so I don't know if like outpost planets or whatever survived. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I well, I guess part of the empire may have survived. That's a good question. It's just really one of the home worlds. Romulus was destroyed. But remember in Star Trek 6, where the moon of Praxis detonated,
Mhm.
and they said that doomed the whole Klingon Empire, which always seemed like a really bad plot point to me. It seemed like a lot of hooey, very
Yep.
convenient. So, because it was like their main energy production facility or some crap. I don't know. It's, these movies do have plot holes in them. It's just the way it goes. Mira J says B4 was a prototype. Data uploaded his memory to B4, but the files hadn't unzipped, so to speak. Yeah, pretty much what I had, and I thought the transmission did get cut off actually.
Yeah, I was also under the impression that it wasn't exactly data, so it was always going to be. That's because that would have taken away his death. It was very final at the end. That's the impression I got when I saw it in the theaters. Oh, so many moons ago. God.
Oh, yes. Draco Argentus says, per Nemesis, Data copied his entire matrix onto B4, but B4 showed no sign of assimilating the transfer till the whistling at the end. That's right. It's been years since I've seen it. So, yep, that's pretty much spot on. Just a few more, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up because we're about 5 hours in now, Gary. I think we have done a man's work tonight.
Yes.
You guys have been awesome. This has been a blast. I want to say now, as soon as I get off of here, I'm going to begin the upload process of that Super Chat Square Up Volume 13 to Harvey's channel, youtube.com/The Harvey Zone. If one of the mods could go ahead, the wrenches could pop that address in there. You'll find that later on tonight or tomorrow, depending on when you get up. And furthermore, I will do a Super Chat Square Up Volume 14 to cover the remaining Super Chats that we do not get to tonight. But I want to thank you guys so much for your contributions here this evening. And we leave no Super Chat behind. So you guys will be taken care of. And it's just like a whole other show. Where I go ahead and perform them exactly like I do here. So thank you guys so much. And I'm not going to wait a long time to get these done. So, this last one took a long time and I apologize for that, but this one should come up in a few days. Technocratic Concentration Camp with a $14.99 Australian super chat. Thank you, Technocratic Concentration Camp, who says, question for you, Gary. Nerdrotic mentioned in one of his Comic-Con live streams that Seth MacFarlane wanted to talk to him on the phone. Just wondering if this has happened yet. And the answer is yes.
Yes.
But recap it for him just in case he missed it real quick.
Yes. I did speak to Seth MacFarlane yesterday. And he is pretty cool. I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about. I'm under somewhat of an NDA. If it was big news, I'd probably blab it anyway. But it was, he was really cool. He has watched some of our videos and he likes how I don't mince words. And he likes the support. He loves the support I show to the show. He loves the support you guys show, and he has watched. He watched my recaps, and the producers watch my current live streams. They watch anything involving the Orville, and they specifically asked me never to hold back, like to keep telling it like it is. So that the message it told me, at least when it comes to Seth MacFarlane and the people at the Orville, is they don't necessarily want you to they want you to support the channel, of course, but they don't necessarily want shill. They want the truth because they want to be the best show they can be. So that I found to be a very interesting conversation. Again, it was really cool talking to him. I could barely hear him because I was at the Orville event. I was actually supposed to talk to him in person, and I big timed him. I was late. I tried to get there in time, but what happened? Sorry, this will be brief. I got rushed by some people who recognized me and Jeremy, and I didn't want to blow them off. So I stayed and talked to them. I stayed and talked to people who were in the Fandom Menace. And when that conversation was done, then I left as fast as I could. And we talked, and we will talk again. And but you have my absolute promise that I will not shill. I will never shill. If the show goes woke or crazy, I'll tell you. But I don't think that is going to happen based on our conversation. Things are going to remain the same. What he really was concerned about was what you guys thought about a move to Hulu. And because he cares. He cares about his show. He cares about what you guys think. And you guys factor into the decisions. You do. So I thought that was pretty brilliant. And I'm surprised. I was super humbled and surprised and grateful that he found me creditable enough to talk to me. And I certainly don't want to, I'm sure he's aware of what I do on the channel, and he still talked to me. So major credit to him for that. And yeah, thanks. For, I don't want to brag about it. It was a cool thing. It was a very cool thing.
Yep. That's super duper cool. Thank you. Technocratic Concentration Camp, who also gave us another super chat for another $14.99 Australian. Thank you again, Technocratic Concentration Camp, who says, if the Orville goes on hiatus for 2 years and comes back, locked behind a pay and a geographical wall with Hulu, so people in other countries can't watch season 3 until after it is ended, I will be sad. I think a lot of people will be sad, and I fear that the show will be sad too. This does not, I don't think it really helps the Orville very much to be on Hulu. I mean, I'm going to watch it no matter what. I love it. And I'll still talk about it and hopefully, publicize it. But, I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't given all detail. No, that's a good, honest opinion, and that's what they want to hear. The decision's made. I don't think we would have factored in. I think this is just my speculation. Nobody told me anything. This is just me. That it probably should have been done. A lot of us were saying, hey, maybe Hulu can save the show when it was in question. And it sounds to me, just based again on speculation, that maybe that's what they kind of felt like they should have done that in the first place, and it didn't happen, but some things had to happen later logistically. But they knew they were going to survive. Okay. There were just paperwork had to be, I's had to be dotted, T's had to be crossed. So the rumors about season 3 happening earlier were true. Were absolutely true. So Fox dumped the Orville. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good question, Sam. I don't know if I put it that. I'll ask. Did they get dumped, or if they give me details and I can pass them on, I will do that. Promise.
Yeah. I suspect that it was not their idea, but listen, I'm glad they've landed anywhere, and I just want more. So I'm happy. I'll watch them anywhere they go. I would pay, whatever it takes. They're a great show, and I support them entirely.
The Expanse went behind a paywall too. I mean,
right. Well, they got saved. I mean, they were inches away from extinction, and thank God they got renewed, and thank God for Amazon picking them up. I absolutely love the hell out of them. Thank you 1,000 times. We've got Basil here, with a $2 Canadian super chat, who says, people, Data is likely to be just a Picard hallucination. Are you saying that Picard is even getting a little senile? I think they're probably going to kill Picard at the end of this show. I bet this would be his death, his swan song. That's my feeling. I think they will. And I think it's not going to be a good death. It was fun. God knows what they'll have him say. I'd like prunes, please. And it's going to be that bad, in my opinion, Basil, but I don't know. But yeah, he may be senile. God knows. They made Spock dyslexic. And
I forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. Spock. So I don't put anything past them. They'll probably have him wearing Depends undergarments, do that little product placement tie-in as well. Tito's World with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Tito. It says Picard's Vulcan looks like he belongs in Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Lego Spock. Lego Lost Spock. I don't know what you want to call it. We'll figure out something. We will mock him relentlessly. But you're right, Tito's World. Good observation there. And Cardinal Sin with a question I think we'll wrap up the evening with for right now. Shall we pass judgment on Joan Bond 007? I think we did, didn't we, Gary?
We did.
Every single punishment that there is.
Yes. That's it. Bond is the worst. It actually is, because that was the last bastion, and it just fundamentally doesn't work. It's so stupid. It's just utterly stupid. I don't think you can ever make an argument for gender swapping. They can try to rationalize it, but the truth of the matter is we're out of ideas, and let's be political so we can get some attention. That's all it is. They can try what other rationalization they want, but that's the truth.
Yep. So I condemn it in every possible way.
Yes.
And I'm not going to see the goddamn thing, but I will be reviewing all the publicity and following the controversy. I just don't think I will not sully my mind sitting through that crap. I'm just not going to do it, not even to review it. So are you going to see it, Gary?
Yeah, I'm going to see it. I'm going to rip it to shreds. I want every opportunity to rip it to shreds, but hopefully I can see it before any of you waste any money on it. But I have a feeling a lot of people aren't going to see this film. I don't know how much interest it was generating before this announcement. And I think that's what really brought the announcement on. They're like, man, we have nobody cares about this movie. Let's just fracking go woke. Look how it did for Captain Marvel. Look what it's doing for Batwoman. Look what it's doing for Terminator. Instantly, when they go woke, all of a sudden the access media, boom, 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 10 articles are out within 5 minutes. Our friend John F. Trent posted an article. It was great. And it was a guy named Sheffield. He was a critic calling this shit out. Look it up, find it. It's on Bounding into Comics. It's about 2 weeks old. And there's a couple quotes in there that sum up everything that's going on. Everything. And this guy used to work for freaking Gizmodo, and he's calling it out.
Huh. Good.
Yep.
Cardinal Sin is hitting me up. He's appealing to my conscience. He is saying, wait, you have to see it so we don't have to.
Yeah. I know you don't want to. I'm right there with you. If it wasn't a channel, I wouldn't even care about the movie. I would go, oh, it came out at some point. Yeah. But we have
I
to
guess
cover,
I can't fail Terminator. My people.
Yeah. Just have a palate cleanser ready. You just make sure you have a palate cleanser ready. You go watch a good Bond film afterwards.
I think I'll take a flask of vodka into the theater with me. I think that's basically what I will do. All right, Cardinal Sin. God damn it. It's going to make me so mad. It's going to make me sick. God.
That's 2 hours of life you don't get back.
Oh, God. All right. Well, on that unhappy note, shamed by cardinal sin into rethinking my position. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Brad King Tut says, take one for the team, sir. But don't give them your money, says Bruce Lombardo. I got to find a way in. Do it, says Bionic Belly Button. All right. Well, how can I turn down Bionic Belly Button? I want to say thank you to everyone who was here tonight. We've still got 719 people watching after 5 hours, which is amazing. Actually, over 5 hours now. But I just want to say thank you guys so much. And next Sunday, the Inquisition will return. It will be on Gary's channel. And also the Exozone this week is on Gary's channel as well on Thursday. So, and I will be live streaming on Tuesday. Just because in the afternoon, so that some of my daytime folks in different time zones can live stream with me. And so, yeah, a lot of Doomcock and Nerdrotic in the coming week. So thank you guys so much from the center of the earth. Oh, do you want to plug anything, Gary, real quick?
Yeah, one thing I want to plug is there is a keep an eye on my Twitter. Follow me at Nerdrotics. I'm still in San Diego for one more day. I got to see Little Sister Nerdrotic tomorrow morning. And then there is another meetup, possibly. I'm pretty sure it's 5 p.m. at the Ouldssod, OULDSOD, on Adams Avenue in San Diego. So if you're in the Southern California area, please keep an eye on Twitter. It'll be a firm announcement tomorrow by lunchtime. We did one there a couple days back, and it was freaking great. We met a lot of members of the Fandom Menace because you are actually a real thing. And I had the best time. Con has been great because I hung out with Jeremy, hung out with Micah Miller, met a lot of people from the Fandom Menace. And that's the reason I came down. Frack the con. I mean, like, the meeting you guys was the best. That was the best. Oh, and yeah, talking to Seth MacFarlane, that was pretty cool too. But and the Orville experience was amazing. So you guys were really
great. Cardinal Sin asked, where does good night ding 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 come from? Is it Andy Kaufman? No, Cardinal Sin, it is Monty Python's Flying Circus. Yes. It was a sketch. It was John Cleese who was having an interview with a guy for a job. And he kept doing weird stuff to him, and he would hold up a bell and go, good night, the ding, 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 ding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, I'm sorry. Part of the job interview. Anyway, don't get all Monty now, says Kronos. Yes, we've got to go to bed. Good night, 80s. Totally awesome. Thank you, my friend. And good night to you all. Good night, D Artist Jewelry. Good night, Sam Uray, Nina Fabiano, Fixie Clary, Surly Unicorn, and all of you guys, Brad King Tut, Chris Persia. You guys are awesome. Bruce Lombardo, all of you. Good night. We will see you later and catch you on the next Inquisition. Stay angry, my friends. Always, always stay angry.